Save? No. No, I want to see vanilla content whenever new stuff comes out. It's a very cool video. You can only recommend it to everyone who still hasn't checked it out. Well, that's cool, Barrows. Thanks. Appreciate you, mate. Hello, Sam Texagon. It's good to see you. And also Judge01 in YouTube chat, that does check out. Or username checks out. Can't wait to see one of the new Goblin Sieges. You know what? Me too. Me too. Me too. I think I'm all caught up on the chats now. Boom Boom, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for an 18th month. Welcome back, you wonderful individual. So, the goal for this fort is pretty simple. War machines. We're going for world domination. It's a small map. There's 2 necromancer towers, there's some goblins, there's some dwarves, and there's some humans, and there's some elves. I want to take over everybody. We're currently trading with humans and dwarves. Tomorrow I will not be streaming, so I'll only have the time I have today. The day after tomorrow I also won't be streaming, so I'll be having this weird middle of the week break because there's a concert that I'm going to tomorrow, and then I have to crash overnight at my aunt's house and then come back tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. And I won't be getting home until later in the day. So the next stream after today will be Friday, but we'll stream all day Friday, and I'll stream Saturday and probably stream Sunday too. And if there's, you know, still a lot going on, maybe even Monday as well. Who knows? I'll stream the days that I can function and stream. So that's the plan. What, I've been enjoying the sieging? Aside from the small bugs, which seem to be fixed now. So, fingers crossed. Yeah, yesterday we made quite a bit of progress. We got up to 70 dwarves in a new world, in a new fort. We dealt with 1 siege against some zombies, which was interesting. And, there was a bug that was discovered. Now, the bug was dwarves who have babies, and dwarves who got rescued would just get stuck and then not be able to move anymore. Now, this dwarf right here, is one of the dwarves that got stuck. I was able to get them unstuck doing some weird shenanigans a couple times, but then they got stuck again. So right now they're trying to store this plump helmet in a barrel. So I'm going to see if I can unstuck them by getting rid of this plump helmet. That seemed to do it. Let's see. Where's Mom now? Okay, so yeah, if you have a parent or somebody who's stuck, simply cancel whatever job they're trying to do, and they will unstuck themselves. I mean, if they are, then you should go grab a bunch from Subway. I'll take a meatball marinara, Tam the Jam. Actually, cold cut combo. Cold cut combo, normal cheese, just the orange cheese, a little bit of everything, the veggies. Username did indeed check out. Well, good to have you on this side. Aside from the small bugs, that don't include water flowing off the map. I don't think that's a thing, because I've tested that in 3 maps. I tested it twice on stream yesterday, and then 3 more additional times off stream yesterday. And because I wanted to include it in the news video if it was a thing, and it worked just fine on every single one. So I have no idea what people are claiming with that. I think it's a skill issue. Maybe I'm wrong, but as far as I can tell, that water still flows off maps through fortifications. So oh, I read it as you were reading it as a bug. What were the songs playing at the beginning of the stream? The Dwarf Fortress soundtrack on vinyl. Those were the songs that were playing at the beginning of the stream. How looks your bedrooms and entertainment? In Dwarf Fortress? So let's just do a brief fort tour. So this is the map. We settled on a volcano because we thought it would be fitting. We have this big box that I'm going to slowly build battlements like this around the edges of. for obvious reasons. Apparently they added a practice fire mod, which they do have now. Will also target enemies. Oh. Place archery targets for better training? Oh my god, I need to make a... like a catapult training field. Excellent. Anyway, down here we have, this is the, like, kind of the main fortress layer at the moment. We've just kind of got this volcano with bedrooms slowly being scattered around it. As far as bedrooms go, we need more. We're currently short. But over here, this is kind of the one spot that we've had a siege happen. Shout out to this dwarf who's pulling a bunny around. Over here is kind of what we're currently expanding on. We do actually have quite a bit of kilonite. Kalonite? I actually don't know how to say it. That stuff. There's a bunch of boulders down here. This is going to be where we're going to dispose of lava eventually, because I'm going to try and use this to, at the very least, clean stuff up. I don't know if the baddies are going to start avoiding this area. Place the archery targets in a public tavern. Are you asking me if I should... Are you trying to get me to test if stuff still friendly fires? Is that what you're trying to do? Koala night. Yes, the worst night of the year, because they just fall out of the tree and scream. If you'll notice, I'm trying to put walls around the edge of this. Hoping it'll make it harder to dig into the fort, but we'll find out. Your Baron wants traction benches? Oh, the humanity. Yeah, just ignore him. Just ignore him. It's fine. It's worth the prison sentences. I have chlamydia. Yeah, that or you'll just have shit tons of traction benches. But yeah, no, so that's everything in the fort. We do have some visitors. There is a Gorlak in the fort. Bimbort, the Gorlak, who's actually very happy. The moods were horrific for a minute, but they're improving. So, yeah, that's everything so far. That's the fortress. That's where we're at. I've got 2 dwarves to name from the intro bit. Which is Arga, who wants a hammer dwarf named Balin. So a dwarf in the military named Balin. I presume with beard. So Bim is going to be Balin now. Balin! Balin Dorfenstoff. Well, that would be 2 L's, but sure. That would be Balin the sequel, because there's two L's, you know? This is more of us all of a sudden? I don't know, I didn't name him. In the Siege video, I believe that they said that they can mine natural walls. Yes. Does that mean if you're totally placed walled in, you're safe? No, they can also dig through non-natural walls, it's just slower. The only way you're safe is if you go into the difficulty settings and turn it off. He considers spending time alone much more important than associating with others. He generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions and is not readily moved by art or natural beauty. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He is slow to trust others and he tends to hang on to grievances. He is slow to anger and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he can handle stress. When he's thinking hard, he has a habit of licking his lips, and he lowers his eyes when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized, and personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. And doesn't see cooperation as valuable. He likes fine pewter and milk quartz, as well as eye leather and duck tooth, and amber amulets and geese for their formation flying, and rubber trees for their branch shedding, and grapevines for their fruit, and the words of the umber of amethyst, and the sound of the lilac of emeralds, and the sight of the beige silkiness euphoria. And when possible, prefers consume clown loach and pendant amaranth beer and hard wheat flour, and apparently is ballin'. Happy Tuesday, Cajun. How was you? He's married to Ozanthium, and it's very good because she was the one that was dying of thirst and stress and other things, and hopefully sorts herself out soon and stops being distracted. Next up, I've got to name a dwarf for Darius. You just wanted a dwarf with a beard, says Darius. You're now a milker. Congrats. You have 5 kids. Oh my god. Why do I keep doing the second capital? I was doing that yesterday, too. I don't know why. Yes, you can also make reinforced walls now. They're all breakable. They just break slower. Do you have a cape on? I think that's... Oh, wow, you do. I don't know how you got a hemp cape, but you do in fact have a cape on. I don't think I purchased any capes. All right, he has a very large family and worships 3 different gods. He's not a member of any religions and could be considered rude. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He tends to think before acting and occasionally overindulges. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He often feels envious of others and acts with compassion. He does not go out of his way to help others and is often nervous, and he is often cheerful. He is easily distracted during conversations when he's bored, and he exhales sharply when he becomes exasperated. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally values a harmonious existence, believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and values independence. An anonymous gifter. Thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. The sieges are on hard difficulty, yes. I don't have the economy on hard, though. You discovered the egg-laying intelligent human creatures can reproduce very fast. Excuse me? What happened? You're going to need to elaborate on that a little bit. I didn't know they could reproduce in fort mode. The trader just left this here? Yeah, or that, or they just came here with it. It's possible maybe they lived in a human place previously. I mean, they've got a giant family, and so it's entirely possible they just, like... Oh, we killed your cousin. That's unfortunate. It's entirely possible that they just came here, right? So who knows? I am going to start putting some traps down here as well. How's the siege update? Have I been able to experience one yet? We had one siege. There is footage of it in the video that I uploaded this morning on my YouTube channel. Prince Star Cheese. But yeah, so as for the fort, this is kind of the main layer. This is kind of the main crafting layer. That's most of it. We do have lava forging, although I should close this actually. We do have lava forging, and we've mined out various...
Cheese for everyone!
Shh, I'm talking. We've mined out various portions of tetrahedrite, as well as raw copper, and a little bit of hematite, but it's mostly tetrahedrite, which is fine. So it's a lot of silver and copper and copper and more copper. Down here is where we're farming and where we're raising our sheepsies, which are lovely. And over here is where we have some additional beds because it was convenient and I needed beds at the moment. I do have a tiny water source here. Allegedly, there is a aquifer on the map somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. So I'm starting to assume it's got to be below the... Like, I might just start digging, like, over here or something. Like, allegedly there's an aquifer that exists, but, like, I went back and checked the VOD. There is supposedly an aquifer on this map. But I haven't found it yet. So, that's one of the priorities, is we gotta find that aquifer. Because I would like a water supply. But, yeah, that's currently the fort. And as far as living named dwarves, we've got Sleepy, the real hero. We've got Torsten, we've got Elf Poles, we got Snail, Soapgoat, and a devilish potato. We've got Azanthium, and we've got Alistoth. We've got Argamenom. We've got Darius and Olglokug. We've got Balin, and we've got Famine Noir, and we've got Bimbort, and oh hi Mark, and I think that's everybody. Unless I missed somebody. There is a concept of an aquifer, allegedly. Yes, as far as reinforced walls go, this is a reinforced wall made of silver, with silver, studded with silver. Mostly because I was curious about how much the value of the room would go up by. And about 1,600 was what it went up by, but that we also don't have the greatest appraiser, so it's kind of hard to say. Up here on the surface, around the edge, this stairwell, because I was like, okay, this is very exposed because it's just in dirt, right? I've surrounded it with reinforced copper and silver walls, which probably isn't the strongest metals, but that's what I had. And then along the top here, this is all copper reinforced basalt walls. and I'm slowly going around. So the difference between reinforced walls and normal walls is reinforced walls use twice the stone or twice the initial material and like metal blocks as well. So you have to use metal bars and the stone that you were going to make it initially with. And I was going to say, you haven't redeemed one yet. I was going to say, did you redeem one? No, you didn't, so. Tomorrow, or whenever you redeem one, I'll owe you one, yes. So yeah, that's the current status of the fort. We do have these nifty new, we've got bolt throwers, we've got ballistas, and we've got other things. I want to make a ballista training range. Because that's a button now. Does the strength of metal and or block matter for reinforced walls? The patch notes claim they do. I don't know by how much. So, like, it's like density and hardness affects the destructibility of buildings and walls. Like, as I said a second ago, to what extent, I don't know. The patch has not been out long enough to really say. I have played what I played yesterday. And I've read the patch notes. That's all of the information I actually have. I assume so, because it's using 3 times the materials. So it would have higher value. Like, I would say reinforced walls would be a good thing to do for, like, royal chambers and such. Like, imagine, like, a platinum wall studded with platinum. You're using 3x the platinum for 1 wall. So it would be worth more. As of how much, I don't know. And there's no way to really say definitively at the moment. So, yeah. We are also making porcelain, because I have it. So that's another thing that we're doing. Yeah. It'd be a very heavy wall, that's for sure, Mad Dog. But out of curiosity, to those of you who've been playing recently, if you haven't updated the game in the last 2 hours, DFAC won't work, but it does fix the dwarves getting stuck issue that I mentioned in the video this morning. Lead is really soft, though, Brug. Like, realistically, I think you would want to do, like, steel reinforced walls, right? Like, you'd want to do, like, a really hard stone reinforced with steel. You'd want to let them be, like, you know, the hardest material you can find reinforced with the hardest material you can find. That's really what you want to be looking for. Also, to everybody watching on the YouTube side of things, do not forget to leave a like on the stream, because that helps the YouTube machine go burr. And do remember that I am reading 2 chat rooms, so it's kind of a lot, but I do my damnedest, and I will try my best to monitor and keep up, for the most part, with both chats. You could be a spear dwarf if I had spear dwarves, and if you get the redemption on the Twitch side. I only have the redemption on Twitch. Although, every now and again, I do things like this, where I say, hey, YouTube folks, the first person to post 3 tree emojis can name something in the fortress. It's kind of a contest here on Twitch, so it's kind of a contest on YouTube too, but this is just the only way I have to do it. Lead reinforced protein bars when? That's all I have to say to that. Just I will say that Zwiggy Tigres won that because that's a house emoji in the middle there, Kulin, but I will give both of you honorary prizes. So would you like to name a dwarf? Would you like to name an object? What would you like to name, and what would you like to name it? I'll allow it, is what I'm saying. And also Emily.lgbt here on the Twitch side of things also redeemed a dwarf. Name something, anything, Emily. When you say anything, do you mean anything? A lot of people gifted a lot of people subs yesterday, Kaiba. You literally mean anything. You are a statue in the Farmers Guild. Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? named Lilyby. Kulen. Catapults are constructed objects, so yes, catapults could be named. They have a... So could bolt throwers, so could ballista. Better not get toppled. I mean, hey, if it does. Without beard. Okay. You can have my happiest militia dwarf. Lilyby is stingy with resources when working on projects, refuses to spend any extra effort, lives a slow-going and leisurely pace, is always tense and jittery, and often feels envious of others, is curious and eager to learn, does not go out of her way to help others, and tends to avoid any physical confrontation. She works to spread this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess, and she isn't given to flights of fancy, and she tends to not reveal personal information. She is conflicted by this as she values parties, she's conflicted by this as she dislikes this sort of concealment in the abstract. She sometimes acts without deliberation, occasionally overindulges, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and when she's trying to remember something, she often starts chewing her lips. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Wait, what were you doing when it crashed? Here, let me just look at the... Oh, you just had a crash. No idea. Okay. Well, at least you put them in the right place. We're in an ad break, so I'm just going to wait for the ads to end. Not yet. Hopefully we'll see that today, Aaron. Yesterday we literally just did like the first 2 years of the fort and got things set up and had a few raids, but no major sieges. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that war is preferable to peace in general, and feels that those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, and values loyalty. She likes native silver and billin and blue garnet and green glass and giant vulture leather. I think this dwarf should run their own squad. Giant vulture leather, yakhoof, self-in molly bone hemp fabric, bolts, shoes, and querns, figurines and bolt thrower parts, chickens for their clucking and the words of the intricacy of euphoria and the sight of the sable silver, and when possible prefers to consume wild carrot plants and carrot wine, and spelt flour, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. Bagpipe-operated railgun? You know what it kind of looks like? It looks like one of those handheld Dyson vacuum cleaners without the handle. Or without, like, the end tube bit on it. You know, like, just the top of it? Or like one of those ball vacuum cleaners, like just the end of it. So it's either like the top of it, the handle, without like the rest of the vacuum cleaner. Or there's the... You know, I feel like I need to make a command for this. It's like, we had a siege yesterday, the footage of it is in the video I uploaded this morning. Chat, when people ask if there was a siege already, just tell them that now. Please and thanks. Appreciate you. Just so I don't need to repeat myself for the rest of the year. Or day. Or month. Dalkin, hello! I mean, I've got an exclamation point patch. The thing is, if I make tons of commands like that, I always forget that they exist. And then they cease to be relevant after, like, you know, the 72 hours after the patch is up. And I will not remember to get rid of them. But yes, we are working towards getting a siege. I am at war currently with a necromancer tower and goblins. And... apparently a tomb? Oh, I see. They're run by goblins. That makes sense. But the goblin stronghold in this world is... Okay, there's one with 5,000 soldiers in it, and then there's one with, I think, 10,000 in it? Or am I making that up in my head? It's 100, 75, 5,000. Okay, maybe it was the 5,000 one. They must have attacked something. Yep. They are, in fact, attacking my forts. Well, that's good. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, no, this is a small world, which is why we're going for world domination, including the people that I'm currently allied with. But we'll go after them after we've dealt with the goblins. I wonder if the minecart railgun is worth it? I would say so, most likely. What you miss? Me naming 4 dwarves. 3 dwarves, actually. I owe somebody a dwarf. You'd like to name 2 bullet throwers, Tiger and Paws. Okay. I was gonna say, that seems very random and off topic, Semtexagon, but I'll allow it. The Semtexagon in the YouTube chat just said, man, building a commander deck from scratch with limited cards is difficult, but sorry, wrong chat. Moments later, it's like, yeah, that checks out. Doesn't surprise me much. But yeah, no, this world is very small, and this world is very small because I'm planning to destroy it. I'm planning to burn it all down. And then once we're done burning it down, we'll start a new world, and the rest of life can go on. That is hard. You'll end up with a pretty bad deck, usually. Not that I know anything about Magic the Gathering, aside from that it's expensive. I'm sure that's true. I gave you 100% benefit of the doubt and believe everything that you just said. What is the thing with the black square and the silver thing? The thing with the black square and the silver thing. Okay, you're going to need to be a little bit more... Are you talking about this? That's the only thing I can think of. This is a single tile of a reinforced wall, made of silver reinforced with silver, which I did to see if I could use that to inflate the value of a thing, and it worked. This temple wasn't satisfied with all these statues in it, and I built that. It's a silver wall with reinforced with silver engraved. And it, like, doubled the value of the room. I don't know the actual value of it because my appraiser kind of sucks, but we're working on it. So this is supposed to be my guild hall for siege operators, which, like, nobody's really spending much time in, and nobody's really going out of their way to go there. I think I need to inflate the value of it a bit. Speaking of inflating the value of things, I'm going to inflate the value of this spot. I'm also going to check my current bar supplies. Got 48 silver. Although, actually, I am wondering. Yeah, okay. So these are going to start showing up as in those walls, which kind of sucks. They need to sort that out eventually. But over here, we got tons of tetrahedrite, tons of copper. Okay, so let's just... You smelt copper. I'm just going to do these manually so that they cancel when we run out. I could make a bunch of black bronze. I can never remember what sterling silver makes, but I know it's valuable, so I'll just make some. Or what parts it takes. Melt a metal object if they're available. And let's just get that limonite smelted. And the hematite smelted. And the tetrahedrite smelted. It's make billin out of ore or make billin out of bars. And played DF in a few months. Our DF are reinforced walls from the latest update. They released yesterday morning, like 28 hours ago, maybe. I'd done that test with platinum and got something like hitting 2,000 with only that thing in it. Really? Like just a singular tile? Now I want to know what adamantine wall with adamantine reinforced with adamantine, what that value would hit. I'm also going to just drop down to here real quick, and we are going to move all these rando named animals that showed up alongside of the silly migrant wave I'm also going to go geld some bunny rabbits, I think. Because I do not need bunnies making bunnies in the fort. I also don't need pigs making pigs. Do I? Wait, hold on. Okay, I got two, but they're both ladies, so that's okay for right now. For the moment, I will allow it. Okay, so you're over here spinning. Holy fucking horse thread. On the base level under a mountain? The historic, like, statement would be, if you dig deep, you'll find fun, which usually just means the game gets more difficult. If you go deeper, you'll find more variety. You'll find different kinds of stone. You'll find the cavern layers like this one. This is the first cavern layer. The cavern layers will have different, like, flora and fauna in them. If you hit the cavern layers, then you will, like, if you hit the cavern layers, you'll find, other varieties of, like, metals and things. You'll also find different kinds of, like, wood that you wouldn't have access to otherwise. It's, like, basically material variety, mineral variety, rock variety, aesthetic variety, different threats. Like, you'll see forgotten beasts in the cavern layers. If you dig deep enough, you'll find lava, which, if you don't settle on a volcano, is very useful if you want to use it as part of, like smelting or for making glass or any other materials like that. So it's, like, it's useful. Do you need to do it? Certainly not. But it's definitely useful. That's a very dwarven activity. Enjoy your blacksmithing. What are you making, Happy Basset? And if you make anything cool, feel free to stick some pictures in the post art room on my Discord. If you're in it. I don't know. It's up to you. Hey, Tapioca. They did that. They added that as a feature this morning, which is one of the things I would like to build now. I was going to put it above ground, though. Use it as an excuse to make dwarves go above ground and, like, you know, not die of being scared of the sky. I'm also not farming much yet, but what I do want to do is I want to make a gather fruit and random veggies zone up here, because I got plenty of plants just growing up here. So might as well just make this into that. I am going to turn off this, though, so that they don't try to climb trees. Very useful. I'm also going to go back to work orders and just go to plant gatherers and be like, all right, I need only a handful of plant gatherers, so... Actually, let's just go to anybody who's already a farmer. Or a herbalist. Just limit it to these dwarves. Is that a giant rhino? Yeah, we bought it from the elves. His name's Attila the Dun. Which was somebody's username who asked for it. I thought it was quite fitting, honestly. And that was supposed to be a wood storage, but I guess I never added it properly. But yeah, I'm thinking about plopping something down over here. Making a catapult slash... It's blocked? Oh, there's a tree in the middle of this. Duh. I'm thinking about making some sort of catapult slash general siege weapon training zone. Which I'm going to put right here. Because they have a training setting now. And they apparently get more XP if you put them in front of targets. And I'm not saying that because somebody just said that in Twitch chat. That was literally in the patch notes this morning. So. We had one siege yesterday, Maximus, and there's footage of it in the video I uploaded this morning about the patch. Currently, the doors are just exceptionally busy. A lot of hauling going on. We're just trying to get these boulders out of here mostly because there's so many boulders back here. So currently I just have this really big stockpile and they're just infinitely stocking all the boulders over there. So that's currently what's happening. You know, I have not seen a giant sperm whale in Dwarf Fortress with the exception of the times that I've spawned them in arena mode. So if you can find a giant sperm whale, I'm already impressed. I literally ended stream yesterday, Baruz, and got up and, like, started dinner. Like, I started a pot of water boiling so I could make pasta and set an alarm for when that would be ready, and sat down again and started editing after sitting in a meeting for 30 minutes that I was late for because I forgot it was happening last night, but my building had a meeting last night, so I took part in that. And then I went, like, half made dinner and finished editing that video at, like, 10:30. I went to bed. I mean, finding mermaids is just as hard as finding giant sperm whales. Actually, maybe harder in some worlds it might be harder, in some worlds it might be easier, depending on Untamed Wilds versus Joyous Wilds. I won't know until I've made a few. Jake Pritzel. So, I have played 2 years of One Fort since this patch. I will not be able to give, like, direct like, I could bullshit together some things and be like, this is my recommendation on what you should build for your entrance. But I would just be talking up my ass and not actually know what I'm talking about. I will not know what a good setup for this version of the game is until like at least a week or two from now. At least, maybe a little bit longer than that even. And anybody who says that they have recommendations doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. Go mine. You Dwarfus. Why you no mine? The heck? There you go. Should we have a siege counter? I don't know how we would track that. I mean, the answer is 1. So... I don't really want to put a number on screen if that's what you're suggesting. I think it would depend on the materials. I think that's something that, like, a lot of, like, actual material dwarf science needs to be done. And I'm personally just going to keep checking the wiki until somebody does the science. But, I'm more curious about how big of a deal they're going to be for moods than actually how much stronger they are. I don't know why, but that's the thing that I'm more curious about. I mean, they're more but comparable to giant elephants, Emily, except you don't need to drain an ocean to find them. Or to actually catch them, rather. Yeah, that is the method of... See, catching them isn't the problem. It's finding them that's the problem. Like, if I tell you right now, go find a strangler. How would you do that? Just because of, like, the way wildlife is dispersed in a world? Even if you settle in the place where they're supposed to be, there's still only a fraction of a chance you'll actually see one. So you really need to remember that. Because I think that a lot of people just say, oh, well, you know, settle on ocean. No. There's a lot more to it than that. So good luck. I don't think you'll be able to find it. Yeah, and you could settle on 50 different moist tropical broadleaf forests and not see a strangler. You could settle on 100 of them and not see a single strangler. You could settle on 250 of them and not see a strangler because there's like a 1 in like 20 chance that you'll get a strangler. So not only is it like rare biomes that we're talking about here, but we're also talking about like shiny hunting's levels of like absurdity when it comes to frequency of creatures appearing. As an added like psycho bonus, on top of that, oceans have a lot more creature variety that can wander into the map than an evil, moist, tropical broadleaf forest. So you need to be in an Untamed Wilds ocean and hope that you happen to get creatures from that Untamed Wilds ocean, but you can't settle just on ocean. So you also are settling on land, which means you're also going to be getting animals from the pool of whatever is on land. So say you're settling on a savanna, right? That's also Untamed Wilds. You have a % chance to get all of the animals from the savanna plus all of the animals from the ocean. They're placed on World Gen, and they are calculated and can actually go extinct during World Gen. Giant creatures like giant whales, which is what we're talking about here, can also go extinct, but the game won't tell you unless you really go digging into the save file. You can find out approximately where a creature is located by asking people in adventure mode. So if you go into adventure mode and you go to the bestiary, which is a tab in the quest log, I think, you can get an approximate location to go to find certain types of rarer creatures, which is very important. You should do that. But you can also ask people about the surrounding lands, and you can ask where to find certain types of animals. And then you just have to hope that the game decides to pull that animal to put it in your fortress. Because when you settle a fortress, you don't just get a rotation of all of the animals that exist in the region. You get whatever the game decides to give you, which isn't going to be all of the animals that populate that region. It's going to be a portion of them. And it's, from my testing, which is probably completely inaccurate, and observations over the years, it seems to be, like, based on the number of tiles that your fortress currently has access to. So, like, yes. So animals have, like, a pattern that they walk through in the overworld. They've got different tiles that they occupy, and they will walk through your fortress. So, like, if every single time 15, I don't know, gazelles walk into your map, you kill them, you will start to deplete the population of gazelles in that region. And there might be 10,000 of them, there might be 80, right? But for rarer creatures, there might be 2, right? Like Sasquatches, as an example, are a good example of this. They're not actually that rare. They're in most forests, but there's only 1 or 2 of them. Usually, like, the population density that they have is very low. So if you go into adventure mode and you kill 2 Sasquatches, you may have just killed every Sasquatch in that region. And also, if you are using mods and adding more creatures to the game, that, like, spreads out the populations of animals even more. Because the game does have, how do I put this? They do have, like, limitations for populations for the animals, so the game runs. I learned that Sasquatches existed because I was playing adventure mode and got ambushed by one. I got attacked by one. I was like, whoa, there's Sasquatches in this game? Although I may have read about them in a Dwarf's personality first. I actually can't remember. There's total population caps for animals. There's even, like, limited populations for vermin. Like, I remember at one point looking through the INI files at a world, for a world that I was playing, and, like, laughing hysterically because I saw the population of spiders in my world, and it was, like, 11,000 in, like, the region that I was in, and the total world was, like, 1 point something billion. I was like, Chaz was like, burn that save file with fire! Set it on fire! Get rid of it! I laughed pretty hard. There was 11,000 spiders in the fort I was playing. Do you know what the max limit is? No idea. But, like, the one way to make that super obvious, DF hack is back up here. I'll restart it just so I can show people. One of my favorite things about, like, vermin is if you make a beehive, you'll get an idea of how many vermin exist in each world because you see the bee population in your beehive. Now, each map if there's like 11 beehives or something on your map, or like 10 termites. Uh-oh, I don't think I actually updated DFhack. Damn it! Stop! Don't launch. Okay, too late. I relaunched Dwarf Fortress too quickly and DFhack didn't finish installing. Okay, now update. Done. Cool. Or like Webbed or whatever that game where you play as a spider's called, Ilmirin. But yeah, it's like 10,000 something bees per hive, right? And like the thing that you need to know about vermin in Dwarf Fortress, which you don't need to know, this is completely irrelevant and completely stupid and doesn't matter. If you have like chickens or something, or pigs, I can actually show you, you'll see bugs appearing, right? In adventure mode, you have a skill which is search, which like nobody uses. Unless like you like throwing bugs at people, which I might do. Or picking up bugs and putting them in your backpack for some reason. But if you have a bunch of livestock like pigs, you'll see like bugs appearing around them on the ground. And what this means is like, okay, so you know how you have like sheep, they're grazers. They need to be on grass. They need to eat grass, and they will make grass disappear periodically because they're eating it or trampling it. That can also happen. Down here, there's like beetles, louse, there's snails, there's worms, louse, lice. That's what those are, right? And that's because they have a skill that these guys don't have. They have search. You can do this in adventure mode, search for animals, and bugs appear around you. Essentially, bugs exist everywhere, all over the map, all of the time. They're just only visible when something is searching for them and breaking their stealth. Thanks for the 5 pennies, Baruz, and thanks for the Prime sub, Jane Annie. Appreciate it. Thank you for the satisfying the DF cravings while you're at work. Happy to help, mate. So, like, there's just bugs everywhere all the time in Dwarf Fortress, and I'm not even talking about bugs in the code. But they're only visible when something is going out of their way to look for them. Like that worm. Like those are just what this duck has spotted. Or this turkey has spotted. Or this duck has spotted. Because they're all looking for them all the time to eat them. It's the same reason why, like, you'll never get any dead vermin anywhere. But if you know... Thanks for the 15 bits, I think. You'll never have any dead vermin anywhere, but if you have cats in your fortress, they seek out vermin, discover them, and kill them, and leave their bodies everywhere. Because they don't eat them, because they're cats. So you'll just suddenly have... Bugs in the code also have a stealth skill. Well, I mean... syntax error. Anyway, I guess that means my coffee is kicked in because I just rambled about bugs for 20 minutes. Let's finish setting up that... actually, hold up. Did you find anything that I was looking for? I mean, okay, we did find more copper, more tetrahedrite, more copper, more obsidian. I'm gonna be really bummed out if there isn't an aquifer on this map. Okay, nothing there. Indigo tourmaline. Nifty. I'm starting to believe that this aquifer is a lie. I'm starting to believe it. It's existed in Dwarf Fortress as long as I've played, and I presume still works. Here, I'll show you. If you place a farm and drag it as big as it gets, and you scroll down. Actually, this is probably a bad angle to do. Let's go back up to where we were. So if you place a farm and drag it as big as it gets, and you scroll down, you see how it appears on the land, right? As I scroll down, right? Okay, so if I go down and I scroll through the first cavern layer, you see how it appears on the land? Okay, then I continue to scroll down, and I scroll down to the second cavern layer. You see how it appears on the land? Okay, then I scroll down, and I'm not looking at the layer, so I don't actually know how far down I am. If I scroll down, 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 scroll down, scroll down, scroll. Oh, yeah, okay. It doesn't. I can't find a third cavern layer, which means either those two are very close together, or who knows? Anyway, what was that about ground penetrating radar? We have farm technology. Field power. I wasn't looking at the layers, so I don't actually know where it is. I mean, that is absolutely possible, Big Doctor. I'm not going to save the game, cheat with DF hack, and then reload the save, because I could also just cheat with DF hack and then reverse the cheat with DF hack. If I was going to cheat with DF hack, I would have done it already, but that removes all of the fun. Now, I'll probably just utilize the water in the first cavern layer, because I can, and it's there. I'll just grab a pump and pump it. That probably be what I will do. Also, we're in an ad break, so I'll pause. There was a redeem? Shit. When? 4 minutes ago? Okay. You want a duck? A quackers? I'll wait until the ads are done, so they know that I saw that. Thanks for yelling at me. Sorry, I was rambling about bugs. That was redeemed. Gonna sleep soon. It's 3:35 a.m. That is entirely too late at night. Go to bed. Are just towing around with their farm radar? I mean, naturally. No, that's a bug that's existed since Dwarf Fortress went 3D. And it's, like, weird enough that I kind of hope it never gets fixed. It's also one that people don't really complain about, so. Because I played tons of RimWorld and started to hate it with time. I find Kenshi really boring, Jade. Or Jude, not Jade. Although I will go back to Kenshi when Kenshi 2 releases. I do like Star Sector, though. That's kind of Kenshi-ish. I'm not bored of Dwarf Fortress yet. God forbid I ever get bored of Dwarf Fortress. That's genuinely the majority of it. It's like, I'm not bored of Dwarf Fort yet. Do you want the one that's okay, do you want a drake or a duck? Do you want a male duck or a lady duck? And do you want the one that's a pet already, or do you want to be a free independent duck that's at risk of getting slaughtered randomly if I don't read effectively? You want the one that's a pet cat. Oh, I've got caps lock on. He is absorbed in... Okay, remember. This is a duck. He is absorbed in delusions of self-importance and very impolite and inconsiderate of property. You know, honestly, that checks out. He's grounded in reality and tends to hang on to grievances. He is quite ambitious and often feels envious of others. He has a calm demeanor and tends to avoid crowds. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic. And is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. Quack. He is quick to form negative views about things, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He does not go out of his way to help others. Doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. I love that this is a bug, too. They just have, like, the personalities of the factions that they were a part of. So technically that's a bug. That duck responds that way and feels that way, but please never fix that Tarn. Although he did say he will never fix it. He's like, we just want to make them better. Because that was like an oversight when they were building the UI for Steam, was that like all creatures would just get personalities that were readable when they were supposed to be hidden. And it's like the greatest thing ever that they didn't hide them, and I hope that they never hide them. It's certainly one of the consistently funniest. Like, reading a dog about a dog's personality making them misbehave is also really funny. Peculiar Lobster, thanks for the 6 months. Welcome back, mate. Means they were always there? Sure. But it's just like reading in Legends. You can find out that ducks and all other animals, if they have children, get married very briefly and then immediately get divorced. It's stuff like that. It's like, oh, so the game is like, that's how the game allows the creature to have a kid. More than anything. But also that is how that works in Dwarf Fortress. I've now embiggened this guild hall a bit. And let's make copper furniture. Let's just make 20, 20, 20. They're married just long enough to have kids. Yep. Mm-hmm. All I have to say is that, like, the marriage chapel industry in Dwarven livestock must be booming. In Dwarf Fortress, yes, which is really frustrating when, like, a dwarf has, like, 40 lovers and only married once, because they can only get married once, but they can have infinite lovers. And I've had dwarves before that have had, like, 24 lovers, but are married. And so all of their lovers can't have kids because they're married. This happened in a generation fort that I did where everybody had to have kids to increase the population. And it was very frustrating. I was so happy when that dwarf died because immediately, like, 24 dwarves got married. It was the best thing ever. When looking at other NPCs, oh, it's less informative in a lot of ways, actually, Rum Rusher. Like, the old wall of text actually has more information that hides, and some information is hidden now. Like, you can't tell a dwarf's birthday just by looking at them now. Anyway, Odom the Weaponsmith has been elected mayor. We have a mayor on now, who I will do my damnedest to satisfy, like, immediately. So let's work on that. You know, I've got this nifty little room that I was going to do something else with, but let's make this into a mayor's office and dining room. Because why not? Also might need to go eat some more in a second. Sag. Got 20 sterling silver bars. Actually, what do I have for logs? Let's do maple. I like maple in real life. It's a good log. And that's not just because I'm Canadian. It's like a genuinely pretty looking wood, okay? Sorry, I might be biased. I'm afraid if that offends you, then I'm sorry there, bud. Just gonna have to call you a hoser and move on. Can you assassinate a dwarf? I mean, not one that is outside of your fort in fort mode. You could assassinate a dwarf in adventure mode. You could swap to adventure mode and then walk to that location where that character is and stab them repeatedly in the forehead with a sharp, pointy object, and then retire the adventurer and reclaim your fortress. But not within fort mode. Although I want to say that's on a roadmap somewhere. That you'll be able to hire assassins. And then within your fort, I mean, obviously. Why would I assassinate a dwarf, though? I'm sure my mayor's fine, if that's what you're talking about. And within your own fort, yeah, I mean, if you watch my cult video, I do that like a dozen times in that video. There was also one fort I built once, which quite literally ended with me making a burrow and assigning like 24 nobles on that bridge and then pulling the lever and dropping them all into the lava. I can't even remember which fort it was. But I did that. I want to say that might have been Boulder's Gate, actually. I may have done that in Boulder's Gate. Okay, I'm going to do reinforced walls back here. Because this is where I'm putting the reinforced walls. Basalt. Copper. Thank you, Dominoc. Oh, well, I mean, it was a she that had too many lovers, and she was the leader of my militia, and she had, like... The thing was, okay, so there was a lot more to the story than just that. That dwarf was the leader of my militia and the best combat dwarf I had. That was 2 things. Second, she was married and had, like, 14 children with her husband. But she was also lovers with just about every other male dwarf in the fort. And so there was about 40 dwarves in the fort at the time. About 14 of them were her children. And most of the female dwarves were single because most of the male dwarves were lovers with her. So there was kind of a lot more to it than just that. Like, could I have assassinated that dwarf? Absolutely. This was also, like, years ago. Could I have assassinated that dwarf? Absolutely, I could have. However, they were also the most productive baby maker in the fort at the time, and it wasn't guaranteed that all of those dwarves that were lovers with her would go get married or find other partners or even have kids if she died. So, on one hand, she was the most consistent mother in the fort. On the other hand, she was also hogging all the other potential fathers in the fort. So it was like, there was a lot more to it than just, could I have would assassinating that dwarf have fixed the problem? Maybe? But I wasn't certain. Also, she was really old. She was like 150-something years old. So like, in worst case scenario, I only needed to wait another 20 years for her to just die of old age, which did just happen eventually. And there was much rejoicing when she died. Absolutely, but it wasn't. Also, this was in an era where, like, loyalty problems can happen. So if I, like, intentionally killed that dwarf in some way, it could have caused, like, all of the other dwarves in the fort that were lovers with her to tantrum immediately. And in a fortress where you get no migrants because the game was different back then, and you have, like, only 40 dwarves, your options are somewhat limited, and you kind of value every dwarf. I'm not gonna, like, go through a list of reasons as to why the game was different back then, because it'll confuse people that have just tuned in, but, like, simply put, killing her would have been a bad idea. Because they all die on the 1st of spring. Tam the jam. Which kind of bugs me. I wish that didn't happen. It's kind of like City Skylines, actually, which does the same thing. Okay, so we're going to have the office table and the dining table. This side is going to be the office, or this side is going to be the dining table. And this side is going to be the office table. Except you actually need to be shrunk a little bit. Mayor also wants a better bedroom. They want weapon racks. They want 1 weapon rack, 1 armor stand, and 2 chests. I thought I made those. Guess I didn't. How many fun colors? Do Stibonite. Make them blue. Yeah, it's just 220. I mean, I already have one, so I clearly need to update it. But I don't want to just, like, vomit out, like, nonsense really quickly, Sean Mullen. Because, like, if it doesn't actually have accurate information, there's no point in making something. But yeah, I'm absolutely going to try and do something. But there's no reason to do it unless it, like, is accurate information. And I'm not going to do it if it's not accurate information. I mean, even killing anybody before version 41.18 was a bad idea, but killing anybody with a lot of friends right up until version 50 was even a bad idea. Who's the angriest in my fort? I don't know. We'll find out in a sec. The Ranger, Servesh, has created a shale earring and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor sold all cloister cleaned. The most angry dwarf in my fort is Devilish Potato, which actually checks out. Because they witnessed a bunch of people die in front of them. Although they are getting over that trauma that they've had, which is unfortunate, but they're working on it. That artifact was right here. This is a shale earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular shale cabochons and encircled with bands of cushioned basalt cabochons and encircled with almond wood. It menaces with spikes of chestnut. I will give that to my new mare as a gift. Speaking of the new mare, they need a bedroom that is better than the one that they currently have. Where is your bedroom? Well, I'll just do this the easy way. Have a chest, and I'll smooth your walls. If that doesn't satisfy you, well then, I'll engrave the floor, I guess. That should get you up to decent quarters, I would think. Creator of the Dreams of Mating? Hold up. What? I'm not seeing this. I am seeing the hot moon. Unless you made it somewhere before you got here. I need to go consume some carbohydrates. I will be back momentarily.
Sandwich! Cheese for everyone!
Over here, he has a sword!
It's like a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Cheese for everyone!
Ah. I've been wanting to work on those and make them more accessible, but I'm just not entirely sure how. And then honestly, I keep forgetting. Tam the Jam.
Over here, he has a sword.
There is a Gorlak in the fort, and it is currently a member of the, like, non-fort entities, so they're a temporary individual. Hey, the elves have arrived to trade again. They sold me a giant animal before, so I'm going to trade with them again. But I do hope to increase that. New loading screen is sick. The new, like, main menu art is great. Cut. Gems is what I want. Just gonna bring these over, and we'll just see what they have. Did they? Like, in this patch? I know Tarn expressed interest in wanting to make Gorlaks more in functioning as intended, but... Oh, yeah, the Gorlak butt. Gorlaks are supposed to be more frequently members of society, so... It would be cool if they actually did something with that, but... this over here, plumwood logs. Plumwood log, and then I'm gonna go to the end of this and make some archery targets. Let's just make these out of phalite. And then I'm just gonna place a catapult. Maybe two. If I can fit them.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
It's evening already? I mean, it's morning here. Still. So, you know, this is my kind of low blood sugar brain speaking, but based on the upgrade that you're mentioning, does that mean that Gorlaks are buttheads? Because they only have head and feet and arms. I'm a child. I'm an idiot. The fuck? I need to grow up.
Nani?
Right, yes. That. Bunch of buttheads. Anyway, you're gonna be set to training mode. Will also target enemies, place archery targets for better training. I guess archery targets are enemy? Their strike is a headbutt? Well, they can't, like, chest bump because they do wear pants on their heads. This is a well-known fact. Alrighty, broker. I need you to go broker stuff.
It's a unit system. I know this.
I don't think anything technically does in Dwarf Fortress, although grime appears on the floor sometimes. You brought a giant chameleon? And a giant warthog? And a normal-sized kakapo. Well, I'll buy the chameleon and the warthog. And also all of your barrels, because I'm lazy. I need to bring more value. The value! Cloth. Cave spider silk cloth is tradable with them, so... Same with pigtail cloth. Oh, there's a redeem name. I wasn't looking. But, I see it. What want? Bioactive, yes. Wait. You want me to name one Baruz? You want me to name the mayor Baruz? Is that what you want me to do? Just clarifying. It's because people on Twitch tend to throw more money at streamer than on YouTube, but generally between the, like, YouTube videos generally make roughly as much as I do on Twitch each month. But from the streams, yeah, it's like 50 times more from Twitch. But I don't know, it doesn't really matter to me, genuinely. I'd prefer you watch on Twitch because I find reading Twitch chat easier. Like, it's an easier chat room for me to parse visually. How much do I make? Do you ask people that randomly? I make about as much as somebody who works in a blue-collar job. Because I make about as much as my brother-in-law, and he's an electrician. Some migrants have arrived. I make enough to be able to buy an apartment and have a mortgage, but not enough to buy an apartment and a car. Yeah. About 80 grand a year. Before 2022, when Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam, I made like 30 on a good year. I mean, it was like, there was one point where I did the math based on the number of hours I streamed in a year, and it was like I was making 80 cents an hour. Yeah, also this is Canada money. This is also like post-taxes. I'm not talking about gross income. Because gross income confuses the fuck out of people, I've learned. Migrants have arrived, and it's a sheep. Lovely. And a child. Excellent. Okay, let's see what we've got with the extra stuff. By the way, if it's purple or red, purple means it's banned by a what's it called? A noble, and red means the elves will go, "Blah, I won't buy that from you. That is offensive to our people." Is what that means. I'm going to unsell some of my gems so I can keep some of them. Because I can just grow more fabric, but... Done. And now I got more big animals to add to the big animal room. I love how the giant chameleon has a tiny sprite. I wonder how big the giant chameleon actually is. Everything you see in game is vanilla, and those colors are vanilla, not DF hack. It's based on the skill of your appraiser. So if you have a really crappy appraiser or a low skill appraiser, they won't like indicate that. But if you have banned items from here, your appraiser will point it out. Do you know how big chameleons are? Because they ain't 3 feet long, mate. Chameleons are like, eh. Maybe a big. Well, also, most of them won't hire me because I'm too visually impaired to be considered, like, work safe. Like, I'm a liability at a lot of jobs, which is one of the reasons I ended up doing this as a form of income, because I gave up trying to get jobs. Basically, I can work retail without being a liability. And I don't like working retail very much. But who does, really? I've just got so many competent mark dwarves. Also a hunter now, which is interesting because those are disabled. You know, I got really badly electrocuted at my old job, Jetnox, so I believe it. Okay, true story, because we're about to get hit by an ad. I was mopping, and I was mopping behind a cabinet thing, like a metal container, in a kitchen, and my mop got stuck on something, and I reached in to grab whatever it was. Well, it turns out that was where they plugged in the coffee maker, and people would just pull the plug out from a distance by holding like the end of the cable and just yanking it when they'd unplug it to clean underneath them. And that had caused the screws to come loose from the wall. And there was about that much of a gap between the back of the wall and the electrical outlet. And my mop wrapped around the electrical outlet. And I didn't realize that because there was maybe that much space behind the thing, so I couldn't really see. And so I reached back to get it unsnagged from whatever it was snagged on and woke up halfway across the room. Yeah, because we just got a big migrant wave, right? So. Yeah! Wasn't the first time I got sent to emergency mid-shift, but I think it was the last. At least you woke up. Yeah, no. I literally woke up to my manager doing this in front of my face going, he's not dead. You feel like I'm about to get a siege? It's mid-spring. Maybe summer. Summer or fall, probably. That is gigantic. The sprite's just not that big. That's what's funny about it, I guess. Is the chameleon female? The eggs might be worth it? Ooh, actually, it's not a bad call to check. It is female. Okay, I'll put it underground because that's where I'm going to put my eggs anyway. Did I ever make nest boxes? I was gonna do that with ducks, but... Next box! No, apparently they heard a bang. Like, of me smacking the wall. And, like, people saw a flash and shit. So, no, they were, like, legitimately concerned about whether or not I was dead. Nice, Blue. Thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Yesterday was bananas, so... Thanks for contributing. And now we have a Rangers Guild. I'm sure that's useful. Something collapsed on the surface? Oh, most likely. Definitely that day it did. Just trying to decide where I want to put a Rangers Guild. I should probably just delete this. Just wanted to get all those logs in there, but... Because I kind of want that to be above ground. Question is, do I want to build up? Because if I'm building up, I should just put it, like, above this, like, over here. Anyone have tips for beginner sieges with the new update? I think, at least for me, I'm still too early on to give you a direct answer on that. But just play cautiously. And slowly. That's all I can really say. Because we're all still pretty new to this. Oh, hey, monkeys. I presume that there's a dead monkey there now? I don't see it. Kind of looked like they were attacking a monkey. Well, we went from 70 to 101. It was 31. I mean, we've traded quite a lot of value, so Where the heck are they all going? Oh. Dead gray langurs. Got it. They just died kind of far away. Looks badass. Well, thank you. I mean, I think it looks half-built and unfinished, but I'm glad you like the look of it. Clem Hazard in YouTube chat says, I spent 3 years building an obsidian caster on the surface with your siege update fort. I don't even have a bedroom, let alone a way to defend against a siege. I love how this update is like completely changing the way that we think about like what I want to know is when the goblins do invade me, because it's a matter of time. They will invade me. When they invade me, are they still going to give me a parlay? Because I was saying, like, I want more variety in parlays, which is true, I do. But parlays are also a lot more valuable now if sieges are serious threats now, you know? Like, if they offer a parlay, that's a much easier option to swallow than it is to fight with them if they actually bring, like, scary shit. It's a giant warthog. And I genuinely feel that way now, like... I mean, you can dispose of bodies into lava. I'm literally doing that. But, I mean, you still need to memorialize the character if they were friendly at one point. And for enemies, like, you can absolutely just burn enemy bodies, but dwarves still have to carry them, so it's still scarring. Also, I should probably turn off children hauling corpses. I only just got a bunch of kids in the fort. Hold up, what? Why do I have a captain of the guard now? Oh, did I make you into a captain of the guard? That's my bad. Wrong kind of squad. Get rid of you. Do not want you yet. Just don't want to deal with that yet. Right, yes, I need to name the mayor bioactive. Sorry, low blood sugar brain. They're also in the barricaded urns, which I'm gonna remove them from. Swap that out with one of these other dwarves. Was I supposed to name them bioactive or Barus? Or am I dumb? Because bioactive requested it, but they said something about Barus. I'm confused. I'm presuming I'm naming them bioactive. Yes, okay. Which, by the way, you're the creator of the... Yeah, that's what. I got distracted by the dreams of mating and then went off on my day. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She doesn't often feel envious of others and doesn't often feel lustful. She lives a fast-paced life and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She doesn't seek out excitement and she's offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She isn't particularly ambitious and doesn't easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She dreams of mastering skill and personally respects the shrewd and guileful and values eloquence and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes sterling silver, wood, or petrified wood, and faint yellow diamond, and giant deer hoof, the color fuchsia, and shields, scepters, and blue peafowls for their coloration when possible prefers to consume sweet potato wine, and soft wheat flour, and absolutely hates lizards. So you like sterling silver. Sterling silver statue. 1. What was your last name? Bioactive? Just waiting for your name to kick in. Zonar Ban. Okay. Sonar Ban. This one. Helm or cradle. We'll put it in your bedroom or something. You're still not satisfied with your room. Also, you just put on that truly splendid item in your ear. That earring. Now you're off to go pray. So many dwarves are praying. I only made a temple at the very end of the last stream, so that's probably got something to do as to why. I'm making bedrooms because I'm seeing dwarves sleeping on the floor. And then I will finish reading your description. You'll be in the fort for a longer time now? What makes you say that? Oh, because you have a statue? I mean, I suppose. I always, like, try and do things like actually creating histories for my dwarves, and then shit goes to hell, and then I forget. It just happens that I like... Or they like a material that I have access to. You've got a large family. Your niece lives in the fort, who's one of my brewers. You've got a legendary nephew, Box Abnako Kokebzo Naguto. Whatever that is. You're the former member of a bunch of different things. You're a member of the Coven of Merchants, the god of wealth and trade. You're a former member of the Basement of Spires, former record keeper for the Weaponsmiths Guilds of the Hall of Attacking, and you're a former liver adder of the Wild Coal, which is another location. Bioactive seconds before disaster. Yeah, I was digging somewhere and like miscalculated, and this room's about to fill up with lava. You just wait. There's just cradling her blood everywhere. Up here was also where I was going to put, and still am going to put, my Rangers Guild. Yes, I do have DF Hack running. I just don't like the overlays, and I don't generally use the, like, automations. Because I just kind of find it to be annoying and not super useful. It's mostly just I played the game for so long without them that playing with them just feels weird. That's the main reason for all of it. Also, T-Chart, hello. You're dwarfing in your fortress right now? Hell yeah. Also, out of curiosity, how many people are dwarfing in their fortresses today? $1,800. That's cool. It's more than yesterday. I just wanted to know what the public numbers were. Yesterday peaked at 1,600. Today peaked at higher than that. Also, Darius the Milker's been found dead. All right, so that answers my question. Of like, you know, does catapult friendly fire now? Yes. The spinning sharp basalt strikes the milker in the head, denting the skin and bruising the muscle.
Bring out your dead!
So that answers that. Just bap. Man, that's like... no update yet. Still waiting. Penosit. But the current update is catapults can friendly fire now. Which means, okay. Let's set these both to load, but do not fire. How do I make this safe then? Maybe put bars in front of them? It doesn't just they've fired many at the targets. It doesn't destroy the archery targets or even damage them. We need to do some science here, I think. So first off, I need to wall this off, I think. That's like the first thing that we need to do. The second thing I think that we need to do is to... I presume put something in front of them. We could put grates? I mean, I don't think it's got anything to do with traffic zones. Maybe put them further back? I mean, I need to stop the shrapnel from coming back and smacking them in the face, right? I'm thinking let's try fortifications and see what that does. And also, I think I have a tomb available? I do. So that's good. Did I take kids off of corpses? I don't think I did. I think I said that out loud and then didn't do it. That should keep the kids safe-ish. I mean, it literally was a work... You know, okay, this is actually a momentous occasion. I cannot remember the last time I had a dwarf die doing a training activity. Because when did they remove like lethal hits in sparring? Like... V34? That is a volcano, yeah. You would say further back? I think that too, probably. Because I know that they aim at the targets. So I could move this back to, like, here. Get rid of this. Deconstruct you and move them back to, like, here. No, you haven't had to do that since, like, 2011? Punchman? Because that was when lethal hits from training was removed from the game. I mean, you can give them training weapons, but it doesn't benefit you in any way. Just get rid of those. This is a world gen volcano. I'm not... Oh. Remember earlier we were like, yo, that's suspect. Why is there a legendary weaponsmith with no skills? Maybe that's a vampire. I think I have a vampire in the fort. Is it you? Yeah. Gonna go through my legendary dwarves real quick. Hold up. Is it the mayor? It's always suspect number 2. Found him. Yeah, yes, you picked the vampire. All right, well, I've got an idea. Well, not Eternity of Levers. But you know, like, ticketing centers? I can't give you the vampire. The vampire's already named, you doofus. Who else would you like? Like, literally, it's named Bioactive. We literally just made a joke about this. Test a catapult on him? I was just gonna lock him in a room. You guys are being all mean to my lovely mayor, and, like, yeah, he's got a disability, and it's unfortunate, and we're gonna do our best to accommodate, you know? And this dwarf's now yelling at somebody in charge. And so is this child. And so is you. So now that you're alone in this room, lock these doors. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fortify this and fortify this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig through here and dig through here. That's exactly what I'm doing. That is exactly what I'm doing. I mean, it's this or we convict them of a crime and maybe cave their head in. The mayor is making their own fortification. I think that this is an admittance of guilt, if you ask me. They also killed a child. That's the truly grim part about this. You killed a child who was probably being actively held by their mother at the time. Like, that is dark, man. Fun size snack? Yeah, true. It's a Lunchable, right? It was just needed a nibble. Start quoting Star Wars. I'll be honest with you. The last Star Wars movie I watched was Star Wars Episode 7, and I watched it in the movie theater, and I hated it so much. I haven't seen a Star Wars thing since. So, I don't know if I could anymore. At least not as well as I could have. Or at least not as well as I did back in the day. Still gonna satisfy their needs, though. And I'm also just going to go into here. And I'm going to remove a little bit of space. Put a little bit of meeting zone right there. And this can be a library. And we're gonna call this the closed Palace is actually pretty good. And my mayor is going to be the only scholar. That's what I think I'm going to do right now. Which one is 7? It was the first one that Disney made. It's the one where, like... It's the one that had the super, like, fan servicey, guilt trippy trailer of Chewie, we're home. Vampire Necromancer? I don't know. I'm just kind of winging it right now. Mostly, I'm too worried about keeping this fort alive and not too worried about, like, my mayor. And I don't really want to have to deal with having to get rid of this one. So I think for right now, it's mostly just oh well. We'll work with what we got. Yeah, except I'm not gonna pay for Disney Plus. If I end up like paying for something unrelated that gives me Disney Plus, maybe I'll watch it, but until then, nah. Let's get that child buried. Oops, no, I don't want Sterling Silver, I just want Vassal. Because it was 1, 2, 3, and then the original trilogy was 4, 5, and 6. 7 was the first of the new ones that Disney started making. Chat's actually like confusing me now. They're like, was that 8? I don't even know anymore. 8 was the one that I didn't even watch those movies. 8 was the one that like was just Luke Skywalker drinking milk for an hour and like 2.5 hours, right? At least that's the only gift that I've seen out of that is the weird blue milk stuff. That was 8. I know that much. Not that I've seen it, but I think I watched the first like 20 minutes of it once when I was at somebody's house because it was just on. Yeah, we have Disney. I have no interest in paying for it. Like, I pay for Shudder. That's the boutique-y streaming service I pay for. Let's see if the meetings can work. I may need to lock you in here, deconstruct this, and place bars there, because they don't seem to be using the fortifications. Oh, hey, it's used for lead. See, now they're all running in to complain at somebody in charge. Accepting remembering being caught in the rain. Well, that's good. It's a good thought to have. Yeah, I've, like, made up my mind in my life that if I'm not willing to pay for something, then it's not worth watching. If I'm not willing to pay for a service, I'm not going to go around that service to acquire it other ways. I know I could. I have limited hours, and there's so much media and so much stuff out there that I want to watch that it's just not worth. It's like these kids want to die. It's just not worth me spending the time on it more than anything. Well, also, it doesn't help that, like, the dwarves in this fortress generally aren't super happy at the moment. So they're, like, all running in here to, like, have meetings with the mayor and yell at somebody in charge. So I'm just hoping that me changing how this works here will fix this. Because I could place another bars over there, but that's upsetting. They're probably on a certain, notebook. Their phone number is probably in a certain... I'm not even gonna... You know what I'm talking about. Something, release the Epstein files. Mayor wants that routinely eat a... I had a mayor once that would routinely eat the outpost liaison every year. It sounds like you need to get a baron and, like, usurp that dude's authority. It's really fucking funny. How bad is it if your main civ is behind the mountains? If you go to the overworld and you mouse over it and it says days travel, that's fine. If it says inaccessible from your location, that could cause problems, but probably won't. It's one of those, like, it could be a reason why you don't get migrants if you don't get migrants, but probably won't cause you to not get migrants. I may have to just make this into a burrow and not allow anybody in it for a minute. Enable burrow. What squad are you in? Barricaded urns. Go train. Lock that door. Somebody should do that sooner than later. I would hope. Do not open. Angry mayor inside. She is hungry. Okay, there we go. Problem solved. Although, actually, what I might do is just remove everybody from this burrow except for children. And leave it on. So now we need to see if this works. So what I might actually have to do, like if they always go to the dining hall to attend a meeting, I may have to just like fucking shrink the dining hall down to over here. And then take your table and your chair, expand this. Well, actually, no, I can just expand this. And this is like a little bit annoying, but that or I'll just need to like end pasture or something. This mayor like just in this specific spot. By that I mean burrow. Stupid AF mayor. Okay, can you... South. Oi. Dipshit. Sometimes there is, but yeah, usually it's one of those big things that needs to be updated. It's like a very, very, very ancient issue with older versions of the game that never got modernized, is the reality of like why dwarves can't travel through mountains. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just get this one done, and if you eat them, then okay. Let's just see if they move. I want them to move south down. Wait, oh right, yeah, I was moving those tables and chairs. I kind of forgot. So far, very positive. I've only seen one siege, but it wasn't one of the ones with a lot of the new stuff, so all I saw was the new behaviors. And the siege, like, behaved completely differently. Oh, also, you're in a squad, so maybe if I delete your squad, you'll go stand where I need you to stand. Yes, you do. Okay, sweet. So for this burrow, I'm actually just going to remove this area. Because they ignore burrows when they're in a squad. Like, duh. So far, very positive feels about the new update. But I've got a mare that's a vampire. Oh, speaking of. I may have to ignore the mare who's a vampire. For a bit. Also, siege weapons are, like, kind of ridiculous now, actually. Which I suppose you'll see in a moment. The dead walk. Hide while you still can. Pause. Hold up. Mare. Quit being a doofus. Everybody else. Except the mayor. Because you ate somebody. You've lost your burrow rights. I'm also going to go up to here. Get both squads training. Okay, there we go. I don't know what's wrong with you and why you refuse to just go to your burrow like I told you to. It would be very easy for you to just go do that. But like... Oh, there you are. Now you're standing where you're supposed to stand. Look at you behaving. It was like, oh, we're getting invaded. Okay, I'll go stand where I'm supposed to stand. All right, so over here, I'm just going to go pull this lever. Step number 1, pull the lever. Step number 2, scream incessantly. Step number 3, profit. Okay, mayor's fully locked into their room. Should be fine now. Let's see where the undeads are. So, if you've seen a lot of undead sieges, you'll notice almost immediately that they're behaving completely differently. They also have a lot more weapon variety, is something else I've noticed. But they behave so differently from the way they did before. Before, they would just, like, single file, like, beeline into your fortress. But now, instead of doing that, they're, like, they clump up and kind of ball their way towards your fortress. I also had them run away multiple times. So let's just do open fire. Open fire. No, not practice fire. Open fire. Open fire. There's the new siege engines, which shows the nearby bolts that are available, and how many of them are not allowed to be put into these bolt throwers. Only, so like if there are ones that are assigned to squads, which I do have bolts assigned to this squad, but they have their own supply, basically, is what that means. Also, I need to refresh that, actually, because some of them don't have bolts. Sheesh. And then catapults, when they fire boulders now, they explode on contact and send sharp shrapnel everywhere. Sharp shrapnel everywhere. You go there. And over here, this will fire at will. This will fire at will. This will fire at will. Lastly, this will fire at will. Also, I should put a chest up in here and allow this squad, yes, the top squad, to store their bolts there. So now where is the baddie siege? It's over here somewhere, right? Okay, I'll just jump to it. Also, please clip stuff, chat. Please and thank you. So something else that I noticed the last time is a bunch of them died pretty quickly in one spot because, like, that's just where all my Mark Dwarves could hit them. They started avoiding that area and trying to, like, hide under ceiling cover. Speaking of ceiling cover, they actually have a lot of it. I need to fix that. Maybe not a lot of it, but I do need to fill this up with a brick. So they will try and hide underneath these walkways to avoid the Mark Dwarves and their bolts. Let's see if we can get to that right now. It should be in the burrow? No, it's not. Mark's Dwarves were updated back in, I don't even know. Was it last October was the first update? Which more or less fixed them, in my opinion. And then they got all of their behaviors redone this at the beginning. It was either the beginning of summer or spring. But like, yeah, you can. I have several videos on them now. They are ridiculously strong now and a lot easier to manage. Like, they were ridiculously strong before, but they were annoying to manage. Now they're ridiculously strong and stronger and also easier to manage. So that has been the case since like midsummer. I need to brew some drinks, which I do have a task for. Is it paused? Is it not in the barrel? Okay, we'll just run that. I don't know why that's... Oh, requires unrotten fermentable plants. Makes sense. Just go down here and harvest a bunch of this stuff. Go up here. And tell them to go harvest a bunch of this stuff. Don't want to run out of brewskis during a siege. Also, that would be helpful for this. The other thing is there's now this, so you can like manually decide who does siege operating things. Actually, like, not seeing anybody operating the siege equipment. What the heck? Okay, you are... Yeah, I see fire. Fired enemies, fired enemies. One of my siege operators has been possessed. Excellent opportunity to do something that's not even remotely helpful. Unrelated, the Coven of Merchants now wants a temple and a priest. Great. That is a popular religion. Everything happening all at once. You'll love to see it. That was my mayor claiming a workshop, which was a stoneworker shop. Oh, not my mayor, my old expedition leader and my siege operator. So sieges are now at 2. So I'm curious if they're going to be significantly less keen to go in that way. Because the last time, they all died in that tunnel, right? So I have this right here. But the last time they went into that tunnel, they all died. So it seems like they are now rejecting that tunnel, which I would too, frankly. But we'll see. We'll give them a little bit of time. And if they don't, then I'll open the front door, and we'll use that secondary battlement that I built. But they're still moving, so maybe not. They're definitely not moving as quickly as they did the last time. Let's do sieges! Ah! 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 It kind of makes me wish there was more default work details, but I digress, Piticato. Like, I would like to just see a weapon smithing and furniture smithing work details. This is what happens when I sit cross-legged at a weird angle and then drop my foot down really quickly without realizing that my cable from my microphone is wrapped around my foot. Sorry about that. Oh, that's also true. He just keeps on getting stepped on by the zombies, because, like, this is the commander, right? It also really makes me wonder, like, how their hierarchies work now, because, like, we killed the commander last time. Siege Operator has created Sil Agseth, a quartzite scepter, and offers it to the Angry Bin of Smiths. Also, this is a group from the Creams of Stability, which is this tower. So I could just attack these guys and destroy them to get more sieges from goblins, which I might actually do after this siege, is just start attacking them. Also, did they send any necromancers this time? That's actually an important thing to check. No. So just the corpses, and then the 1 intelligent undead. Which is a cold ghoul. My mayor's been reelected. Can I just say it's kind of ironic that the zombie mayor is named Bioactive? I mean, I played Inside. I know how this ends. Yes, my vampire mayor is named Bioactive. Did I say something else? If I did, I'm complete unaware of what I'm verbally saying while speaking. So my quartzite scepter. My mayor still wants an armor stand. Did I not make you an armor stand? I think I did. I just didn't place it, right? Yes. Back to the ball of baddies. Well, they haven't bit me. True. Well, they're nice to me. It's typical human intelligence. So what I'm kind of hoping is that these will be able to hit there, but there might be a tree in the... Hold up. You guys see that? Oh. I tear you, dum-dum. God damn it, Atir. All right, I'll give you an opportunity to make it back inside, Atir. We'll send you. We'll give you covering fire with these ballista, which are firing. If I look at this, the copper ballista arrow strikes the goblin corpse. Strikes the goblin corpse in the upper leg, and it skids along the ground, bruising the muscle. And somebody lost a shoe. So thankfully, we can still hit the entrance from the upper area up here. Let's see if the others fire. It feels like the ballista have a much farther range than the bolt throwers. Okay, the door's open. So now the bolt throwers are shooting. Or at least bolt thrower number 1 is shooting. So we're going pew, 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 firing those out. Less FPS. Oh no, I'm manually moving the frame 1 FPS at a time, but I'm running this game at 80 FPS flat. I haven't had a single drop yet. So the other one on the other side's firing now. Did that dwarf make it in? It was Bim, right? I actually don't know what his name was. What was the name of that dwarf who was stuck outside? He had a cap on. Could somebody, like, jump a second back in the VOD and see what their name was? I want to see if they made it into the fort. Oh, wow. Something got hit with something. There's a long sword on the ground. Flying bolt hits it. Teeth go everywhere. Oh, it must have been that, actually, the ballista arrow, which is currently sitting in midair. Copper bolt. Copper ballista arrow strikes the goblin spearman in the corpse in the right upper arm, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Nice. Does elevation affect range? If it's anything like the way Marksdwarves work, Marksdwarves can hit anything within a 60 tile range in a ball. Like, range isn't horizontal, it's spherical in Dwarf Fortress, which is part of the reason why line of sight is so, like, CPU intensive. There's Atir. Okay. Atir has not, in fact, made it back into the fort. I may just need to lock the door if you don't make it in. Okay, he made it in. The zombies seem to be quite dedicated to going in that one way. I guess they haven't seen the other entrance yet. This is the only one they know, then. Fascinating. All right, well, those are all empty. Following the leader. Hold up, what are you wearing? It's a dog leather helm, but it's cardinal. It's a mixture of apple leaf dye and red spinach leaf dye. They've got several of them. There's another cardinal one over there. I wonder if that's also what it means by they can bring a wider variety of stuff now. I probably adamantine. I mean, steel would be very close to adamantine. So now we've got Marksdwarf's firing. And now we're gonna get the option or opportunity to see some catapults go off. But like, look, they immediately realize that they're like cornered and they like stop. That's wild until like some of them charge forwards. Okay, so here go the rocks. This is my favorite part. Look at this. These are the boulders. Like, obviously they dodge the boulders, right? But then when they collide with the ground, they do this. And then these fire shrapnel out, which are much harder to dodge. And didn't do much because there wasn't much close by at the moment. But like, and then that one goes down there, which is a bit suboptimal. But you're just becoming a pin cushion right now from presumably this. And these are just copper bolts, right? These are like the easiest to mass produce bolts that you could produce. Just okay. I may need to actually lock the door. Let's pull that lever. And station this squad over here. Another boulder flies out. Okay, I need to get these hooked up to a lever and closed it before the next siege. Oh, that one gave up because he dropped his weapons. Looks like we're running out of ammo, so they refilled them. This guy went and grabbed more ammo and refilled it. Is continuing to fire. More boulders go out, and we got the door shut, too, which is good. This one's stuck in a wall, which sucks to be you. I don't think they've realized that the door is closed yet, so they're moving forwards. More bolts are flying. Now's when we want to get the boulders out. Oh, here comes... Oh, look at that. It actually killed 2. That one obsidian boulder just killed 2. Yeah, I really need to get drawbridges in here. Because right now, the catapults are significantly weaker than they were. Presumably due to the fact that, like... Okay, we're running out of bolts now. So what I may need to do... Well, I need to make more bolts, for one thing. But what I may need to do is actually just send the military in. Although this is probably great for training. Look at that. Competent Marksdwarf already. How about you? Is anybody... How's the old siege ops skills doing? Competent! Oh, you're an engineer. Never mind. Well, they all suck. I'm going to let this fire. And then I'm going to turn those off and send the squad in. To take out the rest of them. Although we are bringing more bolts in. And they do carry all of them at once. I don't know where you're actually going. Did I kill their commander? I don't see him. Here comes the boulder. Nice. Okay, let's load but do not stand ready. Station right here and get ready. The one in the top left is not turned on. Oh, is that true? Okay, I'll make sure to turn that on. You are correct. We'll fire that. And the gates open. They obviously heard them open. I'm very curious to see if, like...
I wonder if silver crossbow bolts work well, or if they're more awful than copper.
Silver crossbow bolts work great. I'm just using copper because I have a shit ton more copper, and I'm using silver for other things. I'm using silver for ballista bolts. Copper is just, like, I have fuckloads of it. It is my most... because they're disposable, right? It destroys the copper. I don't actually know how well this siege is... this squad is going to do, so we'll see. What was it? I think it was Balin who was like, wow, you should have your own squad, right? I think so. Well, one of my war dogs is about to get unexisted from the looks of things. I've got a whole bunch of dwarves in martial trances. And we're clearing through the last of them. And that's the Goblin Siege. I'm going to send these dwarves back inside. You're sleeping? And here I presumed you were injured. You're sleeping? Okay. I'm going to claim all this. And I'm going to tell these 2 squads to go update their gear. And go back to training. And, I think I'm just going to dump some lava on this. Yeah, we haven't lost anybody. At least not here. I need to make a temple, because I didn't complete that Rangers Guild. Although I really need to make that temple. So let's just... Because that is a temple, but not the temple. Let's make a temple over here. Well, actually, maybe too close. To the above ground. Just gonna dig out a space right here. And we'll... Got an idea. Oh, absolutely. Spies have existed for a very long time. So, if you play in adventure mode, you'll see a little bit of this. But, the enemies that are invading you, like, can't see cage traps or weapon traps. They're invisible. Unless you have the knowledge that they're there. So, if you play as an adventurer, and you visit one of your fortresses, and you have traps everywhere, but you're part of a different faction, or someone who doesn't know about that place, they'll all be invisible and they'll kill you if you step on them. But if you're playing as an adventurer that's part of the same faction as your fortress, you'll see them and they won't hurt you. So stuff like that. Enemies have that same limitation, and that's existed for a very long time, but they've just like cranked it all up. They've cranked the obviousness of it up by a factor of like 10. It seems like. So this is a temple for the Coven of Merchants. That's what I'm building there. So what I want to do is I want to now turn all of these off. This is my biggest problem with this update, is having to go through all of these and turn them off. One by one. Like, quite literally. Because if there's an easier way to turn them off, I haven't found it yet. And if somebody finds one, please tell me. Save the game, sure. That wasn't a hard enemy. And also, that was only the second siege from them. So what's the word? The notes are, they gradually learn when enemies die in a place. Those are zombies. They don't have as much brain as anybody else. They don't have the same sense of self-preservation. The way zombie sieges worked before is they would single file walk towards your fortress until everybody was dead or they were all dead. Their behaviors are already completely different. But they're also undead. So if anybody is going to, like, not have the exact same things happen, it's going to be the undead. If anybody is limited, it's going to be the undead. Which is kind of unfortunate that we're getting invaded by the undead, but I digress. I'm just going to pull this and close this. So the dwarves are now locked inside. And I will now turn off the burrow. And we're going to get some lava over here. That's what I'm going to do. Which actually, I have a very easy way of doing this. But yeah, I don't want to just be like, I'm very good at the game, so obviously I'm going to make sieges seem easy, but there's probably also a little bit of that. I'm just assuming right now. You're going to have to forgive me if I'm seeming like a piece of shit know-it-all, but that is also a suspicion that I have. Now, this is going to look boring if I do it this way, so let's make it look less boring. At least when it comes to killing undead, that certainly seems to be the case, yeah. Oh, this is all priority 4. That's why it's going to take a little bit. But yeah, the zombies don't seem to have the ability to dig, because I've never seen zombies with zombie trolls. They don't really bring mounts unless they bring experiments, and they certainly aren't bringing any experiments. So I would say this is either a sign of these necromancers in particular are weak, or we just haven't had enough sieges from them yet. So, oh, also they're digging that out, obviously. The thing I want to do now, though... let's just burn these bodies first. Just gonna burn the bodies, and then we'll worry about it. And I'm also gonna go down to here, and I'm just gonna type in... Oh, no, not this. I'm gonna go here. We're in an ad break right now anyway, so we'll just do silver bolts. Copper bolts. I'm just gonna check bars. What are we at for bars? 58 iron, 46 silver, 528. Yeah, there we go. 17 sterling silver. Okay. Let's do 15 silver bolts and 100 copper bolts. I also want to check something. What is this statue of? This is my mayor. The item is an image of Libash, the dwarf in sterling silver by Ozanthium. Oh, wow. Wait, hold up. Okay, so Ozanthium made this one, which is that dwarf that almost died. He's traveling. The artwork relates to the visit of the dwarf vampire. In plated letters to Southgilt in the early autumn of 182. It's the easiest, best way to bring lava. I wouldn't say minecarts, but... I mean, minecarts can transport lava, but that's certainly not the easiest. I think there is no easy way to transport lava is probably the best thing to state. But outside of, like, you know, using minecarts to transport lava, your best bet is probably, what's the word I'm looking for here? Outside of using minecarts to transport lava, pumps. Lava-safe pumps is the most direct and fastest way. But there's no easy way to transport lava. It's one of those things where, like, if you're making things to transport lava, congratulations, you are an expert at this game. And that's about as expert-ish as you're going to get. Yes, actually. If I had read that statue's description before I waited for somebody to die, nobody would have died. Iron corkscrew. Iron pipe section. Make one of each. Sure, making soap is also a sign of being an expert. I mean, I don't know. My statements change all the time when it comes to what makes you an expert, but similar levels of complexity. Making soap, moving lava from place to place, very comparable. Which also sounds really silly, but, you know, so is this video game. So are video games in general, actually. The artists they tried to warn us with their art, and we didn't listen. There's something kind of poetic about that, actually. I love how I completely fucked up making either of those. Well, not either of them, but did completely fuck up making that guild hall. But let's see if I can get that temple made. Covenant of Merchants. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a reinforced wall. Science. Bar. What is the most expensive bars I have? I've got gold, I've got rose gold, and I've got black bronze. Let's see what the value of this gold, rose gold, and black bronze. When you made a magma pump stack for the first time with 0 deaths and it not exploding when you, like, turned it on the first time, that was maybe the most fuck yeah moment I've ever had in a video game. Like, the most jump up and down hell yeah moment I've had in a very, ever, maybe. I do want to say real quick thank you to the 273 of you watching on the YouTube side and alongside of the 333 over here on Twitch. Thank you so much. It's nice to have a big crowd again. It's been a while. Like, I actually looked. Yesterday was the highest view count I've had since the last time I was on front page. Let's see what the value of this is with just like a bunch of floor and that. 270. Okay, well, it's not that valuable. Big sad. Although I wonder if it's because of the fact that there's shitty floor around it, making it less valuable. Sterling silver cheaper than black bronze? I'm pretty sure black bronze is worth more than sterling silver, but it's a simple image. 207. Yeah, so it's not actually that valuable. It's about the same amount as a piece of furniture, I guess. Still gonna leave it there though, because it's cool looking. Let's just get some flooring in. Why are we taking their silver? I wish I knew enough about metallurgy to actually answer that question. I don't know enough about metallurgy to actually answer that question. So I'm not going to answer that question because I don't actually know. Nothing could go wrong there? I mean, nothing could go wrong there. It's just gonna be a little wet. I'm sure you can drain it. Dwarves might be happy being near a nice waterfall. Okay, I need to make some rock blocks. We're actually out. Unless those jobs are still running and just... No. Oh no, no, they're still running. Hold up, they must just be paused. Yes, I guess. I can also shrink this back down. What's good? Toastcat subscribing at tier 1's pretty good. Thank you. Chat, can I get a round of beers? The brand new subscription. Chat, what's good? We just murdered a bunch of zombies and now they're rotting. Didn't lose any dwarves though, thankfully. Zombies still seem really dumb. Which sort of checks out. I friendly fired a dwarf with a boulder from a catapult, so training catapults is maybe a bad idea. I mean, you can do it. I did it, but... Oh, actually, hold up. I think I have a suspicion as to why this isn't getting done. Where's my manager? You're praying to the Thunder Mountain! Praying to the Thunderous. Do you not have access to your... Yes, you do. Peter Griffin Parker. Thanks for the second month. Welcome back. I'm going to assume that that dwarf doesn't want their job as manager anymore, which is usually the case when they just, like, refuse to do it. So I'm going to assign somebody else as manager and let you just be the broker and bookkeeper. So they can keep their office, but I need to make a new office now. Which I'm actually going to put over here near all of these levers. I also need to check you. You're interested near your own fine door. Uh-huh. I don't see any empathy, which means maybe they're not meeting there. Alloy of silver and gold. Yeah, I could make some electrum. Although, I'll be completely honest with you, I'm not too worried about being able to get the value up. Not too worried about it. Like, certainly it'll take a minute for us to finish this, but not too worried. I'm not too worried. Is that a vampire? Yep, that's my mayor. I mean, vampire. Also happens to be my mayor. I just need them to be successfully having meetings with people who are upset. Vampire, yes. Vampire. Vampire. That's the... I'm not going to say that sentence again, because it feels wrong for some reason. It's just like that famous Nicolas Cage line where he screams, "I'm a vampire," like a dozen times in a row. Yeah, those tables will do her. Just gonna smooth this ground for now. Have you come back to Dwarf Fortress yet, Sam, or are you still just, like, in limbo? Well, that's unfortunate. Okay. Well, I'm gonna do this. I'm going to, because I've got a bunch of dwarves that are now wandering on into the fortress, and I still would like to burn up the underground area. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna tell them to go take a bunch of logs and fill this in. Once they've successfully taken a bunch of logs and filled this in, I'm also going to put a meeting area right here, just so that it attracts them into the map. Once they've successfully, yeah, that should bring them. Here they come. Done this, I will allow them in the fort. I mean, to be fair, literally every single video game came out in the last, like, 2 months, so... Oh, well, they're all going in there to pick up equipment. That kind of sucks. Hold up. Let me just nick this one in the bud. Yikes. Gotta love, you know, just... Welcome to the fortress. Time for some trauma. Bad kitty. I mean, kid. They're also already locked in. Did any of you bring a pickaxe to let yourselves out? No? Well, that's unfortunate. You would love a duck. Uh-huh. Would you like a drake or a duck? Male duck, lady duck. Male duck? Okay. I'll send it in post and you'll get it soon. Star Samar is very rarely moved by curiosity, is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills, specifically swimming, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, likes to take it easy and often feels discouraged, could be considered rude, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and likes a little excitement now and then. And he doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. It's a rude duck, so normal duck. All right, well, I will let these dwarves in. I will do that. I also need to go over here and make another forge. So I'm actually going to deconstruct this and move it. Plop a forge down over here somewhere. It's just too big. Are you satisfied? Yes, you is. Okay, cool. Elf Bowls is now a religious leader of the Coven of Merchants, worshipping the god of wealth and trade. How are we sieging? We just killed a second siege. So we've officially defeated 2 sieges. Now I'm just trying to burn all the baddies with lava. So hopefully nobody is dumb and runs in there, because if they are and they do, well, that's on them. Oh, I see the issue. One of my weaponsmiths joined the military, and the other one's just too busy and can't be asked, so. I would say at this point it's a long celebrated dwarven tradition of set the shit on fire that you don't like. Don't like a thing? Burn it. Although maybe that's also like just a human tradition. I don't know if we can give dwarves all of the credit for don't like thing, burninate. I think that other things in existence must get some credit for such ruckus behaviors. Oh, burn it with lava specifically? True. Okay. I take this valid point and won't challenge it. Okay, now that that's all done, go over here, do this, grab you, grab you, grab you, grab you. And also, thank you very much for all of the subscriptions over the past, like, 2 days. It's been kind of ridiculous. I mean, we had, like, 700 subscribers here on Twitch, like, 3 days ago. So, thank you. Now the number has gone up quite a lot. Okay, so now this is lava safe. Got obsidian. We can pump lava. I'm also going to make this flow a little quicker by digging out this. And then also that. Miners is busy apparently. Wait, what? Did you cancel that? It's wild if you did. It's actually a bit higher than that, but I don't think that that goal counts prime subs. The goals are always like slightly off and it confuses me and I don't know why. The warehouse Rakus Kedbomrek Istum Ast. The werehorse? Uh-oh. Has come. A very large horse twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for both blood and also flesh in case you missed it. Its brown hair is short and even. You will know why you fear the night. Nay. I do not want you in the fort. Now, where is it? Oh! Great. I was like, well, maybe it's still outside and, like, we can hit it. Unfortunately, this bull did not do its duty and look over this hill, because it probably came from this side, right? Unfortunately, this bull failed us, and thus we'll need to make it into burgers. But there's the werepony. It does look pretty dope, doesn't it? It's like dripping. How many kills does it have? 5 notable. And 15 others. Mostly turkeys. Oh my god. Your aunt is one of my military dwarves. Buddy, that's your... That's your niece. That's not very nice of her. Sorry, I feel bad for that one. But seriously, wow. Small world, eh? I also got cousins. Some of them... Nobody else in my military, though. Your uncle's also in the military. Alright, well, let's see how horrible this goes. I think that child's gonna die. Miss, attacks miss. Alright, so we're gonna be at this for a while. So I'm just gonna sit here and hit this button until I see bites. I'm sorry, the puppy attacks the werehorse. Go, puppers! Misses the hammer lord. Attacks the warehouse horse, but it jumps away. He's bleeding now. Okay, so he's taking some hits. I mean, he's been bruised. The werehorse falls over. Well, that's a good sign. It's the puppy distracting it. It's being knocked over by cuteness. That because the hammer dwarf bashed it with a silver warhammer, which chipped the bone. Puppy attacks it, but it whirls away. Dwarven child misses. It misses. Captain of the guard, or the militia captain, bashes the werehorse in the right lower arm with a silver warhammer, dent, chipping the bone, tearing the fat. Oh, I don't actually have anybody who's super depressed in the fort. That's kind of wild, considering that fight that just happened. The werehorse in the bashes the werehorse in the upper body with a silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the right lung. The puppy bites it. Get him, puppers! I swear, if this puppy kills this thing, that would be incredible. Dwarven child attacks it, but scrambles away. Hammerlord bashes it, chipping the bone. It's not unconscious yet, so he's still a threat. Bashes him again. Bashes him again. The puppy bites it again, this time bruising the skin. The Hammerlord bites him in the foot. Sorry, my head's blocking it. Bites him in the foot. Latches on firmly. Come on, puppy. My money's on the puppy. Werehorse breaks the grip on the Hammerlord's upper front teeth on the werehorse's left foot. The hammer dwarf bashes the werehorse in the body with a silver warhammer, bruising the heart. The hammer dwarf bashes it in the neck, bruising the fat. Oh, that's gonna hurt. The giant war rhinoceros attacks the werehorse. I did train my rhino for combat, just in case, you know, something like this were to happen. I figured it would be a good idea. Attacks it, but it rolls away. Oh, it bit the dwarven child in the foot. God damn it. Hey, chat. I'm with stupid. Who's your parents? All right, we're gonna have to tell your mother goat in the fish cleaner that you are now a evil murder pony. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality of it. The evil murder pony punches the war. Excellent. The evil murder pony. Can you make it werezoo? I mean, I'm not gonna say it's a good idea, but you could. The evil murder pony punches the werehorse in the tail with her left hand, bruising the fat. The werehorse attacks the evil murder pony, but she scrambles away. The hammerlord scratches the werehorse, tearing the fat. The Evil murder pony punches the werehorse. Militia captain bashes it. It bites the evil murder pony again. It bites the evil murder pony again. I guess what this means is I should actually make some cage traps is what this means. The werehorse bites the evil murder pony, tearing the muscle and bruising the guts. Yep. Although maybe the child might just die. Bashes the werehorse. Hammerlord bites him again. Latches on firmly. Militia captain bashes the werehorse in the left foot. The werehorse strikes, but a shot was blocked. More bashing, more bashing, more bashing. My money's still on the puppy. Giant rhinoceros misses again. God damn it, you slowpoke. Werehorse latches on firmly. He's falling down. I mean, the dwarves have the high ground, although somehow it... Okay, so it cannot breathe and it can't stand. That is good for the dwarves. The werehorse bites the giant rhino. Thankfully, the rhino is not gonna get contaminated, I don't think. Miss. Bites the giant war rhino in the tail. No! Not Attila's tail. Bites the evil murder pony again. Still. Latches on firmly. Werehorse shakes the child around, and the upper arm collapses. I might just let this child die. Because I don't actually have a hospital yet. I didn't build one yesterday out of fear, but... Werehorse shakes around the evil the child by the upper arm. So there's just like bits of this child flying everywhere. The fact that this child I don't think is dead yet is kind of nuts. Yeah, heavy bleeding. Can't stand, can't grasp. Has lost an arm. For fuck's sake. Called the Massive Beard? Well, they're the Massive Beard. If you need a massive beard, you go to them, right? Beard is in, like, you know, the pretend relationship to, like, not give somebody away. So now he's been knocked backwards, presumably by the child. Or has dodged out of the way and is in midair. Werehorse shook it, got charged, but he rolls away. Okay, so he's dodging over top because he got charged by the rhino. Fell back down the layer. Takes the full force of the impact, slams into an obstacle, attacks the war rhino, but she jumps away. Punches, is getting punched by dwarves. Getting attacked by the child still. Bites the war rhino again. It's okay, it's a big target. The war rhino gores the werehorse in the head with her second horn, and the injured part explodes into gore. I think it's dead, guys. Congratulations, Attila the Dun. If you don't bleed to death, you've officially earned your rent. And, sometimes you see an opportunity, and, you take it. What are you doing? This is a dumb idea. Well, took one for the team, I guess. You didn't see anything. Do. Ugh, I'm a bad person, aren't I? But sometimes, I will say, our mayor is a vampire, okay? We can't be entirely good. Do I get ghosts from that? Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah. No, my boy! Hi, Tolas. What's up, dude? The Golden Communion wants a temple complex and high priest. Ah. Okay, I'll make sure to get that priest a pipe right away. I'm just gonna wait for this gate to open. And then we are going to go do our part and Exterminatus. This Necro Tower. Wish us luck. And the War Rhino's going with them. Also, I just learned something. Hold on. If you successfully leave the map... No, you don't. Okay, so I have to take you off of this. Big sad. All right. Go. Kill some Necros for me, please and thank you. Do well. Do your best. We're in an ad break, so I will wait. I'm not going to rename the mayor because somebody paid for it. But I do kind of like the Mr. Scapegoat idea. That is funny. They can carry your grandparents with them. Oh, that's a very thankless but also very important job. Glad you're doing that, mate. My aunt had to do that with my grandmother for a very long time. No, I didn't launch them. I crushed them both because that's only a one-tile wide bridge, Holston, in YouTube chat. If it was more than one tile wide, it would have launched them into space. But because it was only one tile wide, it just, like, turns them into mashed potatoes. Or mashed purist, I guess. Glue in this case? Sure. Yeah, why not? Certainly not Soylent. Or, I mean, you could also just remove some letters from glue and just say goo, but you also have to add a few letters, but... Oh, there's a few trees that have cut down orders that are high up. So now I need to see just how much lava we've pumped in here so far. Well, this is doing what I needed to do. Because that whole time this dwarf was just sitting here pumping. Pumping away. So this is very dangerous right here. So maybe that's why they're refusing to walk across that. I don't have any non-artifact floor grates. Let's just put some floor bars right here. I think they keep canceling these jobs because there's lava here constantly, and they keep trying to walk through that. Not enough lava? Oh, probably. Also, I'm going to, real quick, this is the Golden Cathedral. So this is the temple to the Golden Communion. I'm just going to make it bigger. Just going to embiggen it a bit. And then over here, we're just going to do these as well. Along the back wall up here, I just saw something moving too fast and it was a dog. Things moving too fast usually means that they're in combat, but in this case, no. Thankfully. Okay, so basalt and copper. Basalt and copper. And just regular basalt. Oh, never mind. Still have that drop up there. That's fine. Uh-oh. Oh no! 2 dwarves have been missing for a week. I wonder however that could have happened. Let's make 2 rock slabs right here. Do those first. And then do... what was your first names? lore. And then up to there. And then the other one was Zanang. Not the one that was Darius, the other one. Because there was two. I guess there can be only one. But it's so efficient. Yeah, I kind of honestly feel efficiency be damned in a lot of cases. I mean, this is a very ugly room for me. I don't like this room. I need to work on this. But, like, generally, efficiency be damned, as far as I'm concerned. That isn't to say that, like, you know, being efficient is bad in any way, because I really don't think it is. I just want most of these bodies like erased, and we can turn this off. It's not to say that like being efficient is bad. I think it's just very important that I like looking at my fortresses. You miss your hat? Well, you can always get it back, but only if it's worth it to you, or if you have the disposable monies. If you don't, then don't, and if you don't, then don't. Although you do still have the sound commands, because I just let people have those forever. Told us. So those should still work. Do you guys think it's a good idea to put were creatures into squads and send them on suicide missions? Sometimes it turns your fortress into a suicide mission, but it can be worth it. I've done it before.
You fucking donkey!
I mean, hey, if you like your grids, then go with your grids. Nothing wrong with going with your grids. If it feels right to you, then use it. Who am I to tell you otherwise? Grits, certainly. Snatcher, think of the childs. Also, the children aren't locked in the burrow at the moment. Think of the childs. They may actually be safer, in fact. Although, ooh, were they spotted by my military? Set these to fire at will. Let's see how that siege went real quick. The sacrificial rocks attacked the creams of stability of an unknown civilization at Helmed Cottage. And the defenders were led by a human necromancer, Biscuth Fight Tone. And Asalb Brass Owls outmatched the human necromancer with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. We killed an elf who lived there. The dwarf Cold Ghoul. We smashed their mouth open. Hey now, you're not. It killed them. Balin apparently got confronted by a different Cold Ghoul and then was able to best him. More necromancers took him out. Hello, our lives. How things? Struck down, struck down, struck down, struck down. Balin's killing more things. Good stuff. I haven't seen the rhino kill anything, but it is... Oh, there's one. Cold Ghoul Nako was struck down by Attila the Dun. Good stuff. The forces of the Angry Bin of Smiths rampaged throughout. Creams of Stability fled. And the Angry Bin destroyed the Smiths. The Angry Bin of Smiths destroyed Helm's Cottage. So we have destroyed that tower. So the one that kept sending zombies, that was the one that was within range of us. And the one that kept attacking us is now gone. Meaning, we should just get attacked by other things now. We got a bunch of random crap from them, too. Yeah. And I think that my squads have earned a break after that. I'm going to set them to off-duty for a wee bit. Also, I literally set the wrong squad to off duty, but take them both off duty for a bit. The angriest non-named dwarf. People just like to hear that they've been killed by something, haven't they? Don't they, right? Do you want to be a child? Lady child, 6 years old. Question for you running a fort right now. Are any of you getting equipment mismatch spam from your military? No? Question. If you go to labor, standing orders, other, set hunter ammunition, do you have hunters that have claimed ammunition that they're trying to use? Just cleared all of it and you're still getting it. Do you have any of these built? Like, okay, not pause, but do you have any bolt throwers built? And what does the number say down here? Because this is a way to see how many arrows and bolts you, or not arrows, bolts specifically that you have available. I'm under the assumption that you've assigned them to use crossbows specifically and they're not trying to pick up bows. Trying to work backwards to figure out what that problem could actually be. Also, archers would make complete sense because dwarves can't make arrows, so you're going to run into fuck tons of problems trying to use archers. Use crossbows, don't use archers unless you've modded the game to make them able to make arrows. I think I spelled that right. She's a low sense of self-esteem and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. She has a little interest in joking around and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in her day-to-day living. She does not tend to reveal personal information, and she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. She dreams of attaining a rank in society and personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless and values cooperation. Oh, interesting. Very ambitious child. She likes lignite and electrum and plumagate, as well as kumquat wood, giant chipmunk leather in the color dark violet, bracelets, and the sound of scintillating rhyme, and when possible prefers to consume giant lorikeet and peach cider and giant one-humped camel's milk, and absolutely hates fire snakes. She's upset because she saw Darius die, and for those of you who don't remember, he was training at a catapult and the boulder exploded and blew his head off. So, I would be traumatized too. I think that's fair, frankly. Every child in Dwarf Fortress is alcoholic. It's like saying that human children drink water. Dwarves need alcohol to not die. They need it for their body chemistry. You know, just casual decapitation. Need safety helmets. I mean, training siege operators requires safety helmets. Angry ocean noises. Ocean doesn't exist anymore. Does it? I feel like that's the meme that's been going around. And where I come from, there ain't no OSHA. That's a good band. And a shitty meme based on what you're memeing about, PokeY. I mean, true, actually. I mean, in medieval times, like, beer was considered safer than water. Like, you couldn't really drink most water. Because you're much more likely to get diseases and shit from water than you are from just about anything else that one might consume. I mean, that's not a bad way of putting it, actually. Without alcohol, they're immunodepressed. Like, they... Was that one engraved yet? Or was I placing an unengraved slab? Okay, that is an engraved slab. Good. Good, good. No, totally. It's not that the water is, like, beer is safer than water because it was cleaner. It's because they went through the process of cleaning it unknowingly. Just poor wording on my part, I think. That's a big-ass tree. I also need to jump down to here briefly. Go to farming because I never actually did. Oh, I need to make a craft store shop. Duh. Fuck it. I need to actually do the thing that I was meaning to do and then never did. Me sitting here annoyed at the fact that, like, nobody's making my crafts, forgetting the fact that I don't have anything to make crafts. You know how... I don't know if you guys do this. I know I do this. Where I'll be like, oh, that's a temporary thing, I'll move that later. Or I'll repurpose that later. Or this is just going to be here for now, and then later I'll move it. When I actually move it, like I have a couple of times in this fort, I immediately forget that I've moved it, don't build the replacement, and then it, like, it falls apart. Okay, this I can open up now. Also need to really start making some clothing. Fuck it, let's just bring this up. This weapon bin. What are we doing for cloth right now? I'm just gonna do this. Cloth shirt. Cloth sock. Silk skirt. Silk trousers. Wool. Yarn. Glove. I'm just gonna say do this seasonally. Then I just need to make sure I have a clothes shop, because I'm not positive I do. No, I don't. I do have a dyer's shop, though. Clother. Let's make one of those, and then I will make a second, one of these. Because you're busy, it seems. A second loom. Just don't have any empty bags is the issue. Hydration was complicated in the medieval, or not even medieval, but like pre-industrialization, turns out. I mean, they can destroy things and dig, so I would presume they can dig and deconstruct anything within reason. Assuming it's not an artifact, I would assume that they can deconstruct it. It just says that they can dig and deconstruct. I don't think it ever specified walls. I mean, maybe it did, and I'm just a dum-dum, but as far as I am aware, they can just dig and deconstruct, so nothing is safe. That's it. I mean, possibly. I don't know, maybe? There's lots of weird items that, like, I got an artifact cauldron once. Like, you can get some really weird-ass artifacts, probably. I don't think they'd be able to use it. Yeah, well, I mean, they can also make artifact, like, halberds. Not that they can use them, but they can make them. Not having grates? Well, I mean, don't worry. They can also topple the grates. I mean, they were able to do that before, so. An adventurer could? Oh, certainly. I don't know. Has anybody done the science to find out if adventurers can use bolt throwers? I don't think you could fire catapults before, so I think currently the precedent is that the answer would be probably no. Just because they weren't able to use catapults previously, but who knows? Maybe. Look at my badass rhino. What a monster. Love it. All right, let's see what we got. Let's make sure nothing's forbidden. I'm also, like, not going to sell everything. I'm going to keep a lot of these silver warhammers. I'm going to sell some of them, though. This stuff was mostly just going to get melted down anyway. Doesn't give us much value, but it gives us enough value. Don't need the clay. To my own source of clay. Do need those bags, some of those bags though. Buy the leather. Yeah, no, not buying anything else from there. Still expensive. Oh, I know what else I can sell. Horsehair thread. Get rid of that shit, please. Hey, chat room. It's 1 p.m. and I've been streaming for 4 hours. I need to take a piss. I will be right back. I've successfully returned from the water tornado. Alright. I need a miner's guild now? Okay. No wine in hell, but maybe beer? I don't know. I think there's plenty of people whining in hell. Because they certainly ain't happy to be there. Nordic Heaven, they have mead. Oh, that's good. I like mead. Mead's good. I support the concept of mead. There's a place in AZ that you tend to order bottles from, and you need to do so again. I know a lot of people have made mead. I've always wanted to try, but it's just never made sense. Probably won't ever, realistically. Yeah, no, it's super easy to make, but it's the sort of thing that like I would do if I had a garage. I've had this discussion with people a trillion times, so please don't push. But there's all sorts of things I would love to do, but not even, like, I live in a place that's twice the size as the place that I lived in before. I still don't want to do any distilling or brewing. Like, I lived in a one-room apartment, now I live in a one-bedroom apartment, which is, like, quite literally twice the size of the one I lived in before. And this one is very nice. But it's not big enough that I'd be willing to, like, brew something. Absolutely no way. And then you, and biggin, and biggin, and biggin, and biggin, and biggin, and then biggin. Values of that's up to 3,400. That's better than it was, but still got a ways to go. You feeling bigger than before? That's how I feel after I eat too much pizza. When it comes to mead, I could literally just walk to the liquor store and buy it. There's several places that make it locally. So, that's not, like, a concern. Acquiring mead is not the issue. It's making it at home that's the issue. Unless you're talking to somebody else, but... And no, we don't have a Renaissance fair that I'm aware of. I don't think I've ever lived somewhere that actively has a Renaissance fair, although to be completely honest with you, I've never once in my entire life gone looking for it, having had absolutely no interest in the concept whatsoever. But like, you know, maybe one day. Just not today, that's for sure. To make high boots? Sag. That's okay. Greaves and low boots are plenty. You only just realized you're not subscribed? YouTube is very good at doing that to people now, Kyle. Because, like, if you mostly just watch stuff on the, like, YouTube homepage, odds are pretty good that YouTube will just keep recommending you stuff on the YouTube homepage. And you'll just, like, passively keep watching on the YouTube homepage, and YouTube will keep recommending you stuff on the YouTube homepage, and there's never really a reason to actually subscribe to a channel if you're just watching from there. Which I'm mixed about, but yeah, it's fine. This is what it is. It's the way the platform went. That's why I like brat mead. Our words in chaos may be stuck in an ad now, but I like brat mead more than mead. Like mead itself, I almost like proper like fortified mead, which is what most people think of when they think of mead, where the stuff that's like wine, right? It's like 14, 15%. I don't like that stuff too much because it's like too sweet and like gets me way too drunk way too quickly. I do like a brat mead though, which is like a beer. They're much milder and way drier usually. And they tend to like be 6 to 8% instead of like 10 to 16. Glad you enjoy them, Zapperzen. From the patch notes, invaders can break down constructions and many blocking buildings, and invaders can bring battering rams to bash through constructions and buildings. There was also that was from the patch notes, JM Barbosa in YouTube chat. There was also a series of a screenshot that was posted, I don't know, a few months ago, which I don't know if this has made its way into the game. I guess somebody could actually go search the game files and find out, but there was a bunch of screenshots of like broken doors and stuff that were released. And I have no idea if those have ever actually made their way into the game in any way, but it would be really cool if that's the case. Just trying to get the value of this up to higher. Because you can take me higher, right? Did I ever sell? Oh, no. They're no longer trading. Well, sad. Now I've got this lava down here that I need to get out somehow. So CPU looking silver square. I feel like I'm going to be answering this question for a while, hey? It's a reinforced wall. So you can make reinforced walls now, which are these. They look fancier. These are some examples. So these are copper walls that are reinforced with silver, and that's silver walls reinforced with silver. These are basalt walls reinforced with copper, and these are basalt walls reinforced with silver. I was just like messing around. These are quartzite reinforced with copper, and then these are basalt reinforced with copper. But if you just build a singular one of them, it does kind of look like a CPU, doesn't it, actually? Now that you mentioned, I'm not going to be able to unsee that. But yeah, that's what that is. It's a silver reinforced silver wall that's engraved. Because I was kind of curious as to what the value of it would be. Which, I guess the answer to that is not as high as I thought it would be, but not low either. Just gonna get you cutting gems. Just whatever. Just make me gems. Take me home. Make gem roads. Well, we still have quite a bit of tetrahedrite, so we'll just keep it that. Who are you and why are you here? I think it's safe to say that this ain't working. Because you haven't successfully attended a meeting yet. Chat, you answer that Our Lives question, please. How do I deal with this? I'm going to shrink this dwarf's office and make this into a meeting zone. See if that'll do it. Yeah. I don't need to feel ancient. I woke up this morning and my knees hurt. Same with yesterday. I felt ancient since I was 19. I don't need people to make me feel more ancient. Sheesh. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with this mayor, chat. We're going to have trouble with diplomacy and stuff soon. How about I do this? No, those are floor bars. Okay, puppy, you walk out of there, please. Thanks. Oh. Indignant after dwelling upon being denied residency. I did that a while ago, didn't I? Oh, maybe this works. Maybe just having a meeting zone here works. Let's see. Fish cleaners claimed a place. Okay, so maybe if I deconstruct this and deconstruct this, like just get rid of all of your fucking rooms. Can people have your meetings now? Like, if this dwarf successfully pulls off this meeting. Grr. It's annoying. Can you be a woodcutter dwarf? Sure, Mad Lab. Do you have preference of beard? Unless this is your second time asking if you can have residency. Because that may also be the case. Maybe if I allow you to go up to here, theoretically. Or turn off your burrow, even. I may just have to kill them. I mean, if I can't have meetings, I may just have to kill this mayor. I'm trying to accommodate for this mayor's, like, need for blood disability, okay? How dare I try and accommodate for bioactives? You do it the justice way? I mean, that is a way to do it. But then I would have to make a justice setup. Which I kind of just don't want to do. Moose Moose, thank you very much for the 35th month. Welcome back, mate. Like, both of these dwarves are trying to have meetings with the mayor, but yeah, they just can't. Now you're pondering diseases. Great. Oh, did you bumped it up a tier? Oh shit. Okay, hold on. I gotta give you the noise complaints. I mean, sound commands. Give me a sec. There you go. Should have access to it now. Type an exclamation point, annoy me if you want to test it. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I could build a catapult. Desperate times. You leave me no choice. Mayor. I like how everybody's jumping to lava pit, and I'm like, I want to try the new thing. I mean, catapult's clearly friendly fire now. And they have a training option. This guy did... My mayor did eat a child. Although I crushed one. But, like... It's not a contest, okay? But they're refusing to do their duties as mayor and have meetings with political friends. And so because of this, I will shoot rocks at you until you die. Are you calling me a turkey? Excuse me. How rude. And you shall ponder diseases. Oh man, you're enthusiastic after pondering. If only you weren't my mayor. If only you weren't my mayor. What's the value of this? Literally one worker in that guild hall. What is the value of that sword? Let's just move you over to here. Oopsies. Because that is not a required guild hall. But this is a required temple. Some random dwarfs have arrived, allegedly. And I have to let them into the fortress. Weird. Okay, so value of this probably gone up. Yep. So Sleepy is now the Holy Crystal, and Soapgoat is now the High Gravel. I feel like Holy Crystal should be the higher ranked in society there. It's only when someone is sleeping. Certainly, and dwarves sleep all the time. I'm not going to micromanage that, but yes. If you want to know everything there is to know about vampires, I have a video about it. No, actually, I need to set it to this. Testing. But yeah, I mean, if we were in a fortress full of, like, necromancers like the last fort, then certainly. How's your dwarf doing? Better than this one. He will ignore it when he gets thirsty. 1000% he will ignore it. They'll even, like, leave station in a squad. I've seen it. Does it need to be a training zone? No, they'll just fire them. Which is the way they used to work. They used to just, like, fire at will. They would just start firing. So this seems to be, like, the way it used to be, because it also will target enemies. But you get better training. See? Actually, speaking of how you're doing, you were the expedition leader, right? And you're now the one loading this, so let's hope that it doesn't kill you. Well. Just gonna shoop, shoop. There you go. So it's kind of fitting that you would be the one to do it. You're also the only competent siege operator in the fort. I'm yeeting stuff at the mayor, yes. Sooner or later, you just gotta sit down and yeet stuff at the mayor. I mean, what else? What else can I say? The mayor's left eyelid skids along the ground because the spinning shell strikes the mayor in the lower body, bruising the muscle. Ow. You actually got hit by it. So, I'm going to deconstruct this. And build a ballista. Because I think that it needs to actually collide with an enemy for the rock to explode. Or not because they're just like hitting these and just disappearing. They're not exploding on that wall. And that's like what makes them effective. So I'm just going to build a ballista. We're just going to say fuck it. This is also science. I'll have you know. I also like the fact that that boulder hit him in the eyelid and all he got was a bruise. Or all she got was a bruise after getting hit in the eyelid with a, like, for all intents and purposes, a giant fucking boulder. We are testing the limits of friendly fire. I can tell you that the, I don't think the bolt thrower is friendly fire, but catapults and these definitely do, yeah. I mean, catapults used to not friendly fire at all. Like, you could just shoot them at your livestock and nothing would happen. Also, I need to find out if they will still, like... I need to find out if they will still, how do I put this? If you can still shoot down trees with them. I know they made it so that they do, in fact, count towards the elves, but being pissed at you? Hey, you're no longer going to be rusty after this. Excellent. I also want to know if... Oh. Okay, so it does destroy the bolt. Or the ballista arrow. The ballista arrow strikes them in the upper leg and the severed part sails off. Oh my god. It also struck them in the lower leg. So their lower and upper... Okay, so sorry. Their lower left leg flies off. And their upper right leg flies off. So when like, thump, and just chop both their legs off. Well, somehow they're surviving. Time to start licking the floor. Bioactive. I also want to know who gets credited for the kill. That's another thing I'd like to know. Because, like, this dwarf's got a bunch of, like, credited kills, but they're not in a squad. I was kind of expecting that.
Holy cow, since when was it 36 months?
Since 35 months, maybe? That's a lot of months. Well, thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive. Kildarian. For 36 months. That's about how long Dwarf Fortress has been out. So, fun fact. When things are lying down... How do I explain this? When things are lying down, they have a significantly bigger chance to dodge. Should I just expel him now? Like, we've shot your legs off. Oh, right, I can't expel you. You're nobility. Duh. Okay, well... I need to dig out this area a little bit anyway. Yeah, but then I would need to open the door. If I open the door, then he could get out and eat more people. And probably will. Everybody's going on about these super over, like, engineered options. And I'm just like, what if I just fucking... Oopsies. Deconstruct that. Nope, not that. And then lastly, deconstruct this. Anyway, Ugla has now been elected the mayor. Problem solved. Question is, did I take anybody else out with that? How you doing there, Teb? Getting blasted backwards? Meanwhile, this dwarf's like, oh god, what have I done? Begone fear, how fragile we are! And you're just bouncing around down there? It's fine. Man, this dwarf's having a rough night's sleep. And also just got flung out by just like you're sleeping and then just the ceiling fucking caves in. All right. Yeah, so that was my quick and dirty How to Kill Your Mayor 101. Thanks for coming to class, everybody. More like How I Kill My Mayors 101. I drop shit on their head. You see, you've heard of drop shipping, but have you heard of drop assassinating? I'm a pioneer in my trade. That will be new mayor's office. And this over here will be the mayor's dining hall. We just got some blood to clean up. So this was the previous mayor and the previous mayor's statue. I'm going to keep that statue. And to honor the previous mayor, I'm going to put a tomb here made out of marble, which actually is very fitting color-wise. And I'm going to give that to Bioactive. Complex Quanta, thank you very much for that subscription with Prime. Welcome back for a 4th month. My trade is booming. I mean, what else would it be? Was that the siege operator who shot the mayor? The siege operator who shot the boulders at the mayor, not the crossbow. Anyway, we found the mayor dead. Oh no! How in the world did that happen? Oh no, a child found him dead. It's kind of grim. I feel like I should just leave a ballista here loaded. Just to keep my mayor honest, you know what I'm saying? You want to stay here for eradicating monsters? No, because you're a human. Go away. Also, a dwarf claimed a clothes shop. What do you want? Plant cloth, I'm seeing. Process plants. Let's just do 10. And just say do it whenever there's 10. Which there isn't at the moment, but I can solve that. And I'm merely outpost liaison. Why did I have to wait so long? What was that loud noise? Anyways, from Mountain Homes, let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward! Mate, I just made you wait 3 months. I don't think I deserve reward. I don't know about you, chat, but like, this fort seems kind of like a disaster. But having a barony here would attract more people to kill us. What do you think, chat? They're the paragons of patience. No, they're just drinking. The alcohol's free and room and board is included. So chat's saying that we have to become... Okay. Who do we recommend for election? I think Sleepy, just because Sleepy has a funny name. But I'm attracted to the concept of Battle Baron. The Gorlak? I don't think the Gorlak's an option, because the Gorlak isn't a full citizen yet. Although let's check the Gorlak. I mean, they're not gonna go. Okay, who's actually just like a happy dwarf in the fort right now? Let's just take a look. There's also like Azanthium that I could go with, who's like been here for a bit. Because I always want a dwarf that's been around a while. You like leggings and thrones and crowns and flasks. Sure, we can make leggings, thrones, crowns, and flasks. Who killed the werehorse? The rhino. So I can't do that. Because unfortunately, this isn't Crusader Kings. I don't think I can appoint my rhino as nobility. That would be incredible, though. Okay, who is the rhino the pet of? That could be like the second best thing. But that would be one of my soldiers. You vote rhino owner? I could also, like, give the rhino to somebody else, because it's just, like, attached to somebody. I think it may actually be my militia captain, who admittedly fucking hates her job. I could be wrong, though. Asob. So yeah, no, it is this guy. He does have a spouse, who's femme noir. What do you like? She's got a big family. She's been here for quite some time. She's got a pet duck and a pet sheep. I might go for the Baroness, actually. Also, great band. Likes native platinum. Ooh. She likes shields. Shields. Can work with that. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. She thinks that the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting to be a low pursuit indeed. Meanwhile, her husband... That's some character building right there. Her husband is my best soldier, and she finds that the pursuit of weapon mastery off-putting. What do you need to get crossbow dwarves ready? You need to make a crossbow dwarf squad. So make a go to your squad, click add uniform, and then assign whatever armor, whatever headwear, whatever legwear, whatever handwear, whatever footwear, whatever shield, and then crossbows. And then click confirm and save uniform after naming it, and then it'll show up here. I call mine crossbow basic. And then you just need to have quivers, crossbow, and bolts, which are ammunition for crossbows. You can tell them to train after that if you like. Then there's one other screen that matters, which is this. It's ammunition. This is not a crossbow squad, so this is actually a bad example. But there's one other thing, which is ammo. If you click on that, it'll say what is available and what they'll use it for. I don't generally train my crossbow dwarves, which might be a little silly sounding, but I don't. And if I do, it's just like normal wrestling training. But if you want them to use specific types of ammo, because they do use up their ammo for training, I would say set a new type of ammunition and say bolts, and then say, like, I don't know, wood, and then say training. Don't use that for training. Just use that for training. I would do something like that, but that's how you get those running. Mumefu, hello! So what I think is I'm going to... I think that you are behind in the VOD, Ronan. Or, misunderstanding where we're at currently. I think Femme Noir is going to be my Baroness. I just need to find her in the list. He posted on his... If you literally go look at his Patreon, it'll tell you, Leftover Pat, but he did post recently that he's... Actually, you're probably in an ad. Your best bet generally when someone on YouTube stops uploading is to go ask them. But... Chat, can you answer Sana Stace's question, please? Thank you. That was fixed 2 patches ago, but I never actually encountered that problem, Krog. I mean, patch and hotfix ago. But... Been watching your videos. Hello! Hi from Canada. Like 100 hours? Is that really 60 days? Seems like a lot of time. What? That is not 60 days. Maybe 6 days. Unless I'm misreading what near 60D means. Regardless, congrats. I'm glad you're enjoying the game. This is a very much a long-time viewer, first-time typer thing. Did you miss a siege? 2 of them, most likely. But I have specifically attacked, or specifically destroyed the necromancers so that they stop sieging me and the goblins siege me. What am I doing? Right, requesting stuff. Just keep bringing me iron ore, please. Thank you. They want sheet. I also want some sheet. You know what I'm saying? They also want headwear. Paper and headwear. So this is now going to be my Baron. Yeah, I get ad views. I mean, if you have Twitch Prime or Twitch Prime on Twitch or Twitch Turbo, you won't see ads, but I'm still getting paid in some way. If you're just watching, yes, I get ad revenue. It's pretty small. I think I, like, on a day where I don't stream, I get, like, maybe 50 cents. But I also get some ad revenue on YouTube because I post the VODs on YouTube, although they're usually, like, a week behind on YouTube. You missed when putting together... Oh, you missed when putting a daughter to your daughter to bed. Gotcha. So who's most likely to attack now? Goblins? That's the only one that we're at war with at the moment. That I'm aware of? There might be some, like, other factions that, you know, are a threat to us, but... That was a very quick re-election. I guess that was an emergency election followed by an election. And now we have a barony. Got the Baroness of Warmachines. What a good name. I feel like the Baroness of Warmachines needs to be surrounded by literal war machines. What do you think, chat? Piss off humans for science? I'm gonna do one faction at a time. Because the goal of this world is to kill everything. Even my own faction. Which, maybe not actually that wise. But, that is kind of what I would like to do. I'm going for proper world dom. So the way you do that is you exterminate the goblins, which are the biggest threat, and then you exterminate the humans, which are the lesser threat, and then you exterminate the elves because of Lamau, unless they attack you first. And then you exterminate your own faction by killing your own trade wagons until they attack you. That's what I'm trying to do. Kobolds? What are those? The World of Warmachines. That sounds like a 40k MMO. Thanks for the $5. McCann. Appreciate you.
All sentients must die, including the arcs.
Including the arcs? Is this like an Arc Raiders bit? I'll be honest, I've seen maybe 90 seconds of footage of Arc Raiders. So, I'm assuming this is an Arc Raiders bit. Kinda don't like how shallow that is. This can be Baroness's space. That, or maybe put it directly beneath this, but... I may just knock down these walls. These are kind of fucking with me. Just trying to get everybody bedroomed up before we do more things. Sakamura as well. Seriously, thank you very much for the 14 months, though. That is the goal, yes. Sakamura. Oh, absolutely, but those look ugly. Nox Maturi. I could absolutely make bedrooms in significantly more space efficient, time efficient, and mental efficient ways, but it would also then make me go slightly insane, want to hurt something, and like get really angry at the fact that I don't like the way it looks. So it doesn't matter. I will do them one by one, even though you can do them more efficiently. There's many ways you can do them more efficiently, space-wise, but I don't care. Just your sim racing wheel to work with your PS2 emulator. What games on the PS2 are you playing with a sim racing wheel? Actually, no, let's go to here. Don't like this. Don't like this at all. Gran Turismo 4 specifically? Me. I feel like that would be kind of a lot of effort that you have to put into that. Anyway, Chuck, can I get a round of beers for Bastet and the Raider? Hope that your stream was good. I'm not going to a metal show tomorrow, so I don't want to hurt any of the delicate little, like, hard rock fans. So, no. Unlikely. Cyberdud. Also, I wear glasses and have a needle in my arm, so I don't actually mosh all that much these days. I might crowd surf, though. I think that if I were a dwarf in a bedroom that had stairs that go to other rooms and people were constantly walking through them, you would lose your mind. Well, like, noise doesn't affect dwarves anymore, so, like, it's not actually a concern, but I think that if, like, I look at a thing and I go, that's ugly looking, then I just don't want to deal with it anymore. Did I just let a human in my fort? If I did, I'm going to expel them immediately. Yes, I did. God damn it! Son of a Uman! Get to it! Go away! Also, I need to make the guild hall down here, this one, more valuable. Which, I was going to use this back area here for my noble, but I guess I'll just do it this way, because that's actually really convenient that I just did that. I'm trying to figure out how to say your names. Nastes. Which I'm probably butchering. Thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Seeing a lot of names I haven't seen in a very long time. I'm getting this weird feeling that, like, this patch is bringing back a lot of people that played the game around launch, played a fort or two, and then moved on, like normal people should. It's kind of the feeling I'm getting. I don't know how accurate that is, but... I mean, those are like the packet things that you put in your cheek to like get nicotine, right? I genuinely have never heard anybody say the words of those out loud, considering I don't smoke cigarettes. Don't know anybody who used them either. Wait, what? Gotta be one of my soldiers, that blinking administrator. I know what a Zin is, but do Zins even exist anymore? I don't think they ever existed here anyway. If they did, I've never seen them. I mean, did you watch any of Gortusk when that fort was running, Montecore? Because there was a point with that fort, and you can go back and watch that video. It's the cult fort that I did. Where I was like, I desperately require more things to do because my fort is too strong and the enemies can't get in. And so I literally turned the number of possible siegers up to the maximum, which is like a maximum of 2,000 goblins or invaders and 2,000 mounts or monsters. And it was literally sending like 1,800 entities every siege, and we were killing them and winning. The frame rate would go down to like 6, but I mean, hey, there's like an extra 4,000 things on the map at any given time. Game was trying its best. Snooze were the OG Zins. Really? I don't know, like, I know that, like, tobacco rules are pretty different between the US and Canada, so... Should be more fun now? I mean, possibly. Actually, it would probably be almost impossible to defend that fort now because of the way it was built. Oh! And here I thought I made cloth for you. I guess not. I just had a dwarf go stark raving mad because they failed an artifact because they wanted plant cloth. And I thought that I made plant cloth. I thought that that job got accepted, but I guess that's not what they needed. Whoops. Anyways, unrelated. A Helix has been found in a day's travel to the southeast. No, I'm going to have to kill yous. That's unfortunate. You go through phases of dwarf forts, but your forts always fail before you get to adamantine you burn. I almost always either A, get bored and decide that a fort's done and retire it, or B, die to the hell invasion. The last fort kind of beat it, and probably could have kept going. Why am I doing nearest item? What the fuck am I doing? What's wrong with me? Okay. It was one of the requirements. They didn't have any of the items that they needed, and they needed plant cloth. But yeah, I should have rough gems. I mean, I should. It's possible I don't. No, we're out of rough gems. Maybe that's what it was. Well, I feel kind of dumb. Oh, well. Shame, like I said before. There's so much shale and basalt in this fucking... God damn. Need to go and, like, mine out some not ugly brown rock. All right, let's go here. Expand all of this. Wait, no. Let's go here and expand all of this. That's helped quite a bit. Welcome to fucking Warmachine. Yes. Dwarves going stark raving mad just makes them curse a lot. So also Howl Road is a really good name for a helix though. I can't judge them for being tied to my fort. Even though it probably won't end super well for them. Where the heck are they though? I don't even see it. Where the hell is this helix? Or hillocks, not helix. Oh, there it is. The Dwarven Hillocks. The site government is called the Respectful Rack. And they're named Howl Road. It gives you a place that you can expel your dwarves to without killing them. Quite literally, like, if you need to get rid of a dwarf and you don't want to, like, feel bad about it, you can just be like, go live here now! And then you can request them back later if you want. Or if you like a dwarf, but maybe, like, you want to bring in more migrants, you can expel, like, 24 dwarves and then request them back later. That's more or less all they're for. And they do very slowly produce dwarves that you could request as additional workers if you stop getting migrants for some reason. And it's a new location on the overworld where stuff can happen. It's also, I think, the only way that factions can expand, but they can make hillocks outside of your own fort, so, like, your faction can just make them, but they don't very often. Basically, it means, like, you're impacting, like, the overworld sim, is really what it means. It's also a spawn point for adventure mode, which is useful if you're in a very hard-to-get-to place. And it's more cannon fodder for the goblins to murder. You know, the important stuff. Just a bunch of dwarves. Yeah, they sell spices. Herbs and spices. On the Respectful Spice Rack. I feel like that doesn't make it much better. I don't know. Okay, so you're high enough value. You're not quite high enough value, but we're almost there. I need to just make some silver statues. Let's make 5 of them. Let's make 5 of them. The world I generated yesterday had Civ named the Assaulted Gate. Also had the Broken Spears. I once had an artifact, which was a pink tourmaline gem scepter called the Pink Impaler. You want to do a generation fort from pretty early in history, but you're doing small forts to the point where they get their first holdings. You don't even need to do that. Literally just make a fort and immediately retire it. Devilish Potato is throwing a tantrum. You broke one of my... All right. I was trying to respect you, dwarves. I was trying to be nice to you. I was trying to not be mean to you. But you keep breaking my shit. So because you keep breaking my shit, I'm going to make a captain of the guard. It's going to be at the top of the scary lava entryway. And I'm going to arrest you. The quasi-unintentional. So this game used to act... So Dwarf Fortress used to actually have swear words in it. Or words that could be interpreted as naughty. As Tarn puts it. Like, there used to be a lot of unintentional innuendo in this game. which were removed from the game, which I think is really fucking funny. Can you have a bearded military dwarf? Ranged or melee? Good. I mean, I agree all cops are bad, which is why instead of cops, I'm appointing a captain of the guard. So if you want to use the proper acronym, you'd have to say all COTGAB. And I'll allow it. I had to think about that for way longer than I should admit. Now everybody's confused. Excellent. There was a relic on Reddit called the Splattered Nut. I think somebody mentioned that yesterday. But that is pretty funny. All right. Well, you're here doing your things. Oh, shit. You don't actually have that assigned. I should fix that. Wait, what? How is this not a decent... Oh, I see, because I just assigned the wrong person. That's why. There you go. Splattered Nut is perfectly possible. I did once see the delicious balls on a shield, so... One of the doors had a slightly broken graphic? Where? Oh, shit. Huh. I guess this must have been that tantruming door. Dwarf. Because I've seen that before. Well, that's interesting. No, it was just a named shield that a soldier named. I mean, we actually have one that's, like, kind of... We had one that was kind of questionable. It was, like... The something of mating was the thing that the... What's it called? That the vampire mayor had made that they didn't bring with. We also have the hot moon. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's kind of nifty. Look at that. Dreams of mating. Yeah, that one. It's one of those books, as we theorized. If one of the Raging Dwarves did that, it has to be. Has to be that dwarf that was tantruming. Devilish Potato. Also, just for reference, I am prioritizing this task right now over satisfying my Baroness. So if she gets annoyed with me, it's my fault. I'm tired of that dwarf. I'm tired of dwarves getting upset. And I was kind of worried that this would happen in this fort for a while now, but such is life. I don't know. Did they? None of these are stones. These are all gems. But not as of yesterday. Not yesterday. Not as of last week. Because I spotted it again last week. Right, who's going to be my captain of the guard? Also, it looks like you need clothing. What are you wearing as a shirt? Shirts. Okay. Cloth shirts. 90. 80. Seeing dwarves without shirts. But anyway, I think I might make this dwarf the real hero. Into my new captain of the guard. Although I will actually look at their preferences, just because they're stressed. Do you value the law? In terms of mastering a skill, personally views decorum as a high ideal, is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, values family, doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship, doesn't respect commerce, and doesn't care one way or another about nature. In terms of mastering a skill, she is easily moved to mercy. She's happy and enthusiastic and conflicted. Maybe not you. Do I have any performers? I don't, but I do have a bunch of children that have grown up. You're in the military, right? No, you are not. You're a skilled record keeper, though. Personally finds the whole idea of introspection completely offensive and contrary to the ideas of a life well lived. Doesn't feel strongly about the law. Well, I know that you wouldn't be good at that. That is one of my hammer dwarves. Fish cleaner, eh? How about you? Looking for somebody who values the law. Next competition, leisure time and dreams of mastering a skill, easy living. Organized and neat, does not find most jokes humorous, finds a chaotic mess more preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. Stains leisure time, inclined to abstract. Yeah. Yum, 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 yum. Dutiful. Ooh. Well, you are my mayor, though. Disdains hard work and rude and vengeful. Also, I need to give Tapioca bearded military dwarf. I've gotten distracted with this. So I will do that in a sec. Well, I mean, tantruming dwarves will just, like, punch walls if you look at their combat logs and random, like, buildings and statues and shit without actually breaking them, just damaging them. Unless you want the captain of the guard, actually. Yeah, I saw. Bone doll. Would this work for you, Tapioca? You'd get to run your own squad, but you'd be a cop, not necessarily a, you know, combat dwarf. Okay, we'll go with that then. I'll make the wait more worth it. Tapioca. Also, hi, Orc Bacon in YouTube chat. My drinks are getting lowish? Yeah, it's fine. They're set to start brewing at 100 drinks, so they've been getting lowish. Personally thinks that working hard is an abject idiocy, sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, values good craftsmanship, and does not care about friendship. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Nice. Is obsessed with order and structure in his own life, with everything kept in its proper place. He never becomes angry, is very impolite, he's inconsiderate of property. This sounds like a cop. He has little time for forgiveness, will generally seek retribution. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and lives a fast-paced life. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and often feels lustful. And doesn't focus on material goods, is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he tends to be a bit stubborn and changing his mind about things, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not really mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He likes pudding stone, tin, topaz, dark brown, and breastplates, crutches, and when possible prefers to consume mead. And hates oysters. He's got 3 kids, and is married to Fight God. His grandparents are both in the fort. His grandmother is the manager? Oh man, now we know how this guy got appointed. Oh shit. He's got nieces in the military. He's got family everywhere. He's got an uncle who's a weaponsmith. His half-sister's a miner. So I'm just going to make a dungeon that's like right here. I'll just throw 2 copper chains in here. What are you overlapping with? This? Really? Oh. I built a dungeon on my dungeon. Too much dungeon in the dungeon. And he's now the captain of the guard. Nepo Cop gives you the good old Nepo Bop when you misbehave, let me tell you. Dwarf really has a lot in common with you. I'm sorry? I feel like we're just, like, completely roasting that dwarf. Also need to make shields and scepters. Okay, so let's just make rock scepter and copper shield. I'll just do 3 and 3 and do them seasonally. That's how you satisfy nobles, by the way. The easy mode to satisfy nobles, do that. Be criminal, do crimes, get whacked. Sounds fair to me. I mean, actually, I would call it a whack for a whack, right? Like, generally, dwarves that tantrum break things, so... Come all up into my fort and be all like, break stuff, and I'd be all like, well, hey, you had a face that looked pretty, let's break it. We should really rename the captain of the guard to the captain of the gourd because of how many melons they split. They're very good at it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the justice screen and I'm going to interrogate a devilish potato. After you finish building this wall outside. Yeah, we get to turn the criminals into gourds. Exactly. Which has no relation to Gordon Ramsay, okay? I get intel, you get the thwack. Yes. He's also currently helping finish up his prison, so at least he's participating in some things. There you go. Let's go interrogate the dwarf that tantrumed a couple times. It's a volcano. Whippy effect. It would be more circular if I made it. Ironically, this isn't the first time that Devilish Potato's gone crazy. We had a were creature arrive. We had some more zombies arrive, which we killed. It was a bigger army this time. And I'm officially at war with the goblins, and they did send thieves twice. But I've decided that I was tired of getting just attacked by zombies, so I demanded tribute from the goblins. Attempted to make intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject was cagey and refused to comply. Okay, so typical Nepo baby. Awful. awful at actually doing anything people skills related. It really just shows, like, his incompetence. It's okay. We'll get there. I should also make you into a tavern keeper. That Gordon Ramsay comment made you giggle. I'm glad. Yes, we've seen some of the new stuff. No major invasions have happened, though. YouTube chat attempting to rage bait YouTube chat, it seems. It's still a pool of lava. Yeah, true. I wouldn't swim in it, though. At least I wouldn't recommend it. Aha! Confess to multiple crimes. Damn right, Dwarfish McDorf. So what about these ones? Injured party, Snail. Well, we'll interrogate Snail. Because they'll say who injured them. How's the news about the Goblin War? Did you hear what I just said? We're waiting. They have to invade us. I mean, I could just attack them. Fuck it. People keep asking. Let's just go attack them. Somewhere not super scary, though. Devour and nothing more. Devourer and nothing more. Right. Send the Inky pastimes. Where's my Bigums thick boy? I mean, giant rhino. You're right here. Go get him, bud. Speaking of go get him, bud. Jog. I'm gonna war train a bunch of dogs. Oh, do you want to see how Hazel's doing? Scope CSGO? Still alive. 3 years old. Has no puppies. Has had no puppies, rather. You're separated from moral roasted clasps. Got a good friend that you miss. Which doesn't seem to be in your relations at all. Must be a pet. Let's see what Snail has to say. Oh. Well, they didn't really comply. Anyway, we're gonna go beat up Devilish Potato now. Oh, he's sleeping. Oh, that's rude. So now that I have a captain of the guard, I really need a hospital. How's the value of you? Haven't satisfied it yet, but we're almost there. So let's just finalize this. Do that, that, and that. That should cover it, clear it, satisfy it. Could also go down into here and just throw like an additional statue. Oh, guess they never made those. Magma smelter. Quartzite. Wakey wakey. Time to come to Face Punch Town. How do you feel about being in prison? Blissful after sleeping in a good bedroom. At least you don't feel anything about being confined. Oh, now you feel guilty. Well, that's not good. Rip that dwarf, I suppose. Thanks for the $1.99. Can I give an overview of the full fort? Sure. Can I get around to Beer's chat for the super chat? In the YouTube chat. It's not huge. It's basically just this little circular volcano thingy. The red ones are dwarves that have left the map currently. This goes all the way up to here. This is the upper area with some half-built structures up here. And it goes down, 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 down to about there, where I've got a cathedral over here, which is could be bigger, could be nicer, could be worse. This is, like I said, the central area. This is where the baddies have been coming in. That's where I've been focusing most of the sieges into. This is just kind of my messy, shitty, crappy, ugly, I hate it, crafting area. And then down here is where I store the lava, and then all the way down here, all the way down here, is where we are raising animals. Livestock. It's pretty small still. Trust me, if it was easy to just do that, they would have done that in this game a very long time ago, Sophie Taylor. I need to get rid of these llamas. I've got random animals everywhere that I don't need nor want. I'm also going to eat a bunch of lambs. Going to geld that pig. And eat some of the sheep as well. Fish cleaner has given birth to a boy. I don't have a strange mood, do I? I don't. It does seem like people are finally actually getting some siege operation skills. Am I crazy, or was siege operating always a combat skill? Ah, the dwarf that went stark straving nuts has been found dead. Yeah, and they're getting put in a tomb. Oh, yes. I was gonna say, wrong name, but I read that wrong. How's Dwarf's today, someone here? Pretty good, no complaints. Stream's good, Dwarf's good, crowd's busy. Everybody's having fun, I think. The sun is about to screw up my lighting, but aside from that, pretty good. Apparently there was 1,940 people playing Dwarf Fort today. Pretty good for a Tuesday, if I do say so myself. But yeah, I've been enjoying it, having a good time. It's getting close to sandwich o'clock for me, though, I think. So, I think what I need to do... That squad returned. Let's see how this raid went against the goblins. The dwarves led the attack, and the defenders... Oh, hold up. The defenders... So the dwarves led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin named Niglusu Rise Poisons. They outmatched it with a clanning plan, and the dwarf Minkot was struck down by a dwarf named Zatan. And monstrous rushes, so we lost a dwarf almost immediately. Balin's hand was smashed by a goblin. A goblin's cheek was smashed by Olin. We struck down a goblin. We struck down one of their dwarves. And my giant rhinoceros struck down one. Get at him, Attila. But it doesn't appear that... Oh, okay. That must have been an imprisoned neutral dwarf, not one of mine. So I didn't actually lose any dwarves there. It just kind of looked like I did. Also going to set you guys to on duty. Looks like we are processing plants, which is good. The goblins have sent raids, but they haven't actually sieged, meaning they've tried to steal my children. They've sent thieves. But the last time I saw them was about a year ago in game, and that was also before the Necromancer Tower was destroyed, and I've since destroyed the Necromancer Tower with the goal of increasing the speed at which they attack me. But fingers crossed at this point that they attack me. That is a crappy placement of that. Let's do better. I've got a lot of things that I'm building kind of simultaneously at the moment, so just trying to get all this stuff sorted. Yeah, as far as catapults go, they fire out shrapnel, which we learned the hard way actually can, like, kill your own dwarves. Catapults friendly fire now. I'll put it that way. And so do ballista, but I fired a catapult, and it may or may not have, like, caused a sharp rock to come ricocheting back and, like, one-tap the dwarf who was firing it in the brain. That was in a training scenario. So, you know, gotta be cautious. Have you tantrumed again since? Excuse me? All right. Well, anyway, down here is where I'm going to make your office be. This is my Captain of the Guard's office. I'm also going to put one of these over here. Put his bedroom at the end here. Put a door in there. And it'll be bedroom / dining hall. I feel kind of bad because I always do this thing where, like, I mix rooms because I like doing big open rooms instead of multiple small rooms. And after reading all of Boat Murder, where they're just like, the audacity of these people putting 2 bedrooms in one space, and it's like, but I do that. And they like it. I don't know. Seems fine. They don't seem to care all that much. Nepotism really be paying off. Yeah, you know, you get a dining room and an office. And a bedroom. Although they're not all in one, just 2 of them are. I think I need to give you 2 cabinets, but... Okay. Then this can be the dining room, also assigned to you. That's that, also assigned to you. Okay. So now you just need a weapon rack, a cabinet. Oh, you only need 1 cabinet. Oh, well. We'll give you 2. I like the way my fort's set up? Thank you. I just kind of wing it. Like, I never really go in with much of a plan. I've certainly had people ask me in the past if I go in with a plan, and the answer is almost always, no, not really. Still need to make a hospital, speaking of important things I need to do. Okay, so let's just do this. I think that's all of the chains I have. Yep. I should just fill this, like... I should fill this space up with statues of the Captain of the Guard. Like... I feel like that would be really funny. to just have, like, a prison that is full of statues of the Captain of the Guard, and if you topple any of them, you're gonna get thwacked. We did get a training incident. We also had an intentional incident where I shot my mayor in the head with a ballista arrow. It's not my fault. He was a vampire, okay? He had it coming. I would have tried to save him, but, like, it was a vampire. What can I say? Like, seriously. What do you want me to do? My hands are tied. Speaking of hands are tied, I'm going to dig out a bunch of this. So I want some quartzite. This fort's too gray. If I dig out some of this, I can have some pink. That'll be nice. Let's also go down a little further and dig out some of this, get some obsidian. Again, fort's too gray. Need some other colors. Zeolite, that's an okay color. Get some of that. Sorry, did I just see jet? No, I didn't. I'm seeing things. That's schist. Schist is a pretty good color. Let's actually do this at priority number 3. More schist. Schist and marble, all the way over to there. And you're just upset. At least you like your fine restraint, but... Auntie and the Nepotism Empire. Yeah. This is making you want to play the game again? I've been told I have this effect on people. I blew her legs off. True. I blew her legs off and then dropped a bunch of bricks on her head. Okay? Thank you for the correction. I stand corrected. But, yes. The result was, well... Alright, so now that I've done that, I need to figure out where the hell I'm going to put my Baron's home. And in my opinion, this right here is a liability because it's way too close to the surface. However, I've got this giant stockpile down here. And... I'm just going to deconstruct a bunch of these walls here. I'm just going to get rid of this stockpile. Just move it. And I think this is going to become the Baron's quarters. What do you think, chat? I think it's a nice conversion of an already existing space. Right across the street from the dining hall, where all these random guinea hens that I didn't know that I had are. Can you eat those? Delicious. Speaking of, I should probably, like, fill these in a bit more. And then I'm thinking down here, I'll build some storage. Like one layer beneath all of this. What is this even? Hold up, stop that. They'll get to this eventually, but most of the miners right now are underground. You know, mining. As one does. Oh, why not I actually just connect it to this? I know that I hit that corner. I'll fix it. Okay, there we go. Why does your door look broken? Because one of my dwarves punched it. That's a new feature in this patch that wasn't really mentioned in the patch notes, I don't think. That dwarves that tantrum do visible damage to things now. I think this, I'm just going to put bars in for the time being. Just metal bars. Just to get them put away. Because I would like to see exactly what I do have. Because I am serious about making a bunch of statues of my captain of the guard, because I think that would be really funny. So let's just do, I'm thinking probably copper statues. Copper statues. Let's do 30. Maybe not 30, 20, because that's about how many chains I'll get. Tapioca. Copper. There was, hold on, I can actually go find it. Give me a sec. But there was a screenshot posted not super long ago. Here, I'll just grab it. Actually, it's faster if I just go to my own hard drive because I know where I put it. But there was this was posted a few months ago. I can see when the folder was edited. Was it the die update that was shared? No way, I didn't save that screenshot. Love how often I'm just like, yeah, this thing that I have that like I definitely saved. Okay, well, hold on, let me just go find it. Scrolling up in a chat where it was sent to me, because I thought it was posted publicly, but I guess it wasn't. Maybe Tarn sent it to me? I have a sprite sheet somewhere of the damaged buildings, but I'm just not seeing it now. Anyway. Who's not put cop hand, whose hand they had to kiss to get that profession? No, certainly not. Certainly not. Also, I think some ads are about to run. Doing your auntie proud? Yep, Auntie Baroness. Most certainly. She doesn't even have her space yet, and you've already got this. Playing favorites. Classic. Isn't the statues of some kind of bribery of itself? Not unless I make their own spaces more valuable. But, you know, we're working on that. I was going to put some gem windows in, but need them to find some gems to cut first. And what gems are there, actually? Just milk opals? That's fine. Yep, it was fixed overnight, Sophie. If dwarves are still standing stationary after you reload a save, just cancel their job. or remove all jobs. Like, make their job cancel, basically, and they'll go back to normal. But, hold on. Let me look one more time. It might have just been posted somewhere in one of the patch notes. Maybe I'm just imagining this, but I know it was sent to me somewhere. Normally, I'm, like, pretty good about saving screenshots and stuff that people send me, but... No, I'm pretty far back already, and I'm not seeing it. Yeah, somebody must have sent it to me. Okay, there's one other person's DMs I can check. Nope. Yeah, I've genuinely... Oh... Nope. No luck. No idea. Arvnorel. Hello. You started Fort last night and you were wary of doing much? Yeah. I mean, there's always worry of other dwarves or of other bugs, but ideally they're, you know, minimized as much as possible. As much as possible. Holy crap, news video from this morning did great. All right. I think we're back now. Those ads. Pretty sure it was posted on Reddit. Possibly it was just... Actually, hold on. I got one... Here, I'll let the game run. I got one more place I could check. Maybe Clino sent it to me? Because if it was posted on Reddit, then Clino would have sent it to me. I'll do that naming thing in a second later on. Nope. IDK. I give up. Any dwarf of my liking. Who's happy? Wouldn't give you somebody upset. I don't know. Would you like a miller? An animal caretaker? A brewer? Actually, do I actually have any dwarves? Oh, that's just furnace operator. Because I do actually have kiln dwarves, but I was doing some porcelain stuff, but it's not really a dedicated industry in this fort. Siege operating is trying to become the dedicated industry, and it's not working. But if you have any preference between those gerbs, let me know. Otherwise, I will just take the happiest one, which would be the miller. Maybe it's just on... Maybe it's, like, right in front of the most obvious place, and I just haven't looked. Is it just on bay12games.com, maybe? Nope. No, it is not. So, yeah, I don't know. Siege ops. Actually don't see a siege operator. Well, I mean, okay. So, like, there are no siege operators on the screen. In fact, like, I only have these two. We got Dumed or Vukar. Or Yustuth. Actually, we're finally actually getting some dwarves with siege operator skills. So these would be the options then. We've had this discussion, or I've had this discussion with you separately, and you two confuse the crap out of me. By the way. The only difference to me is your name is Purple. I realize that one is Ladrann and the other one is Ledrann or A-N, but like... Help. You two just need to like act like make both of your profile pictures the Spider-Man meme. If only you could have like Twitch channel specific like profile pictures. It's all good with you? All right, well, I'll go with the who's happiest. That one. Which also means I actually need to give you siege operating. You can be very single-minded and is not the type to fall in love. Oh, it's Hadran. I missed the L by, like, an entire hand. The fusion dance or something? Are you two long-lost twins? He can be very single-minded and is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and it sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. You heard me. Likes to take it easy and rarely feels discouraged, and does not often feel lustful, and doesn't often feel envious of others, and finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. And he can handle stress, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He is trusting, and he often touches others during conversations when he's excited, and when he scratches his head when he's bored, and he lowers his eyes when he's nervous. But he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Yes, there is a cooldown on the redeem. Zascaris, thanks for the prime for 5 months. Jack, can I get a round of beers? Appreciate you. What are the restrictions on naming persons? Yeah, there's a cooldown on a redeem. That's generally the way I do it. Sometimes I break that rule, but usually it's just that way. I'm much more loose if you just want to, like, name a table or something. It does not care about fairness and dreams of raising a family. Because, like, if there was, like, no limitations on it, then all the dwarves would be named all the time. And I would be reading dwarf names for 30 minutes every single time a migrant wave arrived. That used to happen when I had, like, 10 or, like, 70 people watching. Be like, I'm just going to read dwarf descriptions for the next 15 minutes. Which, doesn't really... It's not good. It's not great. Likes bituminous coal and iron, as well as red tourmaline and the color eggplant. Nice. Gems, bolts, and shields, and horses for their strength, and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. In the words of the Umber Amethyst, and when possible prefers to consume tiger shark, and when possible prefers to consume tiger shark, bayberry wine, blood amaranth beer, blood amaranth flour, blood amaranth seeds, and brown recluse spiders. For some reason, my brain short-circuited on that one. You're a novice siege operator, and we killed your aunt! Chat, your aunt was the werehorse. I feel bad. Later on, were you the werehorse? New stuff! I get very excited when I see new things. It tells me what the commander is. The army is commanded by the goblin Utest Terror Ape. That is really hard to not read incorrectly. The competent commander. It looks like tarot. Oh gosh. Anyway, the competent commander, and in the mid-autumn of '93, Utest Terror Ape. The Utest Terror Ape book was created in Sun Scrapes by Utest. So they made a book about themselves. Beware their skilled goblin spearmen. Yeah. With come monstrous siege engineers. Terror Ape. Yeah, that's something that would... Like, you have to put a very long pause between those two words to not get demonetized on YouTube immediately. Anyways, for Terror Ape, yes. Aside from that horrific name, good to see that you've brought your very... So I always find this name really funny. These guys appear in the tree and all this ogre has to say is, dang. Anyway, he's got Killinite blocks. Ooh. What do you has? He's got to pick. It's not that heavy. It's only weight 31. They also are not seeking a parlay. Fascinating. Wait, hold up. Okay, so I need to not get too mesmerized by this and actually put my squads into the burrow. But, like, if it's literally just the 3 of them, that's fucking funny. Oh, no. Okay. Never mind. That's a battering ram. So, wait, hold on. What happens when... What happens when the battering ram dies? Do I get a battering ram? Do I get wood? Do I have to attack the battering ram to kill the battering ram? I have so many questions. How does one kill a battering ram? Also, why is there an elf outside? Oh, you're a diplomat. That's going to end well, I'm sure. What are you? Legendary herbalist. Hey, well, okay. Save the game? Can do. Is it like a living wagon? We're going to find out now, aren't we? I'll say Smexy Vampire. Alright, so I need you two to just get training like stat. Considering one of them is set to off-duty. Oh, wait, no, sorry. They're both set to ready, so we should be fine. I need to set everybody into here. So they may actually just try to fuck up this drawbridge. Which would be really cool if that's what they do. Oh, you come back here, you stupid pupper. How do you think you're doing? I'm going to go plant seeds out here. Where the fuck do you think you're going? Oh, okay. That's good to know. There's like a random bag out there just full of seeds. I really need to get better stockpiles anyway. Okay, so the game just got a little laggy. The frame rate went down to 60. We've been at 80 since the fort started. So I'm led to believe that probably has something to do with the army walking into my fortress right now. I could be mistaken, though. I don't claim to be an expert in these things. Cool, I got 2,700 something bolts around. I should also probably look at where the baddies are. I should also close these. Since I also have more dwarves that are actually acquiring skill in siege operating, I should go to here. I'm actually just going to remove a bunch of these dwarves from this. Just go down to here to all these ones who actually have some siege operating skills and just give them all the skills. And also some peasants if I have any. Okay. So, that should close pretty quick, and then we'll follow the goblins and see exactly what they're up to. Don't you leave. There we go. So because there's multiple squads, I'm kind of... Uh-oh. These trees, those should be chopped down. Because there's multiple squads, I'm expecting them to come from different angles. But maybe I'm overthinking this. There's just a random recruit. Who sent this poor fucker? Poor guy. Also, oh no. Okay, this is something I've actually never seen before. This is a former member of my faction. His dad is one of my soap makers. And his mum is one of my Mark Swerves. That's a kidnapped child, yeah. That's grim. But she doesn't, like, consider him her child anymore. Oh, actually, where's that ram? They don't have the little backpack sprites that they said that they were going to have. It's a little sad, but... So, the battering ram isn't on this list. So where's the battering ram then? I feel like this is too far away, but... I thought it was trolls? Oh, possibly, yeah. Oh, possibly. That could be correct. Just want to know where the battering ram went. I want to see them carrying it. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's like an object suspended between 4 goblins. Apparently, by the way, in case you were wondering, you have disrespected the trees in this area, but this is what we've come to expect from your stunted kind. Abuse cannot be tolerated. Let this be a warning to you. But you didn't give us a warning initially. Okay. I guess the ones we really need to watch are these guys. This little glub glub. So I wonder if you can get attacked by multiple commanders then, because this kind of implies that this commander specializes in spear gobs. This guy with the unreadable last name. Oh shit, he brought his book! Awesome! I mean, specifically, it did shout that he'd written a book. So, wait, hold on. Is he like the drummer boy of the army? Yo, what's up, Trash Mac? Hey, Claiborne. How's things? So we're getting sieged right now by this guy with the unreadable last name. And it stated when they attacked us... Here, actually, I screenshotted it so I can show you. And posted it on Discord. It said that he wrote a book in the year 93 about him, and he wrote it. So if he wrote a book in 93 about him, and he brought it, it's a 28-page essay entitled "The Utes Terror Ape Book," authored by Utes, their name. It concerns the studies of the goblin Utes Terror Ape in Sunscrapes in order to be with the master in the mid-spring of 65. The writing is as vicious as it can be. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. So he wrote a crappy book like 100 years ago almost. You just died from your siege? Oh, hell yeah. I feel like that's not a response you get about most video games. How'd it go? Was it exciting? Did they dig? This doesn't seem to be that big of a siege, so I'm not too worried at the moment. But let's see if my Pew Pew automatic blasting devices are gonna have any luck. There we go. Sorry, goblin with the unreadable name. Thanks for the free books, though. It's cleared Tourmaline Codex. It's an 11-page essay entitled "The History of the Goblin." Found on a dead goblin. Kind of ironic. If you guys want to see more dwarfy things, go give our friend here, Trash Mac, a follow, by the way. I hope that this stream was good. Literally just pop. We couldn't stand his name, okay? Okay, so something that I've noticed that I don't think was the case before, but somebody could, like, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think was Siege Operator a combat skill previously? Because I don't think it was. It might have been, but I don't recall it being a Siege Operator skill. So now they're like, oh god, well this is a problem. And now they're scattering off to the wind. See if they regroup again. Ooh. So are you running in fear? Hey chat, what does the blind cave ogre say when all of his friends die in front of him? Dang, because that's his name. I'm not funny. But I am going to go adjust my lighting so that it doesn't screw up green screen. Damn, son! Yeah. Okay, so where are you going here? In case. So this does answer my question. This is definitely going to be an easy way to get fun materials. Where'd the rest of them go? Okay, well, you're up here bleeding to death, winded and exhausted. And is currently still getting full of bolts. Gonna have to do better. I do need to get rid of those trees, though. The rest of the goblin invaders are hanging out over here alongside of the battering ram. I need to see what this looks like in ASCII, actually, the battering ram. Okay, so it's just like 1, 2, 3 wall tiles, looks like. He did not make a tunnel downwards. No, that tunnel already existed. I put that tunnel there. So are they retreating? I mean, you did put an unarmed bard at the front of your army, so I'm gonna say I think that you probably deserved what you got there, Gobbins. These guys haven't figured out how to parallel park yet, apparently. Nope, they've regrouped. This guy's all injured. Is that recruit dwarf still alive? I guess we killed the recruit then. There was a kidnapped dwarf in this army. I presume it's an item. But it's like also appears to be an item that like none of them have equipped. I have no idea. Is there a way I can check with the DFAC, if any of you know? Like maybe inspect? Is there a tile inspector? Nope, don't want to do that. It seemed, I don't know. Wagon says there's a wagon there. This just says that there's dense grass and some berries. Although I kind of want it to stay. I want to kill them. I can't path. It's like a wagon. That could be because we killed the leader. But yeah, they do seem kind of stuck. So goblins can apparently break stuff too. They're just much slower. I don't see any of them with picks though. But yeah, if they're stuck, then it's definitely it's just a funny shaped wagon for sure. I mean, honestly, if I was these guys, I too would just refuse to fight. So, frankly, I think they're smart. They're taking a different route. Starsmore the Drake has been found dead. Oh no, Starsmore died of old age. Pour one out for Starsmore. The poor Drake. Died too young. Oh. Yeah, so that's where the kidnapped dwarf died. And they appear to have encountered... 30 bolts left. The remainder of this. They're going to need to send bigger armies. Chat, how ballsy should I be? Because I could just make their armies bigger. Be like, come get me, cowards! I want this fortress to fall, if anything. Where's the actual number? There it is. No, that's not it. Maximum range with sieges, scale. Is there not like a number where you can just like turn up the number? Siege frequency. It's Cavern Dweller, not sieges. Digging speed, horizontal digging speed, invader days delay before digging. Can also make them like more concerned about where their friends have died, which is actually really interesting. I mean, I've got it set to hard already, so. See how bad it gets under normal settings? Okay, sure. Convinced me. I think they're just gonna retreat. If they do actually retreat and they leave... and they leave the battering ram behind, I'm gonna go just kill the battering ram. Because I'm pretty sure they're just booking it off map now. Yes, ballista use. Yes, catapults use. Yes, everything use. We've been too good at murdering them so far, but there's certainly a lot more entertaining fighting the enemies. I did have some ogres show up with building blocks made of killinite, which is fun. And then we murdered them. Nope, maybe they're coming back again. Okay, so this is their... their battering ram, who's currently parked here and waiting. Or stuck. I'm not actually sure. So they're trying again. Maybe eventually they'll learn that if they keep walking up this hill, they just get turned into a bloody mess on the ground by these. Like, quite literally. Maybe they'll learn that eventually. I mean, it's truly a mystery. We'll never actually know, but... What would you like to name, El Rey? Please don't say one of these goblins, because I'll die before I'm done naming them. One of my clerk has been possessed. Also, hey, Bimbort, I will say that your Gorlak's still Gorlakin. Also, since we're in an ad break chat, did you guys see the very important news that released alongside of the patch notes, which is that we now have a greater idea of what a Gorlak's anatomy looks like? Oh, you want the one that just started making the artifact? All right. Do ballistic catapults need an open roof? Oh, they can fire anywhere. And they can fire through fortifications, yeah. He got buns. Also, I came to the determination this morning that because they only have a head, they don't have a body, they're all butt heads. You want one of those? I think you have to buy the collector's edition, which is like ridiculously like kind of expensive. You'd like the clerk. Alrighty. This work for you? All right. Okay. Remind me after the siege is over, and then I'll check in on it, because I kind of want to see this fight play out. See how dumb these goblins truly are. Because whenever they reach here, they get turned into pincushions. They're not really, like, trying to avoid the place where they all died previously, are they? Like, they're really not. I mean, the only one who made it previously was the Blind Cave Ogre, who just, like, ran into there. Huh? Okay. They will be exposed again when they pop up here. Okay, fine. A few of them managed to make it in. Stukos died of suffocation on the surface there. So this is the... Aw. You saw a ballista bolt? Oh, for sure, yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't actually tell me who got hit by it. That's copper bolts. Lead ran here. Also fired bolts. There was a dog who was fighting? With what? I was just puking. Oh, we got stabbed by a goblin. Well, that's unfortunate. Five out of 20-ish? Yeah, it was 20-something. But now they ain't getting through here. And this was the one guy that died. I don't know what I'm going to do with the giant picks. I guess I should melt them down, hey? But this was the one guy that survived. I'm just going to move the game forward one turn at a time. Oh, hey, look, a dog. Please tell me that wasn't Hazel. No, it was Doomed. Okay. And now we wait. This is like John Wick. We will now kill each and every one of them. I'm waiting for the catapults to shoot. Those are what I want to see. Poor brave pupper. Poor brave pupper. He tried his best. He was a good boy. It's taking too long. They don't actually have that much range, I will say. I was kind of thinking he wouldn't be able to hit them down there, but I guess there makes sense. But he actually can't hit them there. They keep, like, hugging the top. There goes one. Oh, this is just gonna be a fucking firing squad, isn't it? I think these goblins need to get... No, they're literally incapable of walking. They've all been maimed. They're pincushions at this point. I think, like, at this point, I think the goblins need to bring stronger stuff, but people saying that their fortresses have fallen to sieges, that's... I guess maybe I'm over-prepared? I don't know. I don't want to just be like, I'm too good at this game, it's easy. Because who knows, this is The first time I'm seeing a lot of this stuff. Have millstones always been invisible to place? That's been bugging me since the Steam version came out, and I'm glad somebody else noticed. They don't have a like an opaque sprite for some reason. Oh. I found the rest of the sieges. Okay, so, hold up. These guys still stuck, though. So maybe... Was this just the distraction squad all along? Well, okay, so you make a run for it. Oh, he's doing a pretty good job. Just going to send my 2 squads down into here. Watch it just be like literally 1 dwarf. And for the Ballista Bloodfest Part 2? Possibly. I mean, we're going to see them, aren't we? So there is this 1 dwarf who's now backing off. As we reload the Ballista Firers. Oh. I just hit him with a rock. I don't know if you guys saw that, but... You never said they had a wall. Well, here's the thing. The battering ram crew, if they simply... Allow me to give you the instructions on how this battering ram crew could get into my fort. They just need to go this way, this way, this way, and then up to there, and then just bashing on this. Although it would be really funny if they're not capable of hitting a drawbridge that's, like, up at the top of a ramp. It's like, haha! I've scuttled your plans! Alright, so how many of them are left? It's literally these 4 plus 1. Okay, so there's this guy. Anyway, El Rey the Clerk has created an artifact, which is an obsidian crown, and she claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Ficod Fingerholds. Do I have a Ficod Fingerholds? I've got several Ficods. Anyway, are you related to a Ficod? Nobody lives here. I think you would be honored to give it to my Baron. And also, I should probably boot my Baron out of the military, who's currently in the military, but that's, like, you know, not the best. For their mental state, let's throw this random other dwarf in instead. So I'm going to tell this squad up here to go patrol up here for a sec. I just need to know. You're terrible at it? Don't worry, everybody's terrible at this game. If you're comparing your gameplay to mine, that's also not a fair contest. Because, like, I quite literally play this game as a job and have an absurd number of hours in it. So it is not a fair contest. An absurd number of subs went out yesterday, Elray. Absolutely absurd. I'm still kind of shook about it, to be honest. Okay, let's go break this battering ram, shall we? You kind of seem like you're leaving. Yep. All right, well, let's just send these squads down here and see what happens when you break a battering ram. Literally a professional dwarf fortresser. I humbly accept your compliments, but I am merely a fortress overseer like the rest of you. Just, I've had a bit more practice. Yeah, so far all we've seen are zombies, which have been, like, hysterically stupid. I'm sorry, what? The goblin spearman stabs the axe dwarf in the upper arm? How dare you? Oh! Oh, that's cool! Of course, this is a perfectly normal human's response to have. They're made of bars. Well, that's neat. We turn them into pin cushions. But in doing so, we also got a bunch of free Killinite. All right, I need a hospital like yesterday, so let's build a hospital. That's gonna become the throne room. The smart place to put this would be like close to the stairs. Somewhere close by, I guess. I mean, put it back here, actually. Why don't we put it back here? Because I haven't made a hospital yet in this fort. When can you make it? You can make porcelain if you have Killinite, and I have Killinite on this map. So that was interesting, and that would normally just be like a stream of goblins just walk single file into the fortress and we stab them in the face until they cease breathing. That would be how that would play out normally, but like, that was interesting. Watch me open this and then another siege come in and just be like, oh no, another ambush! Those tricksters! I'd be all for it though, honestly. I'm kind of tempted to like make all of these into like a tavern or something so that they bring them drinks. This is the worst part of this, though. So I'm going to go manually to each of these and do that. There's some weirdness on Twitch, but only if you watch a ton of streams simultaneously. Basically, if you have severe ADHD and you watch like 5 streams at once because your brain can focus like that, because you have a magical power called your brain chemicals are imbalanced, they go, you're not real, and you don't matter to advertisers, and they don't count you. Personally, I don't really care, as long as you're chatting. But as far as lurkers go, as long as you're enjoying the stream, it doesn't super matter to me. I mean, I'm in a world where I make like $10 a day in ad revenue on Twitch. I make like 6 on YouTube, maybe, just from streams. So like, I don't know. We've also got another migrant wave. As long as you're enjoying the stream. Mute the tab, not the player. I think that was debunked. I could be wrong, though. So this is an example of the Killinite blocks. Let's just turn off this burrow for a wee bit. So now I have 16 of those. Which are literally the porcelain blocks, just... the raw material. Cheers. Yeah, no, it's only like a concern if you're watching dozens of streams at once. It's weird because like I'm kind of mixed on it. Like on one hand, I'm very much usually the kind of person who's like lurkers should count, but it's mostly from what I can tell to combat extensions like Twitch Lurker, which essentially are like a voluntary, less offensive, non-paid for view bot, which just opens up a tab and mutes the tab when somebody turns a stream on that you follow, and you just link your Twitch account to it. Which, on, like, paper, I'm totally fine with, but in reality, it's kind of like, okay, no, I get it. Do I have any great picks? So that great pick, like, seemingly disappeared. Where the heck did it go? Also, holy crap, Fort Big now. The fortress grows. Just gonna make another squad real quick. And then I'll go read El Rey's Dwarf. He's currently constructing a building. El Rey easily changes her mind and will go with the prevailing view on anything. Rarely feels discouraged and could be considered rude. Isn't given to flights of fancy and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and has a greedy streak. And finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Can you link me a Siege clip? You are subscribed to the channel, so if you're watching on a computer, Silvershe, you should be able to just rewind the screen by a few minutes. Otherwise, yeah, we need clips. Dreams of raising a family and personally finds the whole idea of introspection completely offensive and contrary to the ideals of life and of a life well lived, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. I think I considered this dwarf for my captain of the guard, but instead Nepo Dorfy got it, which is the nephew of my baron. Yes, my baroness. Yes. Yeah, it's still a new enough feature that it's like worth reminding. It does work quite well though, Silverchi. Also great for clipping stuff. She likes marcasite and steel and yellow jasper and nautilus shell and short swords. The sight of the beige silkiness euphoria when possible prefers to consume thornback ray and llama cheese and ratweed and swamp whiskey and naff seed oil and can't stand mosquitoes. Meanwhile, my baroness probably has a nice crown on now. Yep, she does. Look at that. That crown is 15,000 Dwarf bucks. This is an obsidian crown. All crossbow ship is of the highest quality. Is encrusted with oval obsidian cabochons and decorated with pecan wood and hazelwood, and encircled with bands of brilliant cut milk opal, sterling silver. And this object menaces with spikes of bronze llama wool, and on the item is an image of Seizure the fragrant recluse. The obsidian crown. So this in milk opal. It's got recursive images on it. Me like. I didn't get sponsored to play Norland, so I don't know what you're talking about. Super blackmail? But no, I haven't accepted a single sponsorship since 2022. And I have zero intention to get more. I'm not seeking them out or anything. If I was seeking them out, I could. I mean, I was offered one this morning, actually. Which I politely responded to the email, no. And will continue to. Do I have a favorite type of artifacts? Ones with funny names. Doors, probably. Big fan of artifact doors. Why? If I have to explain this for the untrillionth time, then I don't I don't want to explain this for the trillionth time. Make this into a crossbow squad. I need to make more crossbows. Quivers, leather. Crossbow. Copper crossbow. It's because I'm the short version is this. I'm crowdfunded. I get paid by an audience of people to play video games for a living. Most people would really like to have that job. I don't get paid by a crowd of people to then go find companies to pay me to play their video games for a living. And those are the majority of sponsorships you get in this industry. You don't really get, like, unless you're giant, everything is either a storefront to buy video games, which usually sends you keys, and then that removes your right to leave reviews for games on Steam, which sucks, by the way. Not enough people bitch about that. It's, like, for logical reasons, but at the same time, it sucks. So there's that, and then combine that with, like, my lack of desire to have to put in the work to do that part of the job. It sucks. It's unpleasant. It's slow. It's tedious. It's not rewarding. It makes me feel like shit. It's the worst part of the industry. I did it when I was desperate for money, and I'm happy I don't need to do it so much anymore. Most of the developers that can afford to pay for sponsorships are not games that I want to play. Most of the games I want to play can't afford sponsorships, and if they offer it, I would feel like shit anyway. There's, like, no win for me. Aside from that, maybe I make more money, which I would. I could quite possibly add a third to my revenue. It's a bit of effort, but I just don't have the desire. You know what? Actually, we'll throw you in the talented diagnoser. Why is this one dwarf all of my doctoring skills? I have to have, like, another doctor at this point. Okay. They'll learn. No, they will. The second minor at the start of the game? The second minor? I mean, I usually start with more than 2 minors, so... I don't know what this second minor you speak of is. Actually, don't want to do that. I want to use blocks. And currently are making rock blocks. They're just kind of slow at it at the moment. At least nobody's injured. How goes the sieging? Well, we just got sieged, ambushed, and then sieged by one enemy army, so that was exciting. Fuck it. I'll just claim these. It's actually not that many bodies. Might as well just get them dealt with. I also got some free books out of it because the militia commander who sieged us, whose last name I can't read out loud in one word, so his last name was Terror, pause, Ape. And because of their last name, I couldn't read it. But they did write some books about themselves, and they brought them with them, which was honestly very nice of them. So I'm going to have to put those in a library. How are the new sieges treating you? I mean, I've only seen one, and it was interesting. I learned that, what are they called? Battering rams are made out of metal bars. That's something that I learned. It's way too general a thing, but... Get all this stuff put down here. Yes, I may or may not have shot the legs off of my mare with one intentionally. Can you have a noble? It's probably dangerous. Also, I think they're literally all named. I guess you could have, like, Fath, who's quietly doing all of the jobs, or Meng, the manager. Those are the only really available options. Manager? Okay. I don't think you can make battle rams, Vivi, in YouTube chat. I don't think you can do that. I'm pretty sure that's a goblin-only thing. Although, you know what would be cool? This isn't a thing you can do. It'd be cool if you had a Helix. If you siege something, the Helix could provide... I've wanted this for forever, where it says that the Helix provides soldiers, even though I'm in my imagination, this is still just a simple text scroll that it does normally. But it would be neat if they could bring battering rams and such. She rarely looks on others with lust and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she tends to avoid crowds. She is a calm demeanor, and she is grateful when others help her out. She tries to return favors, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she has a greedy streak, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of mastering a skill. I feel like down here, I'm just gonna do that. I'm pretty sure I don't have a leather shop currently. How different are ballista? Extreme chat, can you give them the TLDR while I read this? She dreams of mastering a skill, which I already read. She personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife, and is put off by trade and commerce. And dreams of mastering a skill. She likes Galena and Billin as well as Tavisorite and green glass and giant weasel leather and horses for their strength, and the words of the Umber of Amethyst, and when possible prefers to consume flying squirrels, salmon, and swamp whiskey, and absolutely hates leeches. You're married to a dwarf named Tourist, and you were a mace dwarf at one point, and you would like some martial training, but you're an expert organizer. As far as ballista, how different are ballistas? So, they look different. You can point them in any direction. They're still made the same way. They use 3 ballista parts, and ballista arrows are the same. But instead of just stand at ready or fire at will, you have stand at ready, hold, but do not fire, which is basically what stand at ready was previously. Practice, which I'm not entirely certain this is a good idea, and then fire at enemies. They can be angled in any direction of the 8 cardinal directions. They fire up and down, and they target specific enemies, but they still will hit multiple enemies in a line. So that's how different they are. We also now have bolt throwers, which shoot bolts and behave completely differently. Why are you furniture? You should be like, it's making me think that maybe I'm running low on ballista arrows, so probably make some more. And then bolt throwers are also very different. Catapults are also very different. They can also shoot up, down, left, right, and they can be angled in different directions. And the boulders, when they collide with things, explode into rocks and send shrapnel everywhere now. But they will still friendly fire, so be cautious. And catapults friendly fire now, and they didn't previously. Or rather, the boulders and the shrapnel do. So be careful with catapults and ballista. I feel like everybody has a very unique, different way of starting. Like, I've watched other players start, and I have this habit in regards to, like, setting up a second miner or whatever. I have this habit of just embarking with 7 peasants. Not even, like, as a challenge or anything silly like that. It's literally just, I kind of... Like, if I'm playing of my own volition, I almost always just start with 7 peasants. It's like, they'll figure it out. They'll work their way into being decent at stuff with time. It builds character, you know? screwed that up. Siege operator. It's what they all use. These. Which also... There's a only select to do this option for these now. And I'm just slowly adding in all of the dwarves with skill is in siege operating. Just waiting for these ads to end. Embarking is starting a new fort, yeah. I'm not talking about Embark Studios, the developers of Arc Raiders. I mean, that's a way to do it. I mean, you can literally embark with nothing and be totally fine. So, like, literally start with nothing. Absolutely 0 items and be totally fine. So, the game's pretty flexible if you know your way around how to acquire food with, you know, and keep your dwarves fed and the basics. Okay, I have entirely too many puppies. Let's just make some meats. Wouldn't that just be like the DF Hack database or the DF Hack Discord, probably? Sultan? I mean, I would just go to their Discord if I was looking for that. What do you need? Need a mobilization. Your thing is fractured. But yeah, I don't personally use any of those tools, so I could also be completely mistaken. But that would be where I would look if I was looking. I mean, I could tell you how that would be doable. Also, can I just say, there is no such thing as a challenge playthrough for Dwarf Fortress, and anybody who's claiming there is kind of clickbaiting. If you know how to play this game, it's very easy to manipulate it. And like, I mean, I do it, and it's literally just a thing that gets people to click. That's the entire reason I do it. There's now the need to build a siege resistant. I mean, you don't need to, because you could disable all the new stuff, but the thing I don't like about the siege update is having to manually enable and disable every single siege engine at the same time. Yay! Wait, no, that's just an engineer's guild. God damn it. I was like, yay, a siege operator's guild. No, an engineer's guild. As much as abstract goals? Yeah, certainly. Turn around, Dwarf. This place is bad for your health. Yeah, it'll just cool off itself. I won't even need to drain it. Seems like that one dwarf is no longer injured and is out of the hospital now, which is good. So, Engineers Guild, eh? Well, I guess it's because my Siege Operators Guild is actually already satisfied. Okay, so I was going to do this. So I'm going to do this now. These are statues of my Captain of the Guard, who is related to my Baroness, who is our Nepo Captain. I also need to check for more crimes. Very important. No crimes have been committed. Good, good. How about we just go right here, put an engineer's guild right here. One, 2, 1, 6, 1. I mean, actually, I think it's unnamed dining hall number 1 and unnamed meeting hall of the armored escort, of course. I know. $10,000 hours in this game. This game gets easy, get good. It's not 10,000 hours. I mean, I've played this game absurdly long periods of time, so sure, you could just say that I'm, like, I don't know, being gatekeeper or whatever. It's less of how do I put this? Like, you guys are talking about that YouTuber Just Don't Die. Like, that's who you guys are talking about. With the didn't feed any dwarves thing. Let me tell you this. Just Don't Die does not have 10,000 hours in this game. So, you don't need 10,000 hours to play games in weird-ass bass-backwards ways. You just need to know the basics and enough creativity to be able to contort a game. And that's not difficult to do, depending on how you think. And some people are just really good at that. A lot of it is, like, creativity in titling. I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm starting beef, because I'm not. But the most recent video that Just Don't Die posted is playing Dwarf Fortress with only the worst weapon, which is crossbows. I'll have you know that crossbows are like one of the strongest weapons in the game. So, Shish. Save sand for glass? No! Fight me! You can get sand from walls. I don't need to build on. I don't need to worry about it. I would also need a shit ton of bags, which I don't really have right now. Because I've been lazy. I haven't been making them. Speaking of, how much leather do I have, though? Tanned hides, 96. Sweet, let's do that. Let's actually make glass. Leather bag. Bad bag. Leather good. I need, specifically even, I need, 70. Yeah, that. Leather bags. And then this is going to be the Engineers Guild. It'd be like a training spear. I made it to hell. And didn't, like, move into hell or anything, but got the demons, like, completely under control. With nothing but shields. So, admittedly, a lot of that was very creative, like, abusing of mechanics such as, like, dropping things and caving stuff in and using drawbridges to trap stuff. But I managed to contain hell using only shields. So, like, those don't even really do damage. It took, like, legit a month to kill a Forgotten Beast once. But as far as sand goes, there's sand in this wall over here. And you can collect sand from walls. You don't need floors. This is also sand. So, no, this is going to be a engineering guild. Also, I don't like the way this looks. I might do more constructions down here. That's fine. You get deconstructed and you can get moved. Like how I did the lava? Well, thank you. You rolled your eyes. I kind of feel that way when I see most challenge. I mean, admittedly, I roll my eyes when I finish titling half my videos. Like the way you have to title YouTube videos makes me feel dumber every time I do it. I guess I'm the first person to admit that. So, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like this no-win battle, really. At the same time. Gotta be clickbaity. Gotta abuse people's assumption of your honesty. How's the update? Pretty good so far. It's been fun. It's providing a lot of new puzzles to figure out, mechanics to poke. It's really all I want from a good DF update. Doctors hate him. Watch this one weird trick his dwarves with the one weird old trick. What? I mean, I discussed this yesterday, so I'm not going to talk about it again, but I don't actually think that modern YouTube titles are clickbait. Genuinely. In fact, I think you get banned from YouTube for clickbaiting. Because my definition of clickbaiting, I guess, is different than the average individual's definition of clickbaiting. But that's also because if I don't argue against it being clickbait, then I just feel like a terrible person, so. It would be cool if the catapult boulder explosions made some dust like a mini cave-in. That would then knock things back, though. That would make them a lot stronger. I'd be okay with that. That'd be cool. Like, I wouldn't be against that idea. But that would make them significantly stronger than they are currently. Also going to move the kitchen up to here, I think. An adventure mode now? Well, I don't know if you've looked closely at the shrapnel, Silvershy, or had the chance to, but the shrapnel that the boulders throw out are masterwork sharp rocks. So the exact same stuff that you craft in adventure mode to make two sharp rocks. That's what that is. How is the dwarf in the hospital? He's no longer in the hospital, so I assume fine. Meaning, can the boulders crash on the upper level ceiling and stuff? No. Otherwise, there'd be holes in this floor all over the place. Person about Z levels with catapults. Guild Hall. This is pretty far down. Yeah. Engineers right there. So much construction going through. Also, I should go up to here. Oops, no, not that. This. Sweet. Which I forgot to get rid of before. That's kind of wild. Doing that one task just, like, futzed up the frame rate for a second there. That's weird. Wasn't that many construction jobs, even. Weird. I'm still, like, suspicious from the old days when my frame rate just, like, dips for a second. It's like, did I just get besieged by elves? And it is early summer, so who knows? We used to call it elven time magic because they would stealth. They were the enemy that would stealth into the map, right? So you wouldn't know that they were on the map. Femme Noir has given birth to a boy. Would you look at that? My Baroness gives birth to a baby boy who I still haven't made a. I feel bad. Who I still haven't made a room for yet. Anyway, let's get rid of this and hopefully we can make some space up here. But we used to call the elves time wizards, at least in my chat, because they would appear stealth onto the map and then you wouldn't see them, but the frame rate would go down by 10 and you'd be like, huh, it's almost like 200 entities just appeared somewhere on the map and are now wandering towards the fort. It's almost like that. I wonder where they could be. Boom! Then you get ambushed. It's almost like something suspicious is happening and I can't quite put my finger on why. No, every single faction has gotten new behaviors. Goblins, I think, just have the most varied and were the ones that were filmed for the trailer. DDMAC. DDMac. In the YouTube chat. A vile dandy force of forestness. Here to scold you menacingly and tell you off for being a naughty. I feel like this guild hall should have some examples. Catapults. It's like a catapult, like an antique catapult display. Aimed at the door. Do not enter. We are having a meeting. Very important. You wouldn't have to worry about battering rams? Yes, but it does state that flying enemies are more effective now, and I've been attacked by Okay, the scariest siege I was ever against was a Necromancer siege that was mostly undead elves. And the reason it was one of the scariest sieges I ever saw was because they were flying on undead ravens. Anyway, in case you didn't know it, undead creatures don't really have much care for their existence, and don't really care if they continue existing. I was in a fort on a volcano, not too dissimilar to this one. And I had a few open spaces where things could come into the fort from the volcano because I was new and didn't really, or was newer, I guess, to the game and didn't know what I was doing. And I had a undead raven fly directly into my fortress through the volcano and came out on fire. So, you don't have to worry about battering rams, you're right. It was one of the scariest things I've ever experienced in this video game, I gotta be honest. It's gonna be the dining hall for my glorious royalty. That's lava! Did I stutter? Yeah, exactly. Actual rams, yeah! No, the actual rams are literally like... I destroyed one from the last siege. I don't think anybody clipped it, and if somebody did, nobody's posted it. But I destroyed one in the last siege, and they are in fact actual rams, and they're made out of 2 metal bars. So I got, I think it was an iron bar and a gold bar from it. Probably a log in there too somewhere, but I didn't see it. How do you even begin to play this game? You've been trying for so long? Well, you're on the right track. I mean, for complete and total honesty, I first installed this game in 2009. I didn't make it past month 1 until like 2011. I didn't make it past the first year in a game until like 2016 or 17. It was a game that fascinated me when I first heard about it, and I was interested in it. So I looked it up and I looked into it and tried to learn how to play it and failed horrifically every single time I tried. And eventually, after many, many, many months of trying and failing. Not to, like, play the game, but just, like, failing to, like, figure out what I was supposed to do, really. And then, like, things falling apart. Eventually, I made it past that initial hump, but it is not an easy game to get into, by any stretch. It literally took me years. Granted, the game was a lot less documented back then. In some ways, it was a lot harder, and it was, you know, still all ASCII. But really, like, how do you get into this game? Consistency. And asking for help when you need it. Like, at this point, or in general? Like, are you asking, like, in, like, the literal sense, is this a game for me? I mean, it's my job, so I don't think that's actually, like, a fair question anymore. Caravan from Bihal, Ilum has come, the humans. The human merchants. Not even restart, but, like, continue, right? I feel like Dwarf Fortress would have a much... I think some people might respond to Dwarf Fortress better if when your fortress dies, if instead of saying quit to menu, there was an option that just said continue. And if you click continue, it would literally just boot you to the, like, mode select screen. Legends, Adventure, Fortress. Do you guys think that would be a good thing if Dwarf Fort had that? I was, like, thinking about that a couple days ago. Because, like, I feel like a lot of people think that, or don't realize, I guess, maybe, that you can continue in the same world. Especially, like, if it just booted you directly to Legends or directly to Adventure Mode if you clicked one button. You've been playing since 2010, 2011, and you still end up losing some fortresses pretty quick. Usually your own fault. Yeah, I mean, usually if I lose a fort, it's because I'm not paying attention. But... Or, like, I mean, I almost lost that, what's it called? The no digging fort that I did recently very quickly. Remember that fort? I started and immediately 3 people died to a giant alligator. Giant crocodile? Giant alligator? Alligator. Yes. This is like bang, bang, bang. 2 dwarves I just named died instantly. You got better at it, though, through setting a specific goal for individual fort. Yeah, that certainly helps on About Murdered. Like, breeding a cat resembling my grandparent, like, one that your wait, like, finding a cat that your like, that look description-wise like your... I mean, to me, I think that, like, adventure mode feels more like a proof of concept than a game. So, like, that's certainly fair, Cleno. That was a brutal start. It was a fun start, though, DMAC. It was a good fort. Entertaining, to say the least. I did give Dominoc that noble, didn't I? Yes. Let's trade with these humans. So did that great pick end up in my inventory anywhere, actually? I acknowledge I could melt this stuff down, but I got plenty. The humans say, I'm the royal keeper of this seal, Erin, and greetings, noble dwarf, there is much to discuss. It's such a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves, certainly. I'm gonna go back to what I was doing. Where did the wagons try to enter the map? I mean, okay, so if you are entering on a corner, that's on you. Because you should be able to come up here. Okay. No, you're right. It's actually inaccessible. I'm dumb. Well, at least I got to test run that on the humans before the dwarves arrive and embarrass us. I mean, that to me is like the ideal end outcome for adventure mode. I don't think that's the current state of what adventure mode is. I don't even dislike adventure mode. Stream good. Weekend was a weekend. Stream good. Taylor, how's your day? Ran into issues when you tried to have a fixed build order and layout in the management view. Like if you do with our... I think that's... There was a person who I won't name who was trying to stream Dwarf Fortress for a while. Did somebody just steal their stuff? A fucking Kia stole their rope? I'm so sorry. I'll pay for it. It's fine. Please come back. That's awkward. It's one of the stories of what happens. The problem with the stories of what happens is I think that there's a lot of people who play Dwarf Fortress who just go, I'm just here for the stories of what happens, and I'm waiting for somebody to write stories about what happens. And then they never write down their own stories, and then they just wonder why they're... I'm just wondering why you're up on this wall, actually. That's what I'm doing. I acknowledge it's literally just those two Kias down there, but like, why did... Yeah, I think, like, people often end up getting overwhelmed by this game. I do think, like, I've said this many times, this game is a victim of its own success in some ways. So people simultaneously expect too much out of it and simultaneously expect not enough of it. Anyone with pottery? I don't think so. Nope, don't have a potter. I have animal caretakers, siege operators, and engineers and miners, more or less. It overwhelms and destroys the fun. I mean, I've said this. Okay, I need to stop saying that sentence. I've said this. Something I like to remind people is Lord of the Rings is a movie and a book. And in the movie and the book, there's like, I don't know, 24 characters that you follow. And everybody else is like cannon fodder. In your fort, there should be maybe like 12, maybe 24 characters that you follow. And then a shit ton of cannon fodder. Just remember that most of them are cannon fodder. And if you treat most of the dwarves like cannon fodder, it's like, it's an extremely powerful storytelling engine that's also lemmings. If you think about it like that, it gets a lot easier to just be like, fuck it, throw them in the meat grinder and just not worry about it. And I think that's, like, if you tried to write a book with 135 characters in it, and this ain't even that big of a fort, you'd give up. You'd write slower than fucking George R. Martin. You know? Even he's not trying to do that, I don't think. Granted, I haven't read those books. I just watched the TV show and gave up after season 5. But, like, even he's not trying to do that shit. Or less of a this guy is boring Joker of Spades and more of a this, we're in an ad break, so I'm waiting. This fortress is boring right now, so let's put this dwarf on a drawbridge and pull a lever and laugh while they fly into space. Let's start a dwarven space program and see how far I can launch a dwarf out of a minecart. Oh no, there's a siege. I guess we should deal with that now. Anyways, back to science. You would like an animal trader. Your beard has grown robust and free. Somebody like this. He's married and she doesn't live here, probably why he's so happy. He's got lots of family in this fortress. Chad, have you guys been noticing more family in the fortress, or am I just going crazy? Because, like, I swear the last 2 worlds I've generated have had more, like, active family trees in this than, like, any fort I've done in years. I feel like a patch or 2 ago, something changed where, like, it's pulling a lot more historical figures. Also, I love how this is how changes to Dwarf Fortress get made, where people just start going, hey, is anybody, like, feeling like the vibes have changed in this direction slightly? Because this game's such a black box. I really like the update so far. Shambles. Especially since the hotfix patch that fixed the problems with it. You had more family since last patch and even more babies? Well, okay. That just means the dwarves are happy, okay? No, because my last world was large, and every single different faction I played in the last world, which was 3, they all had extremely dense family trees like this, and that was a large world. I also forced some mugs spotted. Yeah, this is the ad read. The stream is sponsored by me and my stupid mug store where you can buy mugs, like this vile mug Force of Darkness. And it is a vile Force of Coffee. Which is very cold, because I forgot to drink it. This is now Stormwolf 44. Gilded Sling has good intuition and lives at an utterly languid pace of easy living, calm and slow. He shrews practical concerns for philosophical discussions and puzzles and riddles and the old world of ideas, and he lives an orderly life. That's definitely those words that I'm saying. Not the orderly life. Organized and neat. And he does not find most jokes humorous. He finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. I presume that means that he appreciates the fact that I have, like, nowhere near enough bedrooms, right? Hope so. To the boredom of harmonious living. And he's conflicted by this since he values harmony as an intellectual concept. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about much anymore. Must appease the mighty mug goblin. Very fitting with the siege update. Hell yeah. Literally unusable? I mean, ceramic's a rock. Sort of. Don't make me go to Google and type in, is ceramic a rock? Because I might do that. Synthetic Cat Girl, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Well, looks like I've got kind of a lot of copper and kind of a lot of silver. Let's do 20. 20, 20, 20, and 20. And I'm just going to go right here real quick and just be all like, you'll collect sand here. I'm just going to be all like, magma glass furnace. Now you'll note I'm not putting it on magma. That's intentional. Hey, chat room, can I get a round of beers for Synthetic Cat Girl? Keeping that sub alive for a 3rd month, please and thank you. What's happening? I'm losing my mind a little bit, but not much crazy. Hey, look, 49 giant chameleon eggs. Holy shit. Someone was saying that I should, like, grab those eggs because they'll totally be worth it, and I didn't realize just how many eggs I was going to get from that, but holy crap, that's a lot of egg. Some migrants have arrived. Wait, hold up. Can I not tell you to collect sand. I might riot if it doesn't tell them to collect sand from here. $49 giant omelets even. We're also up to 144 dwarfs. Also gonna set this squad to no orders, just so that they all go get their stuff. Let's also make copper greaves. And copper helms. I guess I can't do that. Well, my old strat is foiled. I used to just make a magma glass furnace and be like, collect all my sand, but I guess I can't do that now. It's a bummer. This place is a goddamn mess, let me tell you. I'm also going to go to work orders. Brew drink from plant. And it looks like we don't have any empty rock pots. So I'm gonna just go down to, well, I think I have a craft store shop in this mess somewhere. This board is like collapsing under my own stupidity of design. I built a fortress with not enough space recently, and I think I did a pretty okay job designing it. This fort, has tons of space, but I'm being weirdly cautious because I'm expecting to get murdered. And, let's do copper barrels as well. Copper barrels. Let's do 60. 50. Because I'm expecting to get horribly wrecked. And because I'm expecting to get horribly wrecked, I'm, bracing and not building enough space. Time for porcelain pots. I'd have to mine the porcelain, so that'd be the same as rock. Because, the porcelain is all over here, and I don't really want to dig this out right now. So, no, I'm not going to go for porcelain pots. Stop asking. Every time you ask, I'm less likely to do it, except for the time that I do it when you didn't ask. Right. Glass furnace. Glass, on the other hand, that I'm doing. Please come make me some pearl ash, please. Okay, well, I can't make clear glass stuff right now. Let's just make green glass table and green glass throne. Green glass table. And say only at one shop. Green glass throne. Only at one shop. Green glass pot. Only at one shop. And I'm just gonna make... That may burn. That's fine. That's my glass industry. Sounds cool. Sounds green. It reminds me of an old Coke bottle when I think of green glass. That's my only real cultural connection to anything that had green glass was old Coca-Cola bottles. And then collect sand. 50. So they're all going to collect sand. But only one of them will actually make the glass stuff. It's a Mountain Dew throne. Well, that's green plastic bottle, but okay. I'll allow it. Also, my weaver over here has begun a mysterious construction with just 2 pigtail cloth. That's impressive. Should also finish trading over here. Just kind of bummed out that I didn't get to trade with the elves. They brought 2 golden salves and the price went up? What the heck? Do they have a singular book I could buy, or maybe some plants? So buy those backpacks. None of them are super expensive. Let's see. Will you trade for that? Nope. How about for that? Uranium glass is Baja Blast flavor. You know, I've said this before, and I'll say this again. In my entire life, I've never been to Taco Bell. I've also never had Mountain Dew. Although, when my entire life, I've never done insert thing here things, I have now been to Costco and had a hot dog. That is something I've done now. It was an okay hot dog. I didn't pay for it. My brother-in-law did. I tried to tap my card, and he said no. Because he's like, it's like $8 to feed 4 people. I'm like, okay, fine, fuck it. I won't complain. The Bob Reck, the Weaver, has created a Tumul Shelrit, a long pigtail skirt. I don't think that means it's dwarf size. And offers it to the Angry Bin of Smiths. It's a long pigtail skirt. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with pigtail and is made from pigtail cloth. On the item is an image. It is decorated with pigtail and made from pigtail cloth. On the item is an image of 2 tarot and pigtail. Considering it's literally just pigtail with pigtail on it, that's actually kind of impressive. I'm going to give that to the Baroness. She can also have Sileg Sith, the scepter. Any chance you can see this fort in ASCII? There's a chance. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good chance, too. Nope. The volcano takes forever to refill. It's embroidered. This is true. Oh, jeez. Oops. I just realized that my Mark stores are all still standing on that roof up there. I feel kind of dumb. My bad, guys. You can come down now. Sorry, elves, but I'm going to continue disrespecting the trees in this area because otherwise you'll climb them to fight me, so... Oopsies. No problem, buttery whale fetus. I just wish the buttons were bigger in ASCII. That's my only actual beef with it, is that the buttons are tiny and I can't really zoom in comfortably. You press escape, you hit settings, and then it's the second one from the bottom to turn on ASCII. YouTube chat just asked. Also, if you're ever thinking, man, these traders are stuck and not leaving, scroll down to the bottom and see if they're still loading items up. Because they do actually have to physically grab every single item and put them on the back of their, like, whatever they're transporting the items with. So that might be like a camel or a horse or a wagon. So they physically need to take every single item that they took out to sell you, put it back in, plus every single item that you sold them and put it. Then it would be for Fortress. I don't know what to tell you, man. Be a nice touch to let you use other sprites like Vetterlinger if you choose to play in ASCII mode on the Steam version. Well, then they would have to pay for licensing for Vetterlinger. That would be a fuck ton of work. I mean, in reality, Vetterlinger could just port his tile set to this game. There is another tile set on the workshop, which is what Vetterlinger was, right? You go to the workshop and you go to work. If you go to Steam, you go to the workshop and type in, what the heck? Vampire Clan Bloodlines? Somebody making Masquerade fanfiction? Neo Dwarf is the one that I'm looking for. Right here. This is a tile set. Looks like that. And there's like a dozen people working on this, and they've been working on it for like a year and a half, 2 years now. It is a lot of work. Like, a lot. So if you want another tile set that isn't the default one, this exists, go use it. Although it says there's many, many bugs. What they actually mean is there's many, many missing assets. So you'll get, like, random premium tile set assets in places. But yeah, no, there's thousands of sprites. So Vetterlinger could port his if he wanted to. But it's his art. It is possible. I mean, there's also a few tile sets that I've seen pop up. There's like a remake of Humble, which is on Steam now. And presumably some others that are slowly coming. But, you know, it's a slow process because it's a ton of work. It's just a ton of work, man. No, the best way to deal with a Dwarven Necromancer is to let them have full control over your library and ask them for advice whenever somebody dies. And make sure that they stand directly in front of every single enemy who sieges you. And found a religion and let them write the holy text. I fucking beg your pardon? Alright, which one of you numbskulls fell into the volcano? The giant rhino is tame, yes. I bought it from the elves. But no, seriously, which one of you numbskulls fell in the volcano? One of you did. I know you did. Okay, well, it wasn't any of mine. Eh. Check my dead. It's probably not going to be that easy. I could check this, though. Okay, so some... Okay, so Devilish Potato was fighting. Uh-oh. The woodcutter punches the farmer. Did my Baron fall into the fucking volcano? No. Must have just been like some livestock or something. Good news is I can arrest Devilish Potato for obvious crimes once more, but... Well, yeah, I mean, what's life without a little bit of fun as an option, but... I mean, it could have literally been a puppy that fell in there. But, like, they've already burned up, which is entirely possible. It could have been a traitor who was leaving there. Whoever it was still in there. The fuck is happening? Please tell me there's a goblin somewhere just digging. Please. Please tell me there's a goblin somewhere digging. Did you guys see it? When I was scrolling up? Because I didn't. What's the devilish potatoes happening now? Devilish potato is the name of a dwarf who keeps tantruming. Who's also a woodcutter. Who I was suspecting fell into the... Oh! No. Who I was suspecting fell into the volcano, but didn't because it's definitely, like, not in the volcano. He's definitely, like, still in the fort. You saw something in the lava? Okay, well, I'm gonna turn this off so maybe it's more obvious. I mean, they may also be gone. They could very well be charcoal now. North side? Oh. Well, when people ask now how many people have fallen into lava in this fort, we could say 1. Hold on. Do So it's the dwarf at the top of this squad who's apparently not on the map right now. Like... I don't think he's attacking us. I don't think that's what's happening. Because he was on the map during the last siege, and we haven't left the map since. I just want to know why the game considers him to not be on the map currently. I mean, hold on. Yeah, like he's dead. You know what? I might actually just send Putnam a DM right now about this. I'm gonna screenshot and be like, explain? And I will do a hard save. Because I... Way ahead of you there, Shapey Blasta. At the very least, it was good content. I mean, I am extremely confused. Because, like, normally it would just be like, oh, he's on fire. Okay, that's fine. But, like, now I want to throw another military dwarf in here and see if they also leave the map. Wait, would that mean I don't get a ghost? Oh, it definitely burned him. If you don't believe in the lava, you can't get burned by it. I don't think that's how that works either. Oh, I guess he finished burning up. He gone now. Good day for me. Bad day for that dwarf that just burned up in my volcano. Anyways. That's all I got. Yeah. Yeah, that. This game needs fences. I mean, it kind of has them. I just haven't built them. There's like wall grates and wall bars. Like, part of the reason I've left this open is because I find stuff like that is... I am a mean, sadistic person sometimes. And I think watching my dwarves fall in lava is funny. But I've just never seen it happen in that specific way. And now I'm extremely confused. So I have a response from Putnam. Well, that's new. Oh man, that's definitely a new one. Hold on, I'm just gonna see if I can... I'm just gonna back up to the main menu real quick. And just zip that file and send it to Putnam. Because I have many questions. And would like to see if they can find the cause of that. Also, I feel like I need an accent that's very specific to say this name correctly. I'm just gonna call you Geo. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Dwarf Fortress doesn't really like it when you zip files that are ones that you're actively playing. Even if it's a hard save. All right, let's reload that. All right, what happened? I had a dwarf fall... Okay, so I had a dwarf fall into the lava, but trip and fall into my volcano. However, it claimed that they weren't on the map anymore, while they were still definitely very much on the map. So I couldn't see them burning in the units list, which confused the crap out of me. But now we know where the Magma Sea is, so that's good. Oh no, they got punched and pushed by Devilish Potato, I think. Fraga. Trip is still the same thing. They went on a trip into the volcano. Chat, can I get a round of beers, though, for Geo? Also, Attila the Dun. You're still alive, by the way. You're very obvious, as you may have noticed. But you've got 4 notable kills. And you've also killed a bunch of monkeys. So good job. Speaking of, let's go poke some more goblins, shall we? The Cruelty of Fat. Oh, no. That's a name. So this is a Dark Dwarven Pits of which esteemed? And my question is, which esteemed pit is yours? We're gonna go pillage this place. Go get them, boys. Wait. Is that the right squad? That's the right squad. Go get them, boys. I was gonna say, what the heck was that? Game just like hitched up for a second. Also, your owner, Asob's owner just died. Or Asob's... Okay. Attila the Dun, the giant rhino's owner, was Asob, who fell into the volcano. Was pushed into the volcano. I'm also going to wait for these ads to end. Notable kill. Exploded werehorse's head with horn. This is true. Military dwarf, please. Beard or no beard? Didn't one guy die when we sieged the goblins? No. So that was a dwarf that was captured by the goblins that was aligned with my faction that we killed.
380 joy.
That we're supposed to feel bad about. But I thought was one of my guys, but after checking the names a little bit closer right after the siege, it wasn't us. Dr. Phineas, thanks for the 65th month. You mad lad. It doesn't quite have the same ring as 55, but 65 works, I guess. Would be better to use an iron breastplate or steel masterwork breastplate. I would just go with steel because it's lighter. Honestly, I don't like using artifact weapons or armor. Because I'm always worried it's going to get stolen. Makes me paranoid. Alan, thanks for the 5-pack. The first notification of money, well, since that Prime sub, but the first gifted sub since, it's been a couple hours. The first gifted subs since 3 hours ago. Thank you. Appreciate you. It's been a great day, though. No complaints. Been a great week, even. It's almost hype train, actually. Return the slab? Why? I haven't even finished making them yet. Why do I have to return them? Chad always wants me to, for some reason, return all the slabs that I have. I've got so few slabs. Why do I need to return them? Seems like a poorly thought out concept here. I was gonna say, do I just have a bunch of injured dwarves? What's new? A lot of things. Read the patch notes. Unless you're being a little bit more abstract with that statement, in which case we have a Baron. And I'm gonna try and satisfy them now, finally. I'm also invading the goblins. But that's not really new. That's just, you know, par for the course. And thank you very much for the hype train, chat. And Captain Radiator, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, mate. You guys don't need to worry too much about the hype train because yesterday went absolutely bonkers. Like, yesterday, this Twitch stream made more in one day than it did in the 2.5 weeks before. So. Or suffer the curse, right. I guess I should rewatch The Mummy at some point. This is now my Baroness. Oh no! Chat, the plot thickens. The Baroness's husband was Esob. The dwarf that fell into the volcano was my Baroness's consort. A man who she had a child with. Clearly the humans did it, right? They were leaving at that time, approximately? It's just a strange coincidence that one of my woodcutters was being disorderly at the moment, but... He was the rhino owner, and also the spouse of my Baroness. Do you guys think the humans did it, chat? That's some video game for the PlayStation. This is Dwarf Fortress, actually. So, that's must destroy all humans, right? I think that was on the PlayStation? Shit, I don't know. I know they remastered it a couple years ago, and apparently that remaster is pretty good, but... Evil tall folk look down on us. Oh, I always, like, associated the slab with the mummy. Or, alternatively, night at the museum? Is another thing I've always associated it with. All right. What's up, Blind? Might be doing well. Hello, chat. New update's great. Doing pretty well aside from that. The spouse of my Baron fell into a volcano. And it wasn't intentional. And I'm gonna blame the humans, because lol. I'm also going to make a statue of Aesop. I wonder if I make a statue of him. I think I've got gold. Let's see. I actually don't remember what his last name was. Chronostratus. Starts with a K. Brass Owls. That was his last name. I do have 2 gold bars. I don't think that's actually enough to make. Make it out of silver then. Tyram, thank you very much for the little hype train. 12 subscriptions. Yeah, yesterday we got like 500 subscriptions or something ridiculous, so. Let's do a silver statue. We'll do one. We'll make a gold one whenever they get around to it, when we end up with gold. Just trying to make this look nice and intentional, you know? Yesterday was kind of nuts, but yes, I'm not complaining. It's definitely a good day, but still gotta say kind of nuts. Still gotta say kind of nuts. I mean, today's been pretty nuts, but for different reasons. Yeah, we'll bring in all these. Then over here, I think we'll do the Queen's throne room? Or not the Queen, the Baroness's throne room. Queen isn't here yet. Getting a little bit enthusiastic here, I think. Let's do quartzite and then copper around the edges. Oh, thank you. Larva now? Larva now? You know, there are lots of times where I just respond to people in Twitch chat and I don't say their username. Same with YouTube chat. And it's mostly because I look at their username and I go, shit. If I say this out loud, I'm just going to embarrass myself and look like an idiot. Little do I know I just embarrass myself and look like an idiot most of the time, so it's fine. Nobody cares. But at the same time, I do. That doesn't help much. That and my brain is broken, so when people like write things phonetically, it almost never actually helps. Even though on paper it should, but it usually doesn't. Let's just go armor. Although, actually, not there. Just gonna move you. Put you right there. Still copper. I want basalt again. What do I think will be next? In what way? Like, who's gonna fall into the volcano next, or is this a different question? Oh, what do I think they will update next? Oh, I don't know. Probably the rest of the stuff from the Siege stuff, because they've been pretty consistently going in order. And if they continue going in order, as they have been up until this point, by in order, I mean in order that they said they would go in, then they said pretty consistently that they were going to do the Siege stuff, and then they were going to do a second part of the Siege stuff, and I'm presuming they would go to the second part of the Siege stuff, which will be the alternative defense options, amongst other things. Embarrassed after watching a performance. Must be a shitty performance. Okay, why are you... What are you doing? This is the most efficient dwarf I've ever seen at leaving the map. You must have some sort of injury from previous combat, which is absolutely possible, so I will just give you to some random dwarf who can take your job instead, because you seem to be incapable of breathing and standing, so that kind of important when it comes to stabbing people in the head. So let's give this dwarf your job instead. You're fired. I mean, hired as a not military dwarf. I mean, it's not stupid at all. You just might be restricted with who you can get in contact with. Like, you might not be able to attack as much stuff, and things might not be able to attack you. So, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's stupid in the slightest, really. It might just be somewhat inconvenient. So you should leave the map. Oh. Well, good thing I didn't need those dwarves anyway. They all left and I guess all got kidnapped? I mean, they went to go pillage. They were led by a goblin. Imprisoned, and yikes. Okay. You'll get migrants, most likely. It would be really weird in the current version to not get migrants. All right, well, I'm going to send these dwarves and tell them specifically to just release prisoners. These are my much more experienced Marks dwarves. Wait. Poor Attila. Looking for his old parent. Feel bad for her. She moves so quickly. I feel like that's not a very rhino thing to do, you know? Let's go metal armor. All right, I sent my militia captain off map. Promoted to hostage. Well, I mean, that... Yeah, true. Dwarf did get promoted to hostage. Like, that dwarf didn't get promoted to hostage. Oh, not the one that was on the ground. The dwarf that left the map. Right. Yeah, that's true. Did, in fact, get promoted to hostage. So they can haul? Sure, but I think that thing's going at like 140 kilometers an hour right now. Granted, it is a giant rhino, so I guess it is a biggie, but it's a big boy. But just because he master thickums doesn't mean, like, you know. Gristeth, hello! Some of the sentences that some of the sentences that I say. We're blowing up people with an asteroid. I still maintain, I just want to see elves attack me with trees. Just fucking make the trees murder me, okay? That's what we all deserve. I do love the fact that Ast returned and nobody else did. Like, everybody else just got imprisoned except for Ast. And Ast is like, I never asked for this! Tree murdered when? I don't know. I mean, many dwarves get murdered by trees, so I guess that's not too out of the realm of normal. You just need to, like, you know, climb into the wrong one. Or, like, climb into one and forget to climb down. You know, the normal cause and effect. You know what? Fuck it. I'm actually just gonna finish doing the thing that I was doing originally with this. I mean, what I really want, and I've, like, theorized and theory crafted and yelled about this for a very long time. You know, we can reanimate dead bodies in Dwarf, right? What if the elves could reanimate logs? And they're just called ents. And they just look like treemen, and they just punch you. Not very effectively. I mean, they basically just have wooden clubs, right? Which wouldn't be very effective in the video game. But, like, or dryads, something like that. I don't know. I think that would fit. It would give you a reason to, like, put your, like, log stockpiles somewhere safe. You'd name the first one Woody? Woody Loggins. Would not be effective. I see what you did there. Whatever a Slavenith from Warhammer is, apparently, according to YouTube chat. Reanimated logs? Yeah! Anyways, that's something that I would love to see. I don't really expect it to ever happen, but if it did, I think it would be cool. Wait, it's not... Is that the right statue? I'm going to check that that's the right statue. I presume it's this one? So one of the captain of the guard, and one of her husband, presumably. Oh no, Snatchers, protect the childs. 2 of them, 3 of them. That's how many times I had to click the button. It's okay, we've got Big Hoss McHorn here to face check them until they turn into puddles of dead goblin. Anyways, thanks for the free bag, son. Oh no, did you get hurt? No, you're just taking a nap? That's fine. Oh. Once again, one dwarf hasn't left the map. No health problems this time. Were you taking a nap? You lazy sumbitch. Hold up. How much tetrahedrite do I have left? 28? Jesus Christ. Is this high enough value yet? Yes, it was barely, but we made it. Oops. Although, has anybody here seen any elf sieges post this update? Because it's not impossible that they're scarier than they were before already. I need more bedrooms, like, desperately. So I'm going to do that, I think. This isn't the best bedroom layout I've ever made, but it's a bedroom layout of all time. So I just opened up Discord and I have 15 DMs from Putnam. Just saying. Quick look at the code says that the picture says that the picture of the unit is null for any reason, or if it's dead, or left, which is the usual. So they look like that if they are null, or if they are dead, or left the map. It doesn't have the Nemesis record, so unless we're checking if it's stuck dead somehow. They said it has the projectile flag, which is why he's dead. And because that unit is falling, because units that are falling have the dead flag, so if he's considered a projectile? He's falling so fast, he's considered a projectile. So Putnam has, like, at 4 or 5 times changes their mind in this DM. And, like, I'm just gonna read what they typed. Okay, he has the projectile flag, which is why he's dead, in air quotes, followed by, because units are falling have the dead flag. So why isn't he falling? Oh, looks like the unit is the unit projectile got corrupted? Yes, okay, no, he's falling. He's falling too fast? Huh. No, I misunderstood. Let's see. What? No, he's definitely falling. Okay. Yeah, he's just a projectile, which apparently appears to as traveling in that screen, which is kind of funny. He's falling so fast, he's considered a projectile. I mean, that dwarf was certainly broken, yes. Poor Putnam. Yeah, so, like, that dwarf got booted, like, fucking, this is Spartan into the volcano so hard, he, like, broke the time barrier and traveled off, like, out of the dimension into, like, no longer on the map world. Huh. That's fucking funny. Jesus, man. Got going at 88 miles per hour, something like that, yeah. Holy shit. Going so fast that friction kills you? I mean, it's the weight of the magma. It's like the great molasses disaster. Which, I don't know why I mentioned that thing so much. It's fascinating to me. Turned into shooting star before he hit the magma? Have we seen any of the digging? I saw some ogres that looked like they wanted to dig, but I killed them too quickly. So unfortunately, no. But they did bring great picks. Which got melted down, I presume. Or something happened to them, actually. They're not on my map anymore, but they were here. The trolls brought Killinite, or not trolls, the ogres brought Killinite. But it was only one siege that we've seen so far, and it was pretty small. All right, Dwarf, you're no longer allowed to be part of this squad. Just get up. You're fired. The only kink is figuring out how to keep the payload alive. You killed Shrek? I killed 2 cave ogres. Speaking of Shrek, and I've mentioned this yesterday too, so I'm sorry for mentioning it 2 times in 2 streams, but I rewatched Final Destination this Halloween, the first one, and one of the special agents who's trying to figure out why people are dying is named Shrek. I had to rewatch the scene where he introduced himself like a dozen times to make sure I didn't miss here, because I was pretty stoned at the time. Dwarves are really heavy, okay? Dwarves are very dense. The other guy, the guy that he's with from, unless I misheard his name, is Agent Ween. It's like Agent Ween and Agent Shrek. Which is whack. Anyway, we just got attacked by a giant named Olonon Musor Mura. A gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. I mean, look, it's my squad. You know, I've told you, dwarves, you're supposed to cover your tracks when you're heading home. Also, how the fuck do you have a whip and a crossbow equipped? I'm not knocking it, but like, how'd you do that? Please teach me your ways. Oh, you're probably bringing it home, right? Okay, so my dwarves led the attack. We've struck down frostboards. Frostboards struck down the goblin that led their defenses. We killed another goblin. Killed a third goblin. Horrifying and interesting? I mean, reading about stuff is one thing, right? The digging frightens you? Me too. Clashed with 19 goblins. Oh no! Or Ficod was smashed by Bim Balin. Okay, Ficod looks like he's one of my dwarves and is taking damage like he's one of my dwarves, but isn't, because Ozanthium struck down another one there, and that also was one of my, was a dwarf that was aligned with my faction. So basically, these goblins have done a very good job kidnapping a lot of dwarves. Like, Irib here, Brastoted, I'm pretty sure was one of my dwarves. That just killed an enemy dwarf. All of these dwarves have combat skills. That's ridiculous. That's something else that I started seeing last patch, was just random dwarves having combat skills that... for no reason. Anyway, let's see if we can kill this giant. Pardon there, sir. How many kills do you has? Ooh, 22 kills. Elves, humans. Dwarf. Solo Slayer? Oh, okay. Please tell me you have bolts. You do. Please tell me you're whacking it with... Bashes it with the crossbow. I was hoping you were using the whip. You might actually be trying to use the whip. We're in an ad break. Did they corrupt the hostages this fast? No, those are not the hostages. Those are different dwarf names. I was reading the names. Yeah, see, they're all there still. I mean, if a mouse with a... Okay, I have a question. Necrontier. If you walked in, like, outside one day, right? and you were walking into a public park. I'll get to you in a second, Dave. And there was a mouse, like a field mouse, in the middle of the park, but it had an AK-47, and it started shooting at you. Would you be mildly concerned? And it hurt. Like, you know, didn't do much damage, but like, you know, it was like getting gravel, like, impaled into your arm. I would be kind of concerned. I don't know about you. Crossbow for uninvited, whip for invited. Gotcha. Dave, you want a bearded military dwarf. I mean, a bunch of them just got kidnapped, so all I really have is, like, untrained numbskulls. But if you want an untrained numbskull, I can give you an untrained numbskull. Do you want... here, we'll go with one of these. Who's currently running to go get some ammo, although he's stressed. I presume you don't want one that's stressed, right? Yeah, they're all running to go get ammo. I mean, they did just come back from a siege, so that's fair. All the greats start at numbskull. Fair enough. I don't think this dwarf likes their job very much, though. Do you want melee or ranged? Also, I need to name orange as well, which I completely blanked on. Melee. Orange, did you want melee or range? Okay, Dave Danger the Warlock and Mebzith. Remind me to read these names after this fight's over. As Ognet here continues to dodge away while holding this whip. I mean, hey, this is a good opportunity to learn some... oh no, dodging. Not the whip. Oh, now you're firing bolts. Well, that's good. See, dropping the whip was the best thing to happen to this dwarf. Did you learn any lashing? That'd be kind of cool if you did. Oh, you're a novice lasher. Look at that. Now you're off to go get more ammo, right? Yep. Meanwhile, the other dwarves show up and start pelting him with bolts from back here. If you'd like to see this in ASCII, also. It's the little lasers. The little laser guns. Oh, I super wasn't... I think my pills have worn off. That's where I'm at for the day, so... It's very, very good practice, let me tell you. Meanwhile, this dwarf's like, I'm gonna go store something in a bin right here. Still shooting. And then Tapioca here is just punching it, probably, because you're unarmed. Yep, literally is just punching it in the head. Also, Tapioca, I've got a weapon for you. Excellent. And why don't you also grab a buckler? I don't even know if I have any bucklers available. After lashing it, it's kind of badass. Yeah. Yes. And we get wagons. Here come the dwarfs. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. The game's camera's not very good at following wagons, is it? You'll never get tired of it? Well, this is wagon. There doesn't appear to be plural wagons, but I'll take it. got a lot of Marks Dwarfs and also a lot of things that I'm loading bolts into, and I've got a lot of Marks Dwarfs that don't have bolts. So I'm trying to make sure that they all go get their bolts. Although, admittedly, I seem to need more crossbows. Oh, crap. I threw my manager into the military somehow. All right, let's read some dwarfs. Dave. Dwarfus, the Warlix, is very happy. He's a competent spear dwarf. He came with that skill. I didn't teach him that. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he likes to take it easy. He's a friendly individual, and he is very humble, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He has a greedy streak, and he's quite polite. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He exhales very sharply when he gets angry. He dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. He's put off by trade and commerce, values tradition, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. He likes Periclus as well as Lapewter and Sapphire, the color white, bolts, large gems, reindeer for their large herds, and giant beetles for their protective shells. And the words of the intricacy of euphoria and the sound of the scintillating rhyme and the sight of the beige silkiness, and when possible prefers to consume giant crow and lychee wine, and absolutely hates blood gnats. His wife is also an axe dwarf. He's got 7 children. Damn. And he killed the giant. So well done. And as for the other one, Orange. Orange is running around with a bronze pokey stick. And very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He tends to be passive in discussions and is generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He often feels discouraged, and he has little interest in joking around. He doesn't often feel envious of others. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he doesn't hang under grievances and can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and why is there... Oh, never mind. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and... doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have. And sees competition as reasonably important, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and dreams of mastering skills. Over here, these are the dwarfs, and we are going to sell these. Let's do silver bolts, copper bolts. And then I'm just going to fly down to here real quick. Sign that. Sign that. I'm going to place a silver throne and a silver throne. And a green glass table. And a green glass table. And 2 statues. Both of the cop, of course. And the captain of the guard. And there's the Baroness. Slowly getting satisfied of her needs. Very slowly. Clockwork Dragon, thanks for the 11 months. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the 11 months from Clockwork Dragon? Appreciate you. So here's what we're going to trade. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to topple this shared cage. Oh shit, they say shared cage now. They used to just say animal cage with the name of the animal at the top, I swear. Now. I swear that should be more expensive. There's so many animals in that thing. Gosh darn. Let's just go here and type in the word bow. Okay, it's all in the weapons bin. Sell those arrows. Those are such giant, such large amounts of chameleon eggs. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't really have any crafts. I should probably be making more crafts realistically. Like, truthfully. Like, look at the value of these bolts. It's 10,000 Dwarf bucks for a bin of 20 bolts. Why don't I just sell that? I'll just make do. I'll just sell them whatever. Or buy whatever I need from them and keep whatever I don't want to sell. Could also sell sandbags, but day 2 of Siege patch, how we feeling? Pretty good. I mean, there's still a lot of stuff I haven't seen, but the sieges I've had have been a lot of fun, actually. I might try and get, like, not a big video, but like a small super cut, I guess. Just kind of showcasing all of the sieges once I've kind of had one of everything. Speaking of one of everything. Those humans were here and in the general vicinity when they pushed my Baron consort into the lava. Clearly this was their fault. I'm blaming them for everything with no explanation or reason. And, I don't know, worms, hooves, there's too many people there. Oh, sorry, did that say... Okay, I thought that said something else. Owl hoisted. We're gonna go pillage. Go get him, Dwarfuses. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Sure. There's much to share. Information has been added to your civilization and world info. Excellent. Bring me big rock. What get iron out of? Thank you. Oopsies. They need cheese. Oh, I could probably do that. May need to make some buckets, though. Buy a book. Buy some medical stuff I'm too lazy to make myself. Buy some backpacks I'm too lazy to make. Buy some more quivers. Buy some thread. Buy some of these. Yeah, there was a big patch. Sieges are completely overhauled, and all of the siege engines have had a glow up, I guess. And I'm too lazy to really do much farming in this fort. And on top of the sieges and the siege engines, there's new siege engines now. If you want to see like the patch notes, exclamation point patch, but if you go to my YouTube channel, I got a video about all of it. If you want to just see it covered. Buy the cheese and sell it back. Now, just make some cheese. Let's make sure to have some cheese. Okay, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try and make a copper chain traction bench. Let's make 10 of those. I should have enough to make 10 of them. I mean, projectile works projectile dwarves have been were fixed a good 6 months ago, but combined or were made the way people wanted them to be. Fixed is maybe the wrong word, but as somebody who's played this game for too damn long, Mark's dwarves are like maybe the strongest type of soldier in the game now because of that update. So the Engineers Guild needs to be a Grand Guild now. Well, let's see what we can do. Let's give them a few statues of our glorious Captain of the Guard. Let's go with a... Let's put in some more siege engines, I guess. Because that's the whole point of this, is to look like a siege workshop. Although I may not actually have parts. Oh, I need empty bins. Go figure. All right, well, screw that then. Instead, I will make... Let's just do a ballista, or 3. You're playing some RimWorld, but it just made you want to play Dwarf Fortress, you're not gonna lie? Which is really funny, because, like, in RimWorld, you can actually give people... Like, if like, that's a thing that's bugging you in RimWorld, it's like, isn't that, like, the whole point of RimWorld is that you have direct control? Like, that's the, like, the thing that RimWorld does? But I don't know. They're both great games in their own right, just very different, right? The job priority? I mean, you can do that with digging. If you're doing any kind of digging jobs, you have priorities, but it's not as granular as Dwarf Fort. Or Dwarf Fort's not as granular as RimWorld when it comes to that kind of priority. That's for sure. I'm putting some windows in. Oops. Oh, did I just put in... Fuck, I just put in walls. Let's just go... Green glass window. Because I'm pretty sure I just have a bunch of sand down here, don't I? Yes, I do. So we'll just turn all these into green glass windows. The reason I'm doing this manually is I just want them to get rid of the job once they've made them all. A reasonable fine control of 5 pawns versus... I disagree that you have reasonable control of 500 dwarves, but there's just enough dwarves that somebody will do the thing that you want them to do regardless of how many dwarves you have, so... I agree by default. Although, actually, I would say that you have reasonable control over your military, but... And they don't honor them super well. Although, true, I haven't played that game in a very long time, so... It has been a very long while since I played that there video game. Copper, silver, or glass for this room? What do you think for thrones? Hell yeah, Nikenton. I don't know if I'm gonna say they're more... So far, I don't think they've been that much more difficult. Although somebody in chat did say that they lost a fort to a siege. So maybe it's just the ones I've seen. But they're definitely more varied, which I think is just as important. YouTube's between copper, glass, and silver, although copper's winning. I think I'm just going to go with silver. Then we'll do glass for these front ones. Oopsies, I did screw that up. And then you can be expanded to down there. And across to here. And out to there. Throw in some chests. Can engrave some of the floors. Especially the entryway and the doors. Back there, back there. In the settings, you changed digging and mining up for sieges, and it was a terrible fort experience losing a fort so quickly. Wait, really? How quickly did they dig? I just have everything on default still. Like, I'm sure there will be, like, at some point, recommended settings for hard mode and such, but I want to see where the defaults land first. And also the Siege Operators Guild is now Grand, which is this one? Yes. Which I think I should actually move down here. I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, they definitely do look neat. You wish you knew what was going on in this game? What part is confusing you? Feel free to ask questions. If I don't get to them, chat can. Simply right now, all I'm doing is satisfying needs for dwarves because they make requests for certain guild halls, which are sort of like schools where dwarves can teach each other skills. But they make requests for these guild halls when there is certain numbers of dwarves with that skill in the fort. And they're sort of like unions, or that's how we refer to them as affectionately. And they basically just request a room that's very high value where they can go socialize if they have that skill and teach other people in the fortress that skill. So I'm just satisfying some guild halls at the moment. For these big ones, yes. For the bolt throwers, I need to listen to some bolt thrower and like memorize some bolt thrower lyrics so I can just like randomly say reference the band Bolt Thrower when talking about bolt throwers. No, there's when you go to make a bolt thrower, they can rotate 360 on their own, and you can tell them where to park. So they will like rest at a different angle, and you can change that after they're constructed. But for the big ones, yes. They're not mobile, no, but they can rotate 360. So these guys, you can tell them what angle to rest at, which they don't always obey. But these, they can rotate on an axis. I presume they can go full 360, but I haven't actually seen them do that. I'm just presuming that they can. Why is, like, this squad member never actually leaving? That's weird. Something weird going on with position 9. I don't trust him. As long as the operator has a place to stand. Makes sense, cool. I swear that I read that in the patch notes, probably out loud in a video even, and definitely that's spaced out of my brain. And thus, you found that you weren't spending enough time paused and laying out the work for dwarves, and thus time would pass, and I'd progress too slowly. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a game that's designed to be paused, which is also, like, one of the reasons why, like, no pause runs and stuff in this game is kind of not possible, really. Because half the menus pause the game, and there's no way to turn that off. It is definitely a game that, like, kind of requires playing slowly. Got some baby poop floor over there, some black floor up top. A little bit of basalt and then some more quartzite, probably. Supposed to use last known material game. Done. I mean, that's the other thing, too, is, like, the default frame rate for this game is 80, which I can keep up with, and I've had it at 80 this whole stream, like, for this fort specifically. But I do think that that's, like, actively too fast for new players, and the game doesn't really tell you anywhere, like, that you can turn that off. I ended up accidentally with this weird pattern in the middle, and I'm kind of okay with it. I'll have to do something with it to make it look intentional. It certainly wasn't. Let's do some copper statues. My squaddies returned. Let's see how the siege went. When you make a wall with a slit in it, are you able to make the bolt throwers shoot through them? Yes. Without having them pressed up against the slit? Sure, but like if you want them to shoot like further down, they need to be closer to the wall. So you could position them further back, yes, and they'll still be able to shoot. You just kind of have to think in like angles and whether or not they'd be able to aim down enough to hit things. That's all. You make yours run at 30? I find 30 a bit too slow. I'll go down to 50 sometimes. The real heroes' tactical planning was superior to the humans, but the defenders had a positional advantage. One of my dogs was struck down by a horse. Oh my god. The human leader was killed by the dwarves. So these are humans that my faction was allied with for a very long time. Once again, chat, we're the baddies. Happy Turkey Month for the people who celebrate that months late. We're killing elves, humans. The barricaded urns, led by the dwarf Ficod, the real hero, clashed with a single human slaying them, single human. The angry bin of smiths looted treasure and livestock. Ooh, what did we get for livestock? Probably a shit ton of horses, right? Yep, I was right. Horses and chickens. Now the humans are at war with us. More options for sieges. Yeah, excellent. Horse kick goes splat. True. Correct. I'm just going to leave the game paused until the ads are done. Falls are at risk of being dug. Hold up. Let me Let's see what that was actually. Have they been any use? I mean, I haven't been attacked by a big enough siege that lasted long enough to start attacking my walls successfully, so... I presume so. I mean, they're higher value, so... I mean, people keep asking what the giant CPU in this room is. This has been of use. This is like a reinforced wall. I have a feeling it's one of those things where it's like, is it of use most of the time? Probably not. But when it is of use, you'll be happy that you have them. That's my assumption. It's like preventing potential issues that you haven't encountered yet. And like, have I run into any issues? No. But could that happen? Most certainly. And one of the things I've been asking for more than anything is just buildings that are arbitrarily more expensive that are worth more for a very long time. So even if they end up being zero use whatsoever, I'm happy that they're there because I would rather have something that's zero use whatsoever, but is an arbitrarily more expensive thing that allows me to add more value to a room than not have it. That would be Devilish Potato. Devilish Potato is pissed off, haggard, and keeps tantruming, and I think is the one who punched... Actually, even got credited with the kill. Punched my noble off... punched my baron into the volcano. So hard that they left the dimension. It's a long story, but... I should promote this guy, but... Maybe if he repents, instead he's just being guilty. He likes the fine restraints, though. You remember, Pooker? I remember, too. I witnessed it, even. Definitely one of the weirder happenings I've had in this fort, that's for sure. He just hates nobles? I don't know about that. I think he would have punched anybody. You guys wouldn't be saying the same thing about this if he punched the rhino in. Like, if he kicked the rhino so hard that the rhino landed in the... Sounds like a euphemism for something. If he kicked the rhino so hard the rhino fell into the volcano, you guys wouldn't be saying the same things, okay? You guys would be all sad. Other than convicts? What, the... you can chain up anybody from your civ. Yes, you can. You can also chain up people that aren't from your civ. But someone needs to have committed a crime, and you need to falsely accuse them of it. You could falsely accuse anybody of a crime, in fact. As long as you have a crime here, like, I've got these 2 open cases where there was no witnesses. I could just convict, like, I don't know, this naked mole dog, if I wanted to. Or, like, I don't know, that sheep that's dead. Tantrums are crimes, but children don't get imprisoned. So, yes, children tantruming is a crime. However, they don't get imprisoned because they're children. Oh, no, I don't need a new guild hall. I need the old one. You could convict the ghost. Okay, that shape looks guilty, though. You want to know a really funny fact that I love about this game? Is one of the best ways to train your captain of the guard is to interrogate all of your livestock. I literally got one of my captain of the guards to, like, pretty damn high level interrogation skills by repeatedly interrogating a cat in a room that he was locked in. So, just saying, there is some benefits to this. Literally just, like, grab a crime that you have that's open, or closed even, scroll down, find a dog, and then just interrogate all of the dogs. More like, who knocked over my crossbow bolt? Who knocked over my mug of ale? Did you knock over my mug of ale? Son of a bit! What's even funnier is, like, the cat one kind of makes sense. like I could see that. Like, that, I feel like I've gotten better at interrogating people by yelling at a cat. Can you interrogate if there's no crime? No. So there has to be at least one crime committed in the fort in order to have the option to interrogate things. In fact, like, there was one time I accidentally, and I genuinely mean accidentally, told one of my captains of the guard to interrogate a forgotten beast. Because I misclicked. And then I had to unassign the captain of the guard, who was just, like, trying to run directly at the forgotten beast. Okay, who owns these pants? Okay, you're putting your pants away. That's good. Someone left their pants in there. And I wanted them to get cleaned up. What's the value of this? Still a ways to go. Working on statues. Working on statues. Crust furniture with cut gems. Let's just do some of that. That might have worked to harm it. What, yelling at it? I mean, if it was made of snow, sure. No, this was definitely like a pretty, like, standard kind of mean forgotten beast. Not the sort of thing you want to go fucksing with. Making masterwork bolts. How's our bolt supply doing? And to the squirrels in chat, do not ask me what my nut supply is, because I have no idea. Just like the ratchets can't ask me what my clank supply is.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
See, someone knows what I'm talking about. Damn, that's a big migrant wave. And they brought a pony. I'm also going to make some more silver warhammers. And go back over to here. Well, then I like, just do not ask. It's like, that's rude. I told you. It doesn't matter if you have the profile picture, just prove it. Only I'm allowed to know where I stored those. It's gonna be a long winter. I think I've been streaming too long, chat. My brain is starting to turn into putty. I think I got a little bit more left in me. Putty, that is, not brain. That's long gone. Why silver? When I say silver warhammers, it's because, like, warhammers are based on weight. So you want a dense, heavy material. for maximum damage. Silver is a very heavy material, so it's pretty widely agreed upon that it's a good material to use if you're going to... It's pretty widely agreed upon that it's a good material to use if you're trying to... turn things foreheads into putty, I guess. So, like, if you want to make, like, maces or warhammers, you want to use, like, silver or something else that's very heavy. Which is why every now and again you'll see people, like, freaking out when they get a platinum warhammer. Because they're very, very, very heavy. Bludgeoning, yes. Heavy damage. Thwack and head damage. Let's put a copper amulet on one of these. Let's put a artifact scepter on one of these. Let's put an artifact scepter on one of these. Which apparently I have two. I didn't realize that. I thought I only had one. Bludgeon, pummel, bonk, thwack, whack. Select the word of your choosing. Proceed without caution. Hit without mercy. So I keep noticing, I keep selling stuff, and then the traders keep leaving it. Unless those puppies ended up in a cage later, which actually may have been the case. But I thought that those puppies were being traded. Unless those puppies committed some sort of crime. Let's try and free more captives. Good luck, dwarves. How's the value of this sucker doing? There we go. We made it up to the high enough big numbers. Now we're getting siege operation demonstrations, which I'm just going to put some catapults in here for aesthetic purposes. I guess now there's actually, like, reasons to make adamantine catapult parts, eh? They can't burn. Speaking of crimes, how's the interrogations going? Why are you out here collecting webs? Sir, excuse me. You're supposed to be doing the interrogating. Oh, did you put them all in... Hold up. Is that why there's a bunch of dogs? Please tell me that's why there's a bunch of dogs in cages. Hold on. No, okay, so that's the shared cage. Where I was trying to sell those. Those were supposed to be sold. That would be really funny if they all committed crimes. They all just admitted to crimes. I don't think... I've never seen an artifact catapult part, but being direct, I've never really spent much time making lots of varieties of catapult parts. Mostly because catapults used to be really, really bad. So because of that, I never really spent a lot of time making catapult parts. So I don't actually know. Believe it or not. I genuinely do not know. A platinum great pick? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I need to imagine it necessarily. Sure, someone will post a screenshot of it at some point. Also, I don't know if you were here for it, Vuckruck, but battering rams, when they're destroyed, become 2 bars. Let's do this. Copper Tanner. You did see that? Okay, cool. We're gonna make a library. I'm trying to just clear up space right now, mostly, to be honest. Trying to, like, get all of this stuff from down here, out of here, and up into the upper area. So I've got a lot of stuff down here that, like, really shouldn't be here anymore. So I've been trying to do that. Like, I've still got, like, just this dormitory right there. I've still got bedrooms I've got to make. Which actually is probably what I should do right now. Is just make bedrooms. You know, I'm not even positive that wagons are still creatures. I know that they used to be, but they're not listed in the creatures list, and battering rams were not specified in the others list, so I presume not. If they are, then I guess they're a vermin or something, because they don't show up in that menu. They seem to be carried by 4 goblins. They're probably using similar code to the wagons, if I had to bet. Here comes the dwarfs. Everybody that's adequate and above becomes a siege operator. I heard people use DF hack to turn themselves into wagons. That doesn't mean anything, really. And also, those are wagons. Wagons used to bleed, okay? I remember those days. It was weird. You get wagon blood. Every now and again, also, humans would sometimes bring barrels of wagon blood. Which was also really weird. Yeah, in really long time ago days, yes, they used to bleed. I don't even remember what version that was. But I distinctly remember wagon blood. Also, sometimes and also when wagons were only ever made out of wagon wood. The only way to get wagon wood was by killing a wagon. Now, see, that is just a mod somebody should mod into the game, just a were-wagon. Although, I wanted this game to have mimics for a while. Wagon blood seems like a weed strain. Sure, I mean, anything could be a fucking weed strain. Although I bought a weed strain called Dragonfire once. There's a dire wagon on the mod on the workshop. Excellent. I'm glad that people are doing good work. I should expect nothing less. The sacrificial rocks. Fikod, the real hero, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Shulib Tallshakes in late autumn of 186. The real hero outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. I saw a band called Piss. They were okay. Bit out there noise-wise. I'm not sure if that was a dwarf that was one of mine or not, but we are definitely killing them. The dwarf was struck down. They clashed with 16 goblins, slaying 6. Made it back. See how the news and rumors are doing. Okay, so nothing crazy's happened there. Seems like my mountain homes are getting beaten down pretty heavily. Nothing crazy's going on, though. Gagu Word Scaly, the sacred number of the insightful doctrines, replaced Dipane Kiss Snarls. Got it. Thanks, game, for the insights. Ayo, Wretched Television. How was you? Whee. So I said I was going to do this a while ago and then didn't. Let's get some cage traps built. Sorry, what? The game's about to save. I'm going to let it save before I click on any of these. These are sharp rocks that have melted but are forbidden. I presume they've melted? These are like catapult shrapnel. But they don't look like that normally. As far as why they look like ramps, I don't know. I don't think they're supposed to. Well, no, you see they load boulders, but when the boulders hit a floor, they shatter into sharp shrapnel. And they don't normally look like that. They normally look like, you know, a little rock thing. I know it's not very descriptive, but they don't normally look like that. Well, that is a lot of hours, DS. Boulder bits, yeah. Like, you know when you play Adventure Mode and you bash 2 rocks together and you make one small sharp rock out of 2 rocks? That's what they turn into. Except the boulders must be really, really talented crafters because they make masterwork ones. Or maybe it's the catapult that's the crafter there? I don't actually know. I'm overthinking this. Life's looking up, that's good. In the current year, that's a really good thing. At least I've got a decent amount of beds. Don't actually think I made... No, I do still have a carpenter shop. Good. I really need to, like, make this area back here into a crafting area or something. Over here, this seems like a good place for a noble tomb. Silver sarcophagus. Not to be confused with the silver snuffleupagus. Sterling silver bars, please. I'm actually curious, what does sterling silver use? I'll find out in a few seconds, probably. I wonder if you can sell the shrapnel. I won't know until the elves show up to trade, if they show up to trade. 3 silver, copper. 3 silver and a copper, got it. I'm gonna go down this. I would like some more ore. So I'm actually starting to run out of it now. I intentionally stopped mining it because I had way too much. But I'm going to start mining it again. I can't hurt you? Well, neither is the Mug Goblin, but yet I have had many self-confessed Mug Goblins to exist, so... I'm not gonna lie. One of the things that, like, obviously I made it with help. I mean... But one of the things that has come into existence because of my videos this year that I'm the proudest of is the Mug Goblin. What did we do? Fraga? What did we do? Any interesting sieges? We've had a Goblin siege that was quite interesting. And several Necromancer sieges, although I killed them because they were getting a little samey. 2025 part 2, but we've got more than half of... We don't have more than half of 2025 left, so I don't get.
I don't understand.
Volcanoes cannot erupt, and as far as I know, all of the bugs that used to cause them to erupt have been fixed. Although, it would be very bad if this volcano erupted. Based on this fortress design, that would be really bad. Except for when there's construction happening in the dormitory area, but... So how did... Okay, I already checked that. Now, I'm going to see. Can I unforbid these? Well, it has no value and a weight of 5. Yeah, I have no idea what Frag is on about. I got copper nuggets and tetrahedrite and some lemonite. My hospital is starting to actually look like a hospital. I think something I'm just going to queue up real quick. So I'm going to go over here. Still have that ashery and such, right? Yep, ashery and that. I just need to make another one of these. Wood furnace. Make ash. Make lye. Soap from tallow. I'm just going to tell them to make 100 of each. It'll take a little bit, but I'm sure they'll get to it. And, spin thread. Spin thread. Oh, you're already doing that, but please spin more thread. Oh, are the New York elections in? Because that's the only thing that I know that's happening. That could be considered good by this chat that I'm aware of. I don't want a 2025 part 2. I'm just ready for 2026, by the way. There's been enough shitty shit happening in the like world. I'm ready for just like the year to be over, to be honest with you. And the New York elections are the one I keep hearing about. And if I keep hearing about it, then people are excited about it. Or really fucking scared. In this case, it was mostly excited from what I could tell. Can you just crowd sleep till 2050? I don't know. It's probably pretty warm in 2050. I don't know if I'd want to do that. It's too hot already right now, let alone 2050. Hey, goblins, you want to invade me? It's free real estate. No? Edge. Oh, I said nickel silver chest. I'm a moron. That was a while ago, too. Where the heck did my manager go? You off eating? Would you mind, managing? Be nice if you could do that. I have seen a giant giraffe. Have you ever seen a were-giraffe? I'm a particularly big fan of were-giraffes. All right, we've got a ton of booze in the fort. I'm going to do something I literally haven't done in this fort yet. Once we're done making all these bedrooms. I'm going to pause every single job. Or at the very least, once I have what I've got here assigned. It's time for a winter festival. The dwarves are going to celebrate their great wins and their horrible mistakes, mostly wins. And take a break, drink some alcohol, try and get that new song Danger Room to play. Because honestly, these dwarves have been very busy. My soldiers have been training for a while. I'm still not done satisfying my lady in charge, Her Highness on high, the Holy One. But I'm sure we'll get there. So I'm going to take all of these squads, except for maybe that one, and set them to off-duty. Somebody needs to watch the front door, right? And I'm going to press D, pause, scroll down, leave those doors, pause, keep that, pause. Now everybody gets a break. I think pretty well, Brain Fist. Pretty keen on this new update, to be honest. As his neck grows absurdly long. You know, that's just me getting out of bed in the morning, let me tell you. That is a documentary about real life. How big of a dance floor does this have? I'm actually just going to shrink this back because I'm getting a little paranoid. Not paranoid, but like thinking maybe it's better to have a smaller dining room and a bigger meeting area. Just for the purpose of dancing, because I'm seeing them splitting between the two. Also haven't upgraded the chairs and tables in here in a while. What story are you telling there, Dwarf? Oh, poetry. Of course. How could I be mistaken? Morsels Ever Onward is an example of the sweet paper. Why are you eating paper? The work has no particular subject, but it's completely serious. The poetry is masterful. Yeah, the door got punched by a dwarf. All right, everybody, it's time to go about a very important operation. Operation Smooth the fucking Tavern. It's starting to look ugly to me. Not the floors, though. Also some collateral damage, bedroom walls, I guess. Also, my front door looks really nice now. You've never seen that before? If you click on these little, like, menus, it'll give you descriptions. So, my friend Muck is an example of the Umber Amethyst. The work has no particular subject, but the writing is utterly disjointed and descends to a rant in places. So it's an essay by me. Overall, the poetry is not awful, but not very good either. This over here is a dwarf that's praying. There's no specific information about this activity. That makes me sad still. This dwarf is socializing. This is an organizational activity that will branch into specific social events. This dwarf is listening to poetry as well. That's probably the poem that's being told. Listen to poetry, listen to poetry, listen to poetry, yeah, etc. Oh, the damage. Yeah, no, that's new. That's new as of yesterday, so. There's a lot of different sprites that can get damaged now. But if you actually click it, there's just a hammer on the ground now. If you actually click on the door, see it's a basalt door, it's got X's. This object is heavily worn because it took a bunch of damage. So, somebody in the, oh, look at this. Oh, they're dancing. They're performing a dance, which is, the Beige Silkiness Euphoria is a group social dance originating in the Sacrificial Rocks. It is the form guides dancers during improvised performances, and the dance is accompanied by the Vermilion Petals. And the dancers perform in several lines, turning clockwise, moving to the music's Imuth rhythm. Imuth rhythm. The energetic dance is punctuated by raised arms and intense forward bends. Lots of bowing. And a debauched arm carriage? What? I don't know what that word means in that context. Uh-oh. I mean, that would be a bug if they're not tame. Is that like size as well? Kill one of them. Tell me how much it weighs. How much meat do you get if you kill one? That seems weird.
Out in abundance, that sounds like a bug. Yeah.
No, you're supposed to be able to fully... So, no, I think that both of them you're supposed to be able to fully tame, and both of them have baby versions now. They used to not. But that was like an incomplete feature, not like a bug or anything. I'm just gonna let the dwarves do this until we get down to like, I don't know. 400 drink, maybe? Although they're probably making more. Yeah, no, if you steal them from Goblin Forts, they're fully domesticated. Were they popping out as babies before? Because the way you say since the update, it sounds like they were babies first. There's a lot of menus in this game that I had to play this game for a really long time to find out they existed, Chris Nihilus. Another one that I only learned about its existence like, I don't know, a few months ago, was this one in the stockpiles screen. It says how full they are. Like, I literally never... Like, I knew that the stockpile screen existed. I did not know that it said their fullness amount. Okay, no, that sounds like a bug. If you're getting fully... Like, full-size amounts of meat, that sounds like a bug. Because you should not be getting 253 meat from a baby dragon. Also, chat, did you guys hear that the dragon meat industry just got incredibly profitable? Butcher all your baby dragons. Get shit tons of meat. Anyway, Orange TJ, the craft dwarf, has gone into a fame. What is this wizard weight? Yeah. In regards to the stockpile screen, I presume. Grabs pigtail cloth. No, totally. Like, you can get tons of them. Like, I've absolutely had forts with hundreds of them before, but they're always, like, all the babies are tiny. The young ones are very, very small. They ain't giving 250 meat. They're supposed to give, like, a very small amount of meat. Also, what? Really? Works furiously? You literally just grabbed pigtail. Okay, if you insist. Lead siege operation demonstration. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Listen to story. What stories we telling? Tell a story. So everybody here is telling a story. In the late autumn of 186, the dwarf Fath Arrowbowed became the militia captain of the Angry Bin of Smiths. Cool. I once had a dwarf, or once I had a dwarf appear fully drained of blood. I had that happen in this fort today too, but this was in a previous fort. Long time ago. And I went to the tavern and immediately went and looked at the stories, and there was a dwarf telling a story in the tavern. And I was just kind of curious, and I looked, and it was like, the dwarf, we'll just say Eurist for the sake of this story. Eurist was telling a story about how Eurist, Eurist the vampire, killed the dwarf that I just found dead in the year, it was like 4-8 something, because that's the year that it was in game. Literally, like, that dwarf was a vampire, went, murdered somebody, walked into the tavern and bragged about it. Orange has created Stegezizjum, a pigtail right mitten. I'll give that to the queen. I mean, Baroness, same thing. What a simple artifact. It's a pigtail mitten. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It's encircled with bands of pigtail and made from pigtail cloth. That is an artifact of all time. Brag about past violent acts. I know, but, like, come on, man. Like, at least try and get away with your, like, murder. I feel like that would be somewhat prudent. You know? I think you are. Yep. Still a child. 15 years old. 4 more years until you quote up. You were just chilling in this guy in the room and I followed him in and he was totally asleep, guys, and so I sucked out all of his blood. What'd you guys do last Tuesday? Pretty much, yeah. Speaking of babies, El Rey has given birth to a girl. A silver sarcophagus is done. You do, in fact, live. Yep. Very successfully, even. And by very successfully, I mean by not dying yet. Let's get rid of this dead hamster that's just been on the floor in the tavern for a while now. Listen to music. What are we playing? Poetry. Poetry. Simulate tuner. The vermilion petals is a form of music used for entertainment originating in the sacrificial rocks. Well, that's good stuff. More of the same stuff you... Oh, please tell me. So I've got a child who's 2 years old hauling a silver coffin for the Baroness. I mean, the Baroness has obviously earned it, and so that's a very honorable task to complete, but Jesus, man. That kid lifts. You gotta work now, and you're too interested in this stream to work and watch. I mean, I've been on for 9 hours and 20 minutes. It's been a long day. I will say that the ability that I have to stream coherently has gone down a bit, but I don't think people mind. Fortunately for me, if nothing else. You should go work though. Working is important. Don't lose your job because some nut on the internet is playing video games. An intellectual discussion with an acquaintance. Interesting. We must be brewing drinks. Aha! Busted. I mean, how dare you be brewing drinks? I'll see you later, Wretched. I definitely once timed somebody out for 8 hours because they said that they needed to be awake in 6 hours and didn't want to go to bed and were gonna just stay up all night watching my stream, so I timed them out for 8 hours. Blind is good about reminding us to go ahead and get to work. I mean, my streams, I talk about the same shit, I play the same video game, and I make the same jokes, and I complain about the same bullshit every day. And if that's enough to entertain you more than twice a week, I feel honored, frankly. If that's enough to entertain you more than once a month, that's probably an honor. And the fact that people would consider being late to work to watch more of my nonsense is, like, kind of crazy to me. So yeah, fucking go to work. Jesus Christ. You have a job. I don't. I'm just here. Go to bed, loser? Sure. I mean, I don't know if I'd say loser. Because that would be me implying that my audience is a bunch of losers, which they are most certainly not. They are the nicest, awesomest, most attractive, intelligent people I've met in the last 20 seconds. Let's put some windows in the walls. I know it's a job. But some jobs have, like, responsibilities and shit. I just have to stream enough so that people don't complain. And release videos enough so that YouTube pays me a livable wage. I hope he falls through it while drunk. Necrontier. I've been drawing the whole day for work, and this stream has been great for that. Yeah, I mean, depending on what you're doing. I mean, I can watch a stream while doing some work stuff. I can't watch a stream while video editing. You know, like it highly depends on what I'm doing, but there are certain tasks I do for my job and other things where I absolutely can, you know, stream watch a stream while doing stuff, but there's other things where I absolutely can't, so. You can put anything on a resume? I feel like people just ask robots to do it these days, so. Imagine telling yourself, like, a decade ago that people would be getting AIs to write their resumes for them. I would have laughed at myself 5 years ago about that, actually, I think. I mean, there was that one person who allegedly cleared, there was that one person who allegedly, like, passed a high school geology course simply, like, ad-libbing Dwarf Fortress stuff that they remembered from learning to play this game. So I don't know if that quite counts as, like, getting a job, but... to artificial insemination. I mean, it's still Adobe Illustrator in my brain. There was like a very... Okay, this is kind of sad, but there was a brief window there where there was a video game that was getting like bashed because like there was... It wasn't even a video game. So Risk of Rain released like a free DLC thing. And then there was some people that were like, they used AI to make this promotional artwork for it. What was it? It was an Adobe Illustrator file? Like a .ai file. So that's what it means to me. Although somebody using artificial insemination to like write their resume is maybe funnier to me. Just saying. That might be better. It's probably more accurate, honestly. And more consistent. And most certainly uses less electricity. It was just some people getting really mad on Blue Sky for no reason on a weekday. It was one of those like, oh my god, go outside moments. Like it's very rare that I tell people to touch grass, but also this just shows how terrible I am at streaming today. Sentient Potato, are you still in my chat? They requested a dwarf 48 minutes ago, asking for a dwarf that's had a near-death experience. Last fort would have been a good one to ask about that. Anybody with a crutch? Like, I would say this dwarf's had some... Like, they've been removed from the military. I feel like I should turn that option off because I keep losing the AI slot. Yikes. But, sorry. Are we using mugs? Yes, we are. We're using silver goblins. Good, good, good. So slowly improve the quality of this tavern. I don't use the DF hack function to copy paste them if that's what you're asking. Although usually I make them look more varied than this. I don't know why I'm not in this fort, but I'm just not. No, I use like the DF hack stuff for virtually nothing. I don't know. I usually manually assign them too, so I know how many dwarves I've left. I don't know. It's literally just I learned the game without it, and because I always, and to this, it's genuinely just like this weird cognitive bias that I have from back in the day where the vast majority of the game's lockups, crashes, and like chronic stability issues came from overusing DF hack. And I've like just completely convinced myself that that will happen again if I use DF hack. And it just freaks me out a little bit, and I find it plays the game for me in some ways in some spots, which I don't like. And because of that, I just don't use it. Why do I manually assign bedrooms? I literally stated it like 3 times, including the time when I was doing it a minute ago. It's because when I click this button, I see how many dwarves don't have bedrooms assigned yet. The ones with the green has quarters, says that they have quarters assigned. The rest of them don't. So that gives me an idea of how many more bedrooms I need to make. Oh, trust me, Mark. It updates within the same day now. It updates within the same week now. It used to not update for, like, sometimes weeks. So there would be time, and, like, one of the funniest things to me years ago when I first started streaming Dwarf Fortress was that I would just, like, a new update would come out, and I'd be like, oh, fuck yeah, there's a new update, and I'd, like, start playing it, and then people would pop in and be like, how's the update? And I'd, like, talk about what I liked and what I didn't like, blah, blah, blah. Or if I ran into any problems, and then I'd ask them what they thought of it, and they said, oh, I haven't downloaded it yet. And I'd be like, what, why, really? You play a lot. And they're like, oh, yeah, no, I'm playing. It's like, well, then why haven't you downloaded updates? Well, DFX not updated yet. It's like, the patch has been out for 6 weeks! A particularly unruly child. So any of them? How's that? Got a face only a mother would get punched by, maybe. I don't know where I'm going with this. That's going to turn to something bad. The first one I remember making any real progress in was 34D. I think. But 29A was the first one I downloaded. Didn't even make it through World Gen. 31 I remember downloading. But 34. I mean, there was one time when it took about 24 hours for DFAC to update. It was like 2 or 3 patches ago. And it was literally because the person who's in charge of like posting the updates on Steam couldn't get through Steam's 2-factor because Steam was getting DDoSed. At least that was the theory. It's like, their 2-factor server's down. I can't get in. Ink Brew. It's always tense and jittery, intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate regardless of its merits. Often feels lustful, isn't particularly curious about the world, and tends to reveal personal information. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He isn't particularly ambitious, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and often feels envious of others. He has a greedy streak, and he is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He's somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and tends to consider what others think of him. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally, greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors and is put off by family and likes lignite, bronze, and violet cespertine as well as sheep's wool, bolts, shields, armor stands, and ducks for their quacks. I'm trying to do this before the ads start. Cave spiders for their mystery and the words of the sweet paper and the sound of the poetic lutes and impossible for first to consume. Moth, Fawnio beer, moths, and hates blood gnats. And his mom and dad are alive in the fort and probably should ask him why he wants to eat moths. He's got a big family though, including your Auntie Arga. Hey Zoomzang. Also, hi Bobtron. I don't know how I missed you, but hi Bobtron. Elfie Din Din. Hey, enjoy the Din Din. It's almost time for me, Din Din. It's been a decent festival season for these dwarves, I think. I'm going to assign a tavern keeper, I think. Because who doesn't like a little bit of fun? Orange is going to be my tavern keeper. Time for you to go. You have a good night's sleep, dude. Or whatever you're going to do at 2:30 in the morning. I mean, it is 6:30 p.m. now here. And I've been streaming for 9.5 hours. It's been a long day. Thanks to the 173 of you still watching on the YouTubes, by the way. Been playing Factorio at your desk at your factory job while listening to Blind play what is essentially a Dwarf automation game. Well, I mean, it's less automation in Dwarf Fort, but by a lot. I'm always, like, concerned a little bit when I read a dwarf likes to consume and then just name of a bug, because it literally means that they like to consume that live bugs. I don't think these goblins got the memo that I've set the difficulty of the sieges to hard. I couldn't play Factorio because it felt like work. There's one of my mods designs conveyor belt systems in airports for a living. Like, that's his job. And somebody asked him about Factorio once, and his response literally was, "That's literally my job. I don't want to do my job for fun. I do my job for my job." I'm not kink-shaming them. I'm just slightly concerned, you know? Like, if you want to, I don't know, remove your fingernails and get punched in the face because it's something that you're into, then, I mean, I guess good luck and have fun, but, like, I'm still going to be slightly concerned for your safety. You know? Murdoch Burke? Like, you're entitled to that kink if that's what you're into. It's fine. It's just, I'm slightly concerned. I think someone's allowed to be concerned for someone's safety. Like, I'm concerned that Dwarf might get food poisoning for eating a moth. Or maybe the moth will bite their tongue off. I don't know. This game gets violent sometimes unexpectedly. It's like a job. It is my job. Fancy that. And you get siege clips from the stream? I don't know. Chat, have you guys clip things? Oh, shit! Oh, wait, never mind. Iteb, being the rightful heir, has inherited the position of Baroness of Cobra Cloisters. Well, at least that's a good name. Are you telling me I have 2 barons now? God damn it. Shit, I've got 2 barons now. Hey. Welcome to the club, I guess. More the merrier. Does that mean more noble demands? Noble demands aren't an issue. I've got them all automated already. Like, I've got 1 requesting shields and 1 requesting scepters seasonally. And so I just have an automated order to just make 3 shields and 3 scepters per season, and it just satisfies the need, and it's a non-issue. Unless I, for some reason, pause it for a whole year, which I don't generally do. They would bother me if, like, I didn't know how to deal with that. And I find that to be a very easy thing to deal with. It's more just it means I have to make another big fancy bedroom and tomb and everything. For axe throwing and fancy cafes. Hold on a second. Are nobles in Dwarf Fortress hipsters? Or, I mean, millennials? It's like axe throwing, fancy cafes. That's kind of just a millennial. I mean, I can't keep me sane through my election results, and the stakes are slightly less high than yours, so I'm sure not. Or rather, don't get your hopes up, or digi-hoo, as the cool kids used to call it. Okay, so I think that there must be some killer attack Kias on the map, or the elves just invaded me, because my frame rate just went from 80 to 30. I'm slightly suspect. Suspicious. Now they're back up to 50. Yeah, maybe it's literally all of the dwarves deciding simultaneously to go grab obsidian blocks, but I kind of doubt it. You're trying to make a gentrification joke? Okay, fair enough. For whatever it's worth, the city I live in has 2 axe throwing places. I guess I don't associate axe throwing specifically with, like, gentrification. I associate, like, rent and housing prices going up and food going up but with gentrification. Axe throwing to me is kind of like an escape room. It's just a weird party activity that I have no interest in. But, like, Having an axe throwing place isn't necessarily going to make your rent go up. In fact, if it's like an ugly enough building, maybe it'll make the rent go down. Also, for clarity, for anybody who doesn't know, hi, I'm from Canada, so that's why I'm kind of just dismissing the results. Or just like, not really dismissing, but just not super acknowledging it. Because I can't affect it. Outside of saying go vote, but I hope you already did. It's a bit late now. It's because I say about, not a boot, because I'm from Western Canada, not Eastern Canada. If I was from Eastern Canada, I would drop the boot more often. If I'm saying a boot, it's because I'm saying it ironically. You know, okay, how about this? Allow me to take you questioning the breweries that have, like, axe throwing on site, and let me ask you this. Riddle me this. What about breweries that have laser tag on site? Not that those exist. I don't know if they do. I presume they might. Maybe somebody has done that. But if they haven't, I have a business proposition for you. Because that to me sounds like just as good a way to get hurt. Because, like, you know, tripping and falling and all that nonsense. But also, like, laser tag. I do know a bar with pinball, but it's significantly more normal. If you say a boot, you're probably talking about winter shoes. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Hallelujah. Oh shit, they do still seek parlays. The enemy have come and are preparing to lay siege. They seek a parley. The army is commanded by the human Ugrad. Strapquill. Mm-hmm. Definitely. A competent commander. In the midsummer of 184, the kingdom of Tubes attacked the playful wave of the coastal blossom at Tail Notch. Uglad led the attack, and the defenders were led by Afstylebradle. I don't know why I'm doing this voice. Beware their skilled elf spearmen. Wait, hold up. Are these humans or elves? Because this is definitely a human faction that's attacking me. What do they seek in the Purley? Blah-blah, blah-blah. I don't care. I just want to kill them. I kind of want to know what they want to seek for the parlay, but I also kind of... Holy sh... Sparrow woman? He's so cute. Look at him. He's just a little guy. Yeah, no, this is a human faction. As far as why they have a bunch of Horay Marmot bowmen and Sparrow peeps, that's a good question. I don't know. Well, this is a not small siege. They also brought battering rams. Snatchers? I'm sure this will end very well for the Snatchers. Get him, Attila! You got this! Well done. Good dog. I mean, good rhino. Alright, well... Yeah, they're a pretty common playable person. Well, what do you think, chat? Do I do the parlay or do we fight them? That's a lot of Sparrow people. They're just gonna fly into the fort, aren't they? Oh, wow. So these are human-cultured elves, and they're wearing iron gear. I can smack the sparrow people down. I thank you for your optimism. Okay, hold on. Let me just double check my marks, dwarfs, and also put all my squads back on duty. Why do you have a custom uniform? I'm just gonna unsquad this, and just say, everybody, go grab basic crossbows. And you put down your pickaxe, you don't need that. Getting the dwarves dressed. I mean, we were just like fully out of sync, right? Because we were... actually pretty good. We were fully out of sync up until a minute ago because we were prepping for... well, you know. Just do copper bolts, just make some more. Because I was kind of like trying to sort out moods and keep the dwarves happy. All right, let's just do 80. And then I will set up 2 different patrol routes. This is going to be basement. I didn't successfully rename that. Basement. And this is going to be... cancel that. And then this up here is going to be a second one. Create new route. Doink. Boop. Beep. Bap. Beep. Bap. Boop. And then this is going to be called the Outer Rim. All right, so you, right here, let's also enable this and enable that. So it turns out humans still parlay with full-size sieges. I'm just going to presume that if anybody's actually dumb enough to stand outside, they deserve it. Any questions? Bananas, what up? Those silly, reasonable humans. I mean, right? They expect us to be reasonable in return is truly the silly part. This is all good, this is all good, this is all good, this is all good. Okay, cool. Grr. So, from what I can tell, these things claim all the bolts. Or alternatively, are they just going to hunters that don't exist? They might be. Going to ammo. Add ammunition. Bolts. Bolts. Maybe increase the numbers? 450. Eh? Oh, okay. That's fucking hysterical. Okay, so if you don't have enough bolts, allow them to take more. I don't know why I feel really dumb about this, but... I feel really dumb about that. You return. We're being well, I'm about to be attacked by humans. Come get us, tall people. Consider your petition denied. Speaking of. Where are they coming from? And not only are they attacking me, but they're attacking me with Wolverine men. Okay, that's actually kind of scary. What are they attacking me with exactly? Okay, so we got Sparrow people, Wolverine people, more Sparrow people, more Sparrow people, and Hooray Marmot people, who apparently are grazers. Well, that sucks. Wait, hold up. Are they gonna get hungry if they're stuck in this tree? Wouldn't that be amazing? We're getting attacked by the local furry convention. Anyway, now I gotta keep the game paused for a second while I go over to here. Enable that. Enable that. Enable that. Enable that. You go patrol the basement. You, go patrol the outer rim. And we're gonna go down to here, go over to here, scroll over to here, go up to here. Got the AA bolt throwers? Sure, yes. I mean, I don't have any anti-air bolt throwers up here, but I do just have Marks dwarves who have crossbows, so I'm sure those will do just fine. Now watch these Sparrow people with great clarity here. So I feel like this is a bug, but it may also just be the people that they're sending. The leaders are always like recruits with no gear. I feel like that's bad strategy. Also, by the way, Devilish Potato, it happened again. You punted, this is Sparta'd the Baron's husband, or the Baroness's husband, into the volcano and are now in prison permanently. I mean, what else would you make a bracelet out of? Fiber? Don't be silly. No, you can't seriously imprison them. This has to be made a justice. No, you can. This game has. You can imprison people. Yes, if they commit crimes and you convict them. Also, the leader's already dead. He got shot in the head with a bolt. Specifically, the siege operator Nish shot him, and a bolt hit him in the head, tearing the muscle and chipping the skull and tearing the brain. Not like he had one, but oh hey, look, they are flying. Now you have a Baron? Yay! I mean... C'est la vie, I guess. Now the real question is... Are these just always gonna get stuck? I'm starting to think that the theory that these might just be wagons is correct. Because they don't seem to be able to get through my forest very well. Or maybe they call on them later? I'm giving them too much credit, probably. They're just occupying the forest. This must be how the soldiers in War of 1812 felt when they just were walking in circles outside and scaring them away, thinking that the lines were infinite. Because they're just like occupying the forests down here. They've even got lookouts. It's terrifying. It's the quiet before the storm? Need to investigate the Raws for all the new stuff? Most certainly, yeah. Multi-grasp iron mace, that's so cute. They do seem to be slowly making their way towards the fort. I guess they're trying to just wait until my soldiers get hungry. You're waiting to see them start digging? I think they would need to bring miners. Also, I think that the digging is specifically goblins and dwarves, but I could be mistaken. Oh shit, you've got a spouse? Oh no, did I kill your... Oh shit! This human, their grandfather, was one of the zombies that I killed in the first 2 sieges. Sorry about that. I guess your grandpa was a bad guy, hey? Or a good person who just wanted to live forever. You've also got elf hair stuff. Okay, can I just say, I find it kind of fucked up that these humans are all wearing elf jewelry, like jewelry made of elves. And like, this guy here, this lady here, has killed 2 elves, has killed Horay Marmot men and Sparrow men, and their army is made up of elves, Marmot men, and Sparrow men. Are you... No, this is a human siege. This is a human siege. There are no laws in human society as long as you don't get caught. So you can make gruesome things like this as long as they don't blame you for it. Or if you bribe people enough. I'm starting to think that they're attacking me with armies of slaves. But it won't tell me here. But no, this is the Kingdom of Tubes. This is a human faction that's attacking me. They can also mine with regular picks? Okay, can they? Okay, cool. Good to know. But no, it's the great picks that are limited. Anyway. Enjoy becoming a pincushion. Very small crew of people trying to come in. Well, this one's getting reloaded. I feel like I should move this one up here. Or over here, maybe. Most of them are over here in this tree. Clearly waiting. Very stealthy. It's a good hiding spot. I don't blame them. Some down here. Wandering up. Bearded military dwarf. I will say I might be starting to run out of those. I lied. I'm not running out of those. This is a very slow to anger, bashful, and does not lustful much feel. He tries to keep his things orderly and has a sense of duty. He's very polite, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He occasionally overindulges and is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He's quite hopeful about the future and tends to think before acting. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care much about anything anymore. What are you wearing? Oh, it's bronze. Yeah, see, like, I feel like this elf ain't happy. Like, this elf is crying for help. There's something about this army that's kind of fucked up. I don't like it. Why would I use an Atom Smasher for anything? What? Siege showed up and brought a battering ram. All the goblins are dead, but they dropped the battering ram by the entrance tunnel and you can't click it. Try attacking it. I killed it, and it turned into 2 blocks. Or build a square around it and call it, like... Hazel, no. Rest in peace, Hazel. I don't know why Hazel ran out, but... Hazel decided to be a dumb dog and went outside. We must avenge the pupper. The goodest boy. They might not have a clear line of sight currently. None of them are making it in without, like, losing most of their internal organs, though, so I guess that's a good sign for us. Also got some flying ones coming in now. There's still a whole bunch of them in the trees back here, I presume. Yeah, most of them are just hanging out in this tree. We've got a bunch of Wolverines in the tree. And honestly, that seems right in character. This is not going to be a fair fight. Game? Why? I don't even know what just happened, but, like, it jumped up a layer and then wouldn't let me go back down. Also, the fact that we got ambushed last time really leads me to believe that this actually isn't all of them. I don't know why there's a RAM out here. Thankfully, I can just download more if I need them. This dog is very enthusiastic. This dog is winning, I think. Get him, pupper! Bite him in the soft bits! Go for the neck! Get his ankles! Get her ankles, I mean. There you go. 2 against 1. Fair fight. At least body mass-wise. Are you sure it's Sparrownese and not, like, Wolverine-aroni? Because that's what who seems to be hanging out in the trees. Mostly the Wolverines. I think we can go out and fight those guys. What do you think, chat? What could possibly go wrong, right? Get to it, dwarves. Although we're in an ad break, so I'm just going to pause the game for the period of the ad break. To just be bad and organize their army badly? I presume so, considering the different squads are led by leaders, and all of the leaders that I've seen have all been unarmed recruits. The last guy had books, and his last name was Terror Ape. That's how slowly I have to say it to not get in trouble. No, I didn't forget to assign them to a burrow. Dwarves just ignore burrows for webs. I was just not expecting there to be any webs outside. Braden Atskin. Too bad you cannot catapult fireballs into the trees. I would say that's a good thing because, like, you know, if a random just, like, angry owl flies by and a dwarf's like, oh god, and just, like, blind fires into the forest and suddenly you just have, like, a forest fire you didn't need. I feel like that's a really good way to cause collateral damage, if nothing else. If anything, the siege equipment is already a really good way to cause collateral damage.
Whey.
All right. Brown recluse spiders, and so do several others. There's a few types of spiders that hang out on the surface. There's also like phantom spiders, and I think there's a good biome equivalent, but... Come on, Dwarfies. Get up here. Where are these dumb human cedars hanging out? Alright, let's go here first. No, not you. Why do I keep selecting you? You're my captain of the guard. I don't want you going into danger. You're a Nepo baby. You're supposed to stay safe and far away from anything that's dangerous, except for beating the crap out of citizens that don't deserve it. Which he's very good at, by the way. Okay, we got dwarves shooting bolts into this tree where there's a sparrow person who's just going to get eradicated immediately. There's an actual wren right there who's probably getting scarred to death by all the sparrow people getting blasted. I've also got my hammer captain running ahead, who immediately lost your ability to stand. What the fuck happened to you? You got hit by a horror, oh, I see. They're all a layer above you. I guess that makes a degree of sense. Bolts are just flying. The other melee dwarves are coming in running. They're stabbing down from the trees above. That's actually kind of spooky. I did actually lose a bunch of dwarves in that. Mostly because they got ambushed from above. Well, not really ambushed, but there was marmots in the trees that they weren't expecting. They were sneaky, if nothing else. We do have some seriously injured dwarves. How many are left? All right, well, we're making progress. Let's go fight these very stealthily stationed idiots up here. As you leave to go get more ammo. Honestly, fair. There's orange. Most of them are in this tree. It does definitely send better skilled dudes. That doesn't necessarily make them that much smarter. Yeah, good target practice at least, you know? Pretty solid target practice, actually. This dwarf just ran into the tree and then immediately fell out of it. Have you asked yourself, did I make a mistake today? I think you did. Although of all the creatures I would personally be terrified of, Wolverine people might be one of them. Wolverines are already scary enough. Imagine if they had a sword. So my dwarves keep trying to, like, jump into the trees with them and then, like, getting cut to shreds by them. So these guys are, like, actually kind of fucking scary. Holy shit. The heck? Sorry, orange is dead. Bunch of dwarves are dead, actually. It's okay. We keep getting very large migrant waves. I'm sure we'll be able to replace them without too much trouble. They're not too smart at a distance, though. It's just when you get into melee range. So the Mark dwarves are, like, picking them off slowly, but whenever a dwarf tries to charge them... Oh, no, you have a child. Well, that's grim. I'm starting to think that this might have been a mistake. How many of them are left? So I'm thinking if I tell them to station down here, maybe, or like even better, like up here, we may have some more luck. Maybe it's just because they actually have better gear than me, which is also possible. Oh, now they're finally attacking. Come on, dwarves. You got this. It's point blank bolts. How many of them are left? There's one over here in a tree who's flapping around. They are actually flying, though. They used to not really fly very effectively. Are you leaving? Please tell me you're leaving. I, too, would be afraid after experiencing that kind of trauma, though, let me tell you. All right, well, you guys are going to go get more ammo. That's fair. What about the rest of them? The ones that are not in the air, like... Oh, these guys. Okay, let's just go stab these guys to death, because they're just occupying this silly thing over here. Dwarfines? Honestly, I would be terrified of the concept of Dwarfines. Did you... Wow. Like, this is just startling me because don't think I've ever seen individual dwarves have such a hard time against just, like, a couple animal people. Yet... Okay, something needs to be worked on with their behavior, because this one dwarf is just, like, standing at a distance and just, like, turning them all into Swiss cheese. It's very slowly, but... effectively enough, anyway. I think we're all just too spread out. It's a bit too ballsy of an attack. I should have, like, regrouped properly first. So, yeah, there's definitely some issues that need to be worked on. Definitely. Like, absolutely some issues that need to be worked on. I mean, we're just trying to finish these guys off, and it's just not working. The Rams don't work properly, that's for sure. I have seen them move. I think they just have really, really massive amounts of difficulties pathing. Like, I'm not certain if they don't work properly. Amber Dragon! Congrats, you used to be rich. I've tried that before with literally no success. Braden Atkinson, who asked if I could shoot through lava to create firebolts. I've tried that before with no success. Well, that one had black bronze bars and iron bars. Yeah, I don't know what properly is for those, so they may just, like, require, like, a flat map to work, but in that case, they just shouldn't bring them. Oh no, Dave Danger the Warlock died. Well, chat room. Our first siege was some losses, and it was entirely my own fault. Although I would expect nothing less from me. Well, we got a bunch of tombs to make, and I've still got nobles to satisfy, and more bedrooms that need making. But I've been streaming for 10 hours, and my brain is putty. And I have to travel tomorrow. I have to go somewhere tomorrow. So aside from losing Hazel, Dave Danger the Warlock, Orange TJ, and many others, I do have to say goodnight, chat. Now, before you all run off, which I know you're all scrambling to close your web browsers, I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm sorry. I bought tickets for a concert like 8 months ago. I didn't know that this would be releasing this week. Otherwise, I would have actually considered not going, even though this is one of my favorite bands. So I'm going to a concert tomorrow, and I won't be back till Friday. But as a make good, I'll stream Friday and Saturday, and do a short stream Sunday, and probably not stream on Monday, because the building is getting its fire testing, and I have to make sure that the firemen can get into the building, and then, like, accompany them into, like, the electrical room and shit. So, like, I have to do real life shit that day. But the good news is you'll get streams over the weekend. So the way I see it is it gives Tarn time to patch shit. Yeah. So thanks for watching, everybody. YouTube folks as well. Thanks a ton. I'm going to shut down the YouTube stream now, though. If you would like to come raid somebody with us here on Twitch, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you guys on Friday. Jesus, that sounds weird to say out of my mouth. With more of this nonsense. Also, for anybody wondering, I am going to go see the Psychedelic Porn Crumpets. So if you want to go look up that name, they're pretty hard to miss. They go pretty hard. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing. Aside from all that, take care, YouTube folks.